Welcome to this tutorial in which we'll be building a fresh, cutting-edge, responsive portfolio website from scratch. Throughout this video, we'll be using modern technologies that any developer needs to know. It may look difficult to implement, but it's going to be much easier than you think. So we're going to use Next.js 13. We'll be exploring the latest features like app router and server actions. We'll also discuss client and server components, and we'll be using TypeScript in this project. Now don't worry if you're a beginner or intermediate developer. We'll cover the basics and explore how TypeScript adds type safety and enhances our coding experience. This project will level up your TypeScript skill. For styling, we'll use Tailwind CSS. Tailwind comes with a lot of helpful features out of the box, which makes it very fast for us to style our project. And as we style our project, I will also mention UI design tips and tricks. Now to manage the state and data flow in our application, we'll be using the React Context API. So for example, we need to keep track of the active section in our project here so we can properly mark the active item in the header. And we also keep track of light and dark mode. So we're going to use the Context API for this, and this helps us easily share data across multiple components. We will also implement advanced animations using Framer Motion. So we're going to create these eye-catching transitions, interactive elements, and smooth scrolling effects, such as here in the header. As the active section changes, this active nav item will animate. I think that's really cool. And this website will also have smooth scrolling. So when you click in the header, we have a very nice scrolling effect. Now for contacting functionality, we'll integrate react.email and resend to handle contact form submissions. So it actually works. You will actually receive emails in your inbox. And throughout our coding journey, we'll be using the power of React hooks, including custom hooks, to simplify our code and make it more reusable. We'll focus on the visual aspect as well and create a fresh, modern UI design for our portfolio website. We'll implement a light and dark mode to satisfy both preferences. And it's also completely responsive, so it looks and works on both mobile and larger devices. This is also something that Tailwind really helps us out with. Now it has all the bells and whistles that a portfolio website needs. So if I click on this Contact Me here, it will actually send me to the contact form. You can also click on the download button and it will actually download a PDF file. These links will actually open up in a new tab for your LinkedIn or GitHub profile. And in the contact section, we can click on this to open up our default email client on the computer or actually send an email from this contact form. And by the end, we will deploy this live on the internet with Vercel. All right, so when you're building a portfolio website, you need to know the type of people that are going to visit this website. There's going to be two groups primarily. So first of all, you have the recruiter. The recruiter just wants to take a look at some general overview of what you are capable of. They want to know your skills, your years of experience, and they want to have a quick way of contacting you. They basically just want a quick grab of information. You need to make sure that you are displaying that type of information, right when you load the page. And that's what we're doing here, right? So here we're saying I'm a full stack developer with so many years of experience, your core technology stack, right? React, Next.js. And then there's a way to contact you. Quickly download CV or resume, quickly contact them or you on social media, right? So these recruiters, they are people that usually are contacting many people, right? So hundreds of people a week, and they're not going to take a very deep dive into who you are, right? So they just want a quick grab of information and a quick way of contacting you. Right, so that's exactly what we're doing here. Now, the second type of people that are going to come to your website are more technical people. Right, so after the recruiter has connected you to a company, usually there's going to be a more technical person, a team lead, that's going to take a deeper dive into who you are and your background. And those people are they're gonna look around a little bit better here. So they're gonna look at about me, they're gonna look at the projects that you've done, your actual skills, your experience. Right, they want to get a good sense of your capabilities because they, maybe they're a team lead, they're looking to add another developer to their team, and they need to make sure that you, as that new developer, would be a good fit, right? So they're going to do a deeper dive into you. So that's primarily the two types of people that you're targeting with a portfolio website, and that's exactly what this portfolio website will do properly, right? So for the technical person, it's important that not only you actually have the information ready here, but also that you're presenting it on a modern website using the latest, standards of the web. So that's what we're doing here, right? So we're using Next.js with the app router, things like React Context API, so that it shows that you're actually, comfortable with React. Modern UI design implemented with Tailwind CSS, TypeScript, advanced animations and transitions. Things like dark mode, hosting on Vercel. All of this showcases that you are actually up to date on the latest standards for the web. Right, also responsive design, that you're capable of making projects responsive so it looks good across multiple devices, right? It's all in this project. All right, let's take a quick look at the code base to see what we're going to implement, the types of things that you are gonna implement and maybe learn about if you don't know about those things yet. First of all, of course, we're gonna use React, right? So we're gonna use these React primitives. So those are things like, for example, use state, right? So we're gonna use, for example, use state, the use state hook, but also use effect. We're also gonna use ref, right? So these are really 3 common hooks that you really need to know as a React developer. So that's what we're gonna use. Now we're also going to use the context API. So for example, here for this dark and light mode, we need to keep track of the active mode, right? So here we're going to talk about React context API. The user can switch from light to dark, and many components throughout our application need access to that setting. So it's better to put that in a React context API. We'll talk all about that. And we're also going to see how we can refactor things into their own hook. So here we have a hooks file, and here we're going to have our own custom hooks. Looks very complicated, all of this, but we'll do it step by step. Don't worry, it's beginner friendly. You know, some duplicative code, we can refactor that into an own custom hook. This hook is keeping track of the active section so that we can actually, have this little animation as we scroll throughout our page, right? So that the active section actually is active here in the nav bar. All right, now we're also going to use the latest Next.js features, such as the app directory or the app router. So that means in the app router, we're going to have this layout file. This is basically the root of our whole application. And typically, if we look at how we are implementing that here, typically you're going to have a header, right? So you want to have the same header on all pages. So typically you have a header in this layout file and typically also a footer. And then in here, usually you have the children. So this is going to be the actual page, right? So then you have a page file that will actually be basically the child here. So the page file here in the root of the app directory, that's going to be for the home page. Now in this project, we're only going to have one page. You don't really need multiple pages on a portfolio website. It should be very easy and quick to access all the information that the person wants to see. So I think it makes more sense to have one page. But let's say we want to have another page. In this app directory, you would create a new folder, let's say about, and then you would have another page file, right? Page.tsx. And now you can go to /about and this page here would become the child. Now we're only going to have one page, so this page file in the root is going to be the home page. Okay, now you can see we have this other weird looking stuff here as well. If you're not familiar with React Context API, we have this context provider component, actually 2 of them. A very typical pattern here to wrap all of your components in a provider component so that they all have access to that state that you're passing through. We'll talk all about that. Right, so here we have, for example, active section context provider that's taking care of this active section here in the nav bar. And then we also have this theme context. That's just for dark and light mode. Right, and then we also have this toaster. So for example, here at the bottom, we can send email messages. So we can send a message to ourselves. Right, so if I fill this out and I try to submit this, we should also get a message to see if it fails. For example, now it's failed because I removed the API key. So I get a nice little message here. This is a toast. And you can see it eventually disappears, but you can see you have to provide this toaster in here somewhere. That's what we'll talk all about this again. Don't worry if it looks complicated, but how this is structured. Then we have the actual theme switch, right? So that's for the dark mode here, so that actually scrolls with us. Right? These 2 divs here are actually just these 2 colors in the background to make it a little bit more interesting looking. Right? So that's how the app directory works. So you have a layout and then you have a page that will be that here we will actually use for all the different sections. So we're going to have the intro, section divider, about, projects, right? All the sections here, right? That will be put here. Right, but we'll talk much more about that, how the new Next.js app directory works. Right, so one of the things we'll also talk about is server and client components. So for example, this layout file, the root component essentially of your whole app, this is a server component by default. So this will be rendered only on the server. And that's actually beneficial. It comes with certain optimizations. So ideally, all of our components are server components, but sometimes you need some client-side features such as, an on-click handler. You just need some interactivity. In that case, you want to convert it to a client component. So for example, this about section, although it looks quite static, we still made it a client component with use client because we need to keep track of it when it actually is in the view, right? So that's only possible on the client. And therefore we have to convert this to a client component. We'll talk much more about that. Right, now, common misconception, by the way, if we look at these provider components that we get from the React Context API, we are also making these client components, right? So then here, when we are wrapping all of these other components in those provider components, a common misconception is that these then will also become all client components. And that's not the case, right? So something only becomes a client component if you actually put use client at the top of the file, or you are importing it in another client component. So if I'm importing section heading, right? That's as a component. So this will automatically become a client component as well. But these can still be client components without making all of these also client components, right? So you can nest server components, right? So these could all still be server components technically that are wrapped by this, right? Because these just pass along their child elements. Right, so here we have children in the active section context provider. It's just passing through the children, right? So that's why these are not automatically becoming client components, right? So a bit advanced, but this is new in Next.js. We have to learn about this. We'll talk all about this as well. All right, now one other very cool feature of Next.js these days is we have server actions. So if we look at the contact section here, we have a form. Let's see, we have a form. And then what you can do these days is you can use the action attribute, and this will actually pass the form data to you that you can then actually use on the server without creating a whole, API endpoint, right? So in the past, if you wanted to submit a form, you would do something like on submit and then handle submit, and you would have a whole separate function here that would send it to some API endpoint. And we don't have to do that these days because we have so-called server actions. So here you can use the action attribute, you get the form data, and this is still all client-side code, but then you can pass it to a server action. So here we have send email as a server action. We pass the form data, and I put the action here we're going to put that in a separate folder here, actions. And then so this send email function that we're passing it to, this will only run on the server. Right, so here we're executing a function that will only run on the server. We have use server at the top, and this can deal with all of that data, right? And we're not creating a new API endpoint, right? So we don't have something like /API/ send email. This is just a function. We don't have to deal with whole API. This is a new innovation, right? So here we will actually send an email. We're going to use a service called resend, which is by the same team as React email. So we'll talk about that. And then you can actually return an error or data that you can then immediately access here on the front end, on the client side again. All handled for us behind the scenes, this flow between server and client by Next.js. Right? And you can even use a new hook in the submit button here, for example, because you saw when I submitted this, actually I can submit again. You can see we have this loading indicator. Right? So we can use the new hook, use form status. It's still experimental, but people are already using it. You might as well already get familiar with it. You can use that. It will show you the pending state of this form, right? So really cutting edge stuff. This is really going to showcase that you are up to date on the, the latest and greatest in the world of web development. All right, so we're also going to use the Next.js image component. So let's see. In the intro section, we have image, right? So here we are using an external URL for our image. And in that case, you need to provide these width and height properties yourself, right? If you are using an image that you have locally, so here, for example, we're also going to have images for these projects, but only on wider viewports, right? So here we have images for these projects, and these are actually local, right? So let me make this a little bit wider. Right, so these images are local. They are in our local file system here. And to use them, it's a bit different with the Next.js image component. So here, if we want to use those, we can go to project here. And here you can see, let's see, image component here, we have source, and then we have a variable, image URL. Right, and we are actually importing that here. Let's see, we have some static data. So for the projects, we just have data here. So here we have that image URL, and that's a variable here because we are importing that here. Right, so we can import images, right, locally. And we'll talk about what this @/ means. But you can import some images from the public folder, and you can use that as your source for the image. And then you don't have to provide the width and height properties yourself. Next.js will automatically do that for you. Right, so it basically allows Next.js to optimize this a little bit easier and better. So typically you do want to make your images local files. Right, and on the image component, you can also place a quality setting because by default it's something like 75%. So it's going to reduce the size a lot by default, but also the quality. So you can change that. Priority to make sure that the loading happens faster than the other assets on the page, for example. Right, we'll talk all about this powerful image component of Next.js as well. All right, now if you look at the colors on the page, if we inspect these colors, for example, the background color here, you can see they actually have a little bit of blue in this. And this is a common design tactic these days. Instead of having like plain grays, people often designers often put a little bit of blue into the grays to give it a cooler look. It just looks a little bit better than just plain gray. And this is actually very typical of the Tailwind colors as well. So this Tailwind team has handpicked these colors and they make it very easy for us to use these colors, right? So this is one of the reasons why we're going to use Tailwind CSS. So you can see they actually have some plain grays, some actual pure grays. And then here on top of them, they have essentially also grays, but with increasingly more blue in them. So the zinc palette here has a little bit more blue than the just pure grays. And then we have the actual gray class name, which has even more blue. And this is actually what we're going to use mostly. And then there's also slate, which has the most blue in there, right? So this is how this color scheme is structured. Now below the neutral, you're going to have warmer colors, right? Just a warmer look, right? So that's one of the design tips that I can already give you. Right, but as we build this project, I will mention other cool modern design tips and tricks and how to implement them with Tailwind. Right, another cool thing we can do with Tailwind very easily is, for example, when I hover this button, I actually want to animate this icon to the right a little bit. It's a bit difficult to see, so let me zoom in a little bit more. So here, when I hover this, you can see the icon moves a little bit to the right. Right, so how do you implement that with Tailwind? Right, so here we have this button here that's going to be here. It's actually a link, but we're going to style it like a button. But what you can do is on hover, we want to scale this button bigger. Right, that's what we're doing. But we also want to have this icon here move to the right, and not only when we hover the actual icon, but for example also when I hover here on the left side of the button. But those are two different elements, so how do we do that? Well, what you can do is you can add the group class, and then you can say when that group is hovered, move it to the right. Right, so that's a group hover. And there are other cool things we can do in Tailwind as well. For example, here with these projects, we want to have them alternate between right and left side, right? So these images here should be on the, if it's odd, it should be on the right side, and the images on even should be on the left side. We only have 3 here, but if you add more, it automatically works, right? So the images here on the left side, well, how do we implement that? Well, we can go to the project component here and we can see. So we add the group class here to the overall outer element, and this is a motion component. We'll talk about that. It's necessary for framer motion. It allows us to do all sorts of cool animations and transitions. But it's just a normal element essentially. So we can just add the group here, and then we can go here. We can use group even, right? So we have group hover. We also have group even. So when the overall outer element is even, so that's this one, right? 1, 2, 3. We can add some special styles, right? We can even combine it, right? Group even with hover. So when it's even and the outer is hovered, right? So these are very cool tricks, a bit advanced that we can do in Tailwind. Another cool design thing these days is with these see-through backgrounds for example, the nav bar here, right? So you can see it's a bit see-through and it blurs the background. I think that looks pretty cool. So you'll learn how to implement that as well. Also, sometimes you are repeating a lot of classes in Tailwind. So for example, these little elements here, they have a subtle border around them. Right, so these skills have a subtle border, but we use that in different places as well. These cards also have a subtle border around them. Right? These buttons, these white buttons, also have a subtle border around them, and this is necessary to add some contrast between them and the background. Right, so these are some styles that we are repeating. Right, so what you can do in Tailwind, if you are repeating those classes, you can go to your globals CSS file, and here you can just add a normal class. We're calling it border black here, and you can use @apply in Tailwind, and then the Tailwind classes. That's going to be border and border black 10% opacity, and then you can just use this one, border black. Instead of repeating all of those Tailwind CSS classes for all of those elements, we now only have to add the border black class. Right, so this is another cool Tailwind trick that we're going to use. Also, in terms of responsiveness, if we look at the form here, for example, what we want is that this form is this size, but as we make the viewport smaller and smaller, it should progressively become smaller at some point as well. So here, for example, you can see it's very smooth. Here at some point, it just basically decreases with the viewport at some point, right? But then if the viewport is smaller, it doesn't become huge. It just has some maximum size, right? So these are subtle things that you need to know if you work with the front end as well. How do you implement this responsive CSS basically with Tailwind? We'll talk all about that. Now also, when we load the page here, we have these very cool intro animations, right? So this is all done with framer motion. So if we look at the nav bar, for example, it comes from up here and goes down and has this cool bouncy spring animation effect, and that's actually the default in framer motion. And then these other ones, all the other elements, they come up from a little bit lower and they come up here. So it's also staggered, so they have a bit of a delay, right? So this one's a bit faster than the other one, so it gives a staggered look. And this is very easy to implement with Framer Motion. For example, if we look at this this text here, this is in the intro. So that's actually an H1, right? So what we did was we first just used H1, right? Just an H1 for this text, and then we were like, it looks cool if we can animate that. So to do that with Framer Motion, you can just convert this into motion.h1, and then you get access to these two properties that you don't typically have on an h1 element. So you just say initially it should sit 100 pixels lower, right? 0 opacity, and then during the animation it should animate towards opacity 1 and 0 movement. Right, so that's this text. Right, so that's the only thing you have to do. If you then refresh, you will get a very cool bouncy animation. That's really playful, and I think looks it just looks really nice. And I keep refreshing to see the animation. Right, and that's also what we're using for this nav bar here. So if you pay close attention to the nav bar here, if I zoom in a little bit, you can see this home section is currently active. If I scroll down a little bit, you can see it's the about section that becomes active, and we have this background thingy that will just go to the next section, right? So you can see that also has a bit of a bouncy, springy effect. I think that looks really cool, and also very easy to implement with Framer Motion. Right? Really modern. If I click on content, you can see it slides through there, and if I click on projects, it slides through there. Right? Very smooth. And also without bugs, right? So some other people have attempted to implement this, but what happens is if you click on scales, this background thingy will first go to about and then projects and then go to scales. That's not what we want. It should immediately go to scales, right? And that's what we get, right? So that's really cool. Of course, we also have scroll-based animation. So here these projects, you can see when I scroll down, they sort of grow into the view. It's a really nice, smooth effect. Also, when we scroll out of there again, they disappear very smoothly. Right? If we look at the skill section here, if I refresh here, because we have configured it to only animate once. So if we scroll into view here for the skill section, we have this very cool staggered animation. Then the experience section also has some cool animations here, and the contact form nicely fades in. Right? So looks complicated, but very easy to implement. All right, so we're also going to use TypeScript in this project. Don't worry if you're a beginner or don't even know much about it. It's not that difficult to pick up, and you often don't even need to use it in that many instances. So in React, you often use it if you have a component that's taking props. So this project component, for example, takes props, right? Title, description tag, tags, image URL. And we're going to describe what those variables are going to be. So we'll talk about what that means. They're basically going to be some type of the project's data that we have. So that's just a constant here in our data. Right? So what we're basically saying is those props are going to be this. Right? So and specifically they're going to be this only. So only these. Right? So only these specific strings, right? So that's what we can use with asConst. This is a TypeScript feature. You can say that project's data is going to be specifically this title, not any string, right? Because by default, TypeScript will infer that this is the title, for example, is going to be a string. But we can be more precise than that because we know it's not going to be any string. It's only going to be these 3 strings. This is a constant. This is not going to change. This is not coming from some outside source. Right, we are hard coding this here, and we only want these titles to be these specific strings. So we can say asConst, and it will infer, and it will type this as literally those strings. Right, we'll talk about what that means. What I'm just said. If it's unclear to you, don't worry. Right, but that's a nice trick, that asConst trick. Also, when you're using these hooks, like use ref, for example, initially you're gonna pass null, and TypeScript may infer that reference is then going to be a null. But we know that eventually we're going to put this on a div element. So we're going to say this is going to be of type HTML div element, right? So we can type that like this with these angled brackets. Looks a bit strange, but very easy to pick up once you use it once or twice. All right, so then let's see what else we have here. We also have an email folder here. So we're going to send emails, and I just show you that. Now to style emails these days, a popular service is React Email. Makes it very easy to style your emails appropriately for all sorts of email clients. And you can even use Tailwind for this. Now it's not really important that we style it. So we keep it very basic here. We will quickly go through it. But this is how you would style it. And then to actually send an email, we use resend. That's what we're doing in the server action. Right here, we're actually sending an email. And we'll talk about how you can make it so that when we're going to send this to our own email inbox. So it would be nice if you can then sort of hit reply and then immediately send an email to whatever the user wrote here. Right? So you can use the reply to field here. And then here resend actually wants to know, the HTML or actually React component that you want to use for the email. Now what you can do is you can write React and then you can say contact form email like JSX, right? You can do this, but this is a TS file, right? Or JS file if you're not using TypeScript. And here we're using JSX, so that won't work. So we could change this to TSX, right? So now we can write this component here and it's actually expecting some props. So we can pass those. Message is message and sender email is sender email. Right, so we could, in a TSX file or JSX file, you can write JSX and without any issues. But we don't really want to convert this whole file to a TSX or JSX file just for this one line of code. So you can actually write the equivalent like this in React. Right, so you can actually just say React create element. That's actually what React is doing behind the scenes. When you're writing a React component like this, behind the scenes, it's going to convert that into many React create element function calls. So you write contact form email, and then you can pass props with an object like this. So now you don't have to convert this to a TSX or a JSX file. You can just keep it as a TS or JS file. Right, so those are subtle things that you just have to know about them as a modern developer, I think. So I will also mention those things. Also here, for example, with TypeScript, when you're catching an error, we don't really know what the type of error is going to be, because technically in JavaScript you can throw anything. You can throw a string, you can throw a number. So how do you deal with that in TypeScript, right? Not the most exciting topic as an error, dealing with errors, but professionally, if a more technical person is going to look at your project, they also want to know, these details. How do you take care of this? All right, now by the end, we're also going to deploy this to Vercel, right? So you can see here, this is live on the internet, right? So here, before I was using localhost, now I'm using this public URL hosted by Vercel, right? So it's going to be very easy to deploy to Vercel. I will even show you how to change this URL into something that looks better, because by default, you get some strange URL from Vercel, some random words in there, but you can change that to a more, well, maybe your own name, for example. There's a lot in there. You will learn a lot by doing this. Now, if you really want to become a professional React developer or Next.js developer, I have a React Next.js course coming up very close. I highly recommend you get on the email list so you can get an early bird discount. I also have JavaScript and CSS courses. I highly recommend you go through them as well, because you really need to master the fundamentals if you want to be a professional developer. I see a lot of people, they are very excited to jump into React, for example, but they haven't really mastered JavaScript itself yet, right? So you're going to run into many issues if you haven't done that yet. So I highly recommend you check out JavaScript course, in which we will build some beautiful web apps from scratch, step by step. And React and Next.js, they're going to be super easy to pick up once you have mastered those underlying fundamentals. Same with CSS, by the way, right? So you need to know how to use Flexbox, CSS grid, animations, and transitions. There's a lot to it, and it's going to be very easy to pick up Tailwind, for example, once you have already mastered CSS. So I also highly recommend, especially if you work with the front end as a full stack or front end developer, that you master CSS. Go through my CSS course. It takes an afternoon, and you'll basically never have an issue with CSS again if you go through it. So check those courses out. The links are in the description. This project also has a GitHub repo, so if you get stuck or you don't want to type out something, just go to the repo. You'll find all the code there. You can copy and paste it. You also find the images there, so you can always use that to get the code for this project. All right, so then let's actually get started. All right, so I opened up my code editor on the left side and the browser on the right side. I'm going to open a new folder here so we can get the project started. I'm going to go to my desktop here. I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm just going to call it something like portfolio. I'm going to open that up here in Visual Studio Code, and then I'm going to open up the terminal. New terminal, you can also use the shortcut. And here we want to create a new Next.js project. Now it's very important. We're going to write npx create next app at, and then we can say latest, but we don't want to use latest because it's changing quite a bit. We want to use the same version. So what we're going to use is 13.4.7. And then after that, I'm going to put a period so that it will install the project right here in this folder, so it won't create a new folder. All right, so it's going to ask us if we want to use TypeScript. Yes. We're also going to use Tailwind CSS, and if we want to use the source directory with this project. For a small app like this, I think it's not necessary, but you could make an argument for this. Use the app router, yes. Do we want to customize the default import alias? No. Okay, so then it's going to install a bunch of packages, and I'll see you once this has finished downloading. All right, so it has finished downloading this, and now if we open up the sidebar, you can see all these files and folders have been created for us. So let's actually start this app. We can type in the terminal npm run dev, and that's going to spin up a server for us. So you can see that's going to be localhost 3000. I can hold control click here to open that up. It's going to open it up in a new window. So I'm just going to copy the URL here and open it up in this window. Now Next.js in development is a little bit slow these days. So here with startup, it's going to take a couple of seconds before you can see anything on the page. And also when you make a change, it take some time. But the Next.js team is working hard on that. I think it's their #1 priority right now to improve that, so don't worry. All right, so I'm going to close the terminal here. You can see this is the default Next.js app scaffolding that we get. So let's actually take a look at this folder structure. We don't have the pages directory anymore. I mean, it still exists, but we're going to use the app directory. This is basically going to be the future of Next.js. And in there, we have 4 files here. The root of your app is going to be in the layout file here. So if I open this up, here we have one component, and this is going to be the root component of your app. So this also has the HTML and body tags. For your actual pages, you're going to use the page in this case, tsx files. So here, since this is in the root of the app directory, this is going to be for the home page, right? So then if you have a /about, you would say about, and then in here you would have another page.tsx file, and this would be the file for /about. Now in our project here, this is all going to be on one page, right? So it's a simple project. I think, for a portfolio website, you don't need multiple routes. It can all be on the home page. Much easier to quickly get some information about you for a recruiter or anyone else looking at your website. Right, so I'm going to delete this about. We don't need that. We're all going to work on this one page. Now this one page is going to be the child element, right? So that's basically what's going to be in here. Right, so here we have the root component, and this page will basically be put here. All right, so let me actually save here to remove that stuff. And let's go to page.tsx, and let's also remove all this stuff here. I'm going to keep the main element though. Right, so just remove everything, and I'm going to keep the main element. So I'm going to remove the class names, but we'll keep the main element. And I'm also going to remove this import. And you can see we can actually still name these components, right? So it's called the home component, but the file is page.tsx. Right, so then we also have this globals.css file in which we're also going to remove everything. So just remove everything here except the @Tailwind lines here. So keep Tailwind. Tailwind needs these. So we're just going to keep this. This is imported here in the layout file, right? So then the bundler can pick it up. And in here, we also are importing this inter font. I think this is one of my favorite fonts, so I think we should use this. So it's a bit strange here. So we have to import inter and then it sort of instantiate it. And then we can use inter.className here, which is already done for us. This metadata is necessary for what you see here in the tab. So here, create next app is what you see here in the tab. That's this title here. Let's actually change this. So in this example, we're going to have a fictional person called Ricardo, and I'll just have this bar here. We'll call this personal portfolio, just closing the sidebar there. And then the description is, well, basically what this website is about, right? So this is also going to show up on Google, for example. So here we can just, type something. Ricardo is a full stack developer with 8 years of experience. Right, so now when I save this file, you can see it's a bit small here. I can't zoom in there, but you can see it's now changed into whatever we put here as the title. You can also see we have this fav icon here in the tab, and that's actually also coming from within the app directory. So if you have a fav icon.ico or ico file in your app directory, that will automatically become the fav icon, right? So you don't have to manually specify that here. It will automatically be picked up by Next.js. Now we're going to use a different one. So let's remove this one. And that gave me a brief error for some reason. And it's actually interesting that we get an error here because we are not importing favicon ourselves anywhere. So here's already, sometimes you get these issues with Next.js. There's some things that are simply not working properly. So sometimes when this happens, I just, I will just restart and see what happens. So I'm going to restart here. I'm going to run npm run dev again. And let's see what happens. All right, so a bunch of stuff happening. All right, so we get the same result. We still get this error. So usually what happens then is I start to think it's something with this cache that they have. So what you can do is this next folder, you can just delete the next folder and it will just be recreated the next time you run the dev server. So it's not a big deal. I'm going to delete everything here. And now we get this error. We cannot, we can't do this for some reason. My guess is because this server is running. So let's try that again. Delete this folder. Yeah, so now that the folder is gone, so now we can try running the server again, npm run dev. And let's refresh here. You can see the next folder is automatically created again. All right, so now when we come back, we indeed see that there's no error anymore. So it was probably something to do with the cache. I'm not sure exactly how they're handling this. That's usually, this is the real world, right? You're gonna run into errors and this is how I would solve the error. Just restart the server, try removing this next folder because they do some kind of caching there. And eventually, if that didn't solve it, I would have to stop the video and start really Googling or something. Usually, other people have the same problem. So usually there's going to be some solution out there. All right, so currently we have a blank page. So let's actually see what we should add here. Let's actually start with the background. So the background is not going to be a plain white color. It's actually a bit of a blue color. And then we're going to have these two colors in there. They're basically like big blurry dots, which is a popular design trend these days. So for the background, we want to put that on the body element. So let's actually style it here. Right, so here we need to change it a bit because we're using this interclass name here. So let's make this a template literal. So within the curly braces, we can use this backticks. And then we can use the $sign and then again curly braces for this variable. And then after that, we can just write our other class names here. Right, so this is going to be BG gray 50. When you do that, you'll see that the background has changed a bit. It's very subtle, which is what you want for backgrounds, which is now more blue color. Now, one of the reasons that we're using Tailwind is because it comes with a lot of handy features out of the box, like colors. So the creators of Tailwind have actually handpicked these colors, these color palettes for us. So it makes it very easy for us to create projects with really nice color schemes that are consistent and basically cover the whole range of what you need. Now, a very quick design tip. Like I just said, you can see the background is a bit of blue. It's not pure gray. And this is a very typical design trend that you're going to see a lot these days. Right, so if I just added a color here so we can get the color picker here. If I just pick a color here, you can see it's a bit of, I can't zoom in here, but you can see there's a little bit of blue in there. Right, so here you can see these are the colors that you get out of the box. They do actually have a plain gray color palette. They call it neutral, but usually you want to, that's going to be too plain. So usually you want to add a little bit of blue into your grays, very typical. And they basically have 3 degrees to which you can do that. So sync is a little bit of extra blue, and then gray is actually not plain gray. That's actually gray with quite a bit of blue in there, even more than sync. And then this slate has the most blue in there. So if you want a really bluish grays, this is what you would use slate. Now we're mostly going to use gray though, right? So this is the actual gray, and then up here it's more blue. Usually it also gives a bit of a colder look, a cooler look, which looks good. But sometimes you actually want a warmer look. So then they also have some grays with a little bit of yellow or orange in them. So here we have stone, and then of course red and orange, right? So after neutral, you're gonna get the more warmer colors, right? But we're just gonna use BG gray and then whatever number we deem appropriate. Now we also want to set the default text color. So we can do that on the body as well, and it will be inherited by all the other elements that need a color property, right? So by the way, it's really important as a front-end developer or full-stack developer that you have mastered the underlying fundamentals. That's not only JavaScript, but also CSS, right? So Tailwind is really easy to pick up once you've mastered CSS itself. So I highly recommend that you check out my CSS course. You can do it in an afternoon, and if you go through it, you'll basically never have an issue with CSS again. So here we can say text gray, and here we get some options from IntelliSense. So here we can see the different colors. I want to use the most dark one here, so we're going to say 950. By the way, I recommend that you install this Tailwind extension here. It will give you that. It will give you those classes, right? So that's where I get them from. Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. It's by the official Tailwind Labs company. Right, so this will be inherited. All right, so then let's add those colors. So I picked a bluish color and a bit of a red or orangey color. So this is also a bit of a design trend that I've picked up on. You just add like a dot of color. It's going to be blurry, but look kind of cool. It makes it look a bit more interesting. So let's add that here as well. So we have two of those colors. So we're just going to create an empty div for each of them. So here in the body, this children will be where the actual page will be placed. And here we're just going to have two divs, two empty divs. And I'll just duplicate this. And this first one will be for the left one. It's going to be the bluish one. So they will have custom colors. So here we have BG, and then usually in Tailwind you can use gray, blah, blah, blah. Or you can have something custom. You can use square brackets. And this is going to be hex code FBE2E3. Now they need to be positioned absolute, which will take it out of the normal flow as it's called. So they're not going to take up any space. And we're going to position them from the top, right? So with absolute positioning, you have top, left, right, bottom, offset. So here we're going to say it should actually be going up a little bit. And actually, let me make this a little bit wider. Right, so we actually want to pull it up a little bit. So it's going to be a negative number here, right? So negative 6 rem. We should try using the rem unit here because that's also what Tailwind uses. And then we're going to say it should sit 11 rem from the right. And actually this is going to be the red color. The other one will be the blue one. This is going to be the more red, reddish color. So we also need to give this a height and width. So we can say a height of 31.25 rem. Right, so you can see these are all custom values, right? And I have wrapping on. So when I make the size of my code editor smaller or wider, it's going to wrap. Right, so that's why it looks a bit strange here with H and then it's cut off, but it's just because of my code wrapping here, line wrapping. All right, so then the width is also going to be 31.25 rem, the exact same. So then we can make it a circle by using rounded full. And then we want to make it very blurry. And actually, let's just see actually without the blur what we get. Right, so then we just have a plain, circle, but then the trick is to make it very blurry. So we can say blur and also custom value of 10 rem. And then it's almost disappeared. You almost don't see it, but it's still here, right? Very subtle, which is what we want. Now we're also gonna work on responsiveness. So in Tailwind, you can use these breakpoints. So we're gonna say from small viewports and bigger, right? So it's mobile first in Tailwind. If it crosses some threshold, we're gonna increase the size a little bit. So we're gonna say on small viewports and bigger, the width should actually be 68.75 rem. Right, so if I save here, and now for some reason it's not blurred anymore, so let me refresh. Okay, so for some reason it's not blurred anymore, so let's see. Of course, yeah, so just a typo. Right, so now it's blurred again, and now we have a very subtle reddish color. Now we actually can just duplicate this entire div. So let's just remove the empty one and just duplicate this and just change the color here. So this one, the blue one needs to be DBD7FB. And this needs to sit, let's see, only -1 rem. Or actually it needs to be pulled up 1 rem to the top. All right, so then instead of right, we're gonna have left. And then the custom value is not gonna be 11 rem. It's gonna be -35 rem. All right, now this one is a bit difficult here because you can imagine that as the viewport gets smaller and smaller, you have to reposition these dots. Otherwise, they're going to fall off the screen or they're going to overlap with each other and the blue is going to become too dominant, right? So we want to have the red a little bit in here as well. So we're going to have a bunch of breakpoints here just to position them a little bit better as the viewport changes. So here from medium and onwards, so we say MD, the left should actually be negative 33 rem. And on large, and you can also copy this, if you don't want to type this out, you can also just copy this on the GitHub repo. So here we have on large, we can say left should be negative 28 rem, and on XL, it should be left negative 15 rem, and on 2XL, it should be left negative 5 rem. Right, so you can see almost every breakpoint we're changing the position a little bit, and that's sometimes necessary, right? So with a huge element like this, the positioning gets very awkward really often, so you really need to be precise on positioning for each breakpoint. All right, so now if we have this, you can see we have a little bit of color in the background, right? So if we compare this with the example, you can see that looks about right. Right, it looks a little bit more interesting now. All right, so we're using absolute here, absolute positioning. Usually you then also want to use relative on the element that they should be positioned to relatively. So if we go to this body here and we add the relative class, they will be positioned relative to the body, right? So make sure you also add this. Right, and then I made one small mistake. So for this blue one here, the width should not be 31.25, but should be 50 rem. And what we also want to do is we're going to put content on top of it. So we want to play with the Z index here. We'll actually give it a negative Z index. You can just do that by placing a minus in front of it. And we'll just use 10 and just add the same one here. Then everything will be on top of these dots. So if I save here, it still works. All right, let's also add the fav icon. So if you go to the GitHub repo, you can just go into app. And then here you'll see this fav icon file. Now, if you click on that, you won't see anything, but you have a download button here. So let's just download this. And then it's downloaded here. So then here, I'm going to open up this sidebar. And I'm going to click and drag this here in the app folder. Right, and then I'll just change the name into fav icon. Right, so Next.js will automatically pick this up and make this the fav icon. Now I've noticed that during development that actually doesn't work so smoothly, but when we will deploy it to Vercel and make it live on the internet, it works. So you may actually not see anything here during development, or maybe when you remove the cache here and try again, but we'll leave it like this for now. Right, so make sure you have that file here in your app folder. All right, so then let's see what else are we going to need. Let me close everything here. So we have the app folder here with page and layout. We have this next folder, which is just something that Next.js uses internally. We don't really have to do anything here. Node modules for our installed packages. And we also have a public folder where you can put static assets like images. Now we don't need these, so let's actually remove these. But this is also what we will use, for example, for the PDF file. Now what we're also going to use is a lib folder. So let's actually create a new folder here in the root called lib, as in a library. And we're going to add some data here that we're going to use in the project. So let's create a new file in here. Let's call it data.ts. And in here, what we're going to place is if we go to lib, right? So you can go to the GitHub repo, go to lib, and then into data.ts. Here you can see all the data that we're going to use. So for example, we're also going to use some links here, right, for the nav bar. We're going to use this data for the experiences section, the projects, and the skills, right? So we're not going to type all of this out by hand. We're just going to copy all of this. Let's just copy all of this, and don't worry, I'll explain everything as we start using this. So I'm going to copy everything here from the data file, and I'm going to paste it right here. All right. Now, when you do that, we get an issue because we are going to use icons here. So for example, here we'll talk about what all of this means. React create element, what is that? But you can see we're using this icon here, and it's coming from a package called React Icons. So let's install that package. I'm going to open up the terminal here. I'm going to close out of my server here, and I'm going to run npm install react-icons. So this is I think the most popular package for icons in React. Okay, so then I can start the dev server again, npm run dev. All right, so now that error is gone. Now also what we're going to need is images. So here you can see, if we look at the project, here in the project section, we're using these images, right? Now you can include images as an external URL, or just like the fav icon, we can place them here locally in a public folder. That's what we're gonna do. So let's go to the public folder. This is the final code. Let's go into the public folder here. Here you can see some of this, actually all of the static assets that we're gonna use. So we have 3 images here and also a dummy PDF file, right? So that here, when you click on this, you are actually downloading a PDF file. Now you don't have to download that. What you can simply do is create a new file in the public folder and just call that cv.pdf, right? And we'll leave it empty for now. In the real world, this should be your actual CV file, right? Or resume if you're American. I get this notification, but we don't need that. This will just be an empty file here. And then I want to have these 3 images in the public folder. So I'm going to download them. So I'm going to click download. And the other ones as well. And these 3 projects are actually projects of my JavaScript course. So if you want to be a professional developer, it is really important that you have mastered JavaScript. So check out that course as well. So then we can click and drag this here into the public folder. Right, so just click and drag them here. Corp command as well. All right, so that was a bit of hassle setting everything up, but now we can close the GitHub repo and we have all the things that we need. Right, so I'm going to close everything here. Right, so if I go to data now, these images are being imported. Right, we'll talk about what all of this means, including what this @ means. Right, but we don't want to write out everything here. Right, we'll also talk about TypeScript. Right, so we have as_const here. This is a TypeScript thing. Right, we'll talk all about that. Right, so let's close everything here. So we're still at our page here. Now let's continue by adding the header. Right, so if you look here, the header has 6 links and you can click on them and you will actually go to that section. And there's a very cool, and I will actually zoom in a little bit more. Right, so if I click here, you can see there's a very cool background thingy or color that will actually move very smoothly with us as we go through the sections. Right, it has even like a little bounce at the end of the animation. And this is a typical animation that you can easily implement with Framer Motion, which is a very popular library for implementing animations and transitions. It also works here, by the way. If we just manually scroll to a different section, you can see that if I go from, let's say, this project section to skills or about to skills, it now becomes skills. If I scroll down a little bit more, and it's because I'm zoomed in that it's a bit confused, back to 100%, the project section is working properly as well. Right, so this is very cool. I think it looks a really nice header. So let's implement this. Now I should mention it's also 100% responsive, right? So on very small viewports, it's going to become this full width header, and it still works the same way, right? Very cool background effect, blur background effect, also very popular design trick. Now it also has a really cool intro animation. So as we load the page, you can see it sort of comes from up here, down here, and there's a bit of a bounce. And this is really easy to implement actually with Framer Motion. All right, so this is a component. Now, where are we going to put components? We could put them in the app directory, but I think it's a bit cleaner in terms of project structure that we only keep the files that are actually directly related to routing in the app folder. And then all the other components, we're going to create a separate folder for them. So let's do that. Let's create a new folder called components. And here we're going to have a header component, header.tsx. Now you can use snippets here. So I have installed an extension here called ES7 Plus React snippets. So you can install it as well. And then you can just type out RFC, for example, for a React functional component. Right, so then you get this, and then you can immediately change the name into proper casing, and maybe you want to change that. So if I save here, I'm using Prettier, by the way, so it will automatically get formatted for me. So we don't want to return a div here. We actually do want to use the header tag that we have in HTML. All right, so this header is actually going to be 2 parts. So we're going to have the actual white background. That's going to be 1 div. And then we actually have a separate part, which is the nav with the links and the text itself. We need to do it separately because of the animation. All right, so here, this header, this is going to be the container that holds those 2 things. So this one will only have a z index because we always want this to be on top. we'll just use a custom value, and we will also give this position relative because the other ones in here will be actually the ones in there will actually be position fixed, but we need to make this relative to make the z index work. Right, it has to do with how the z index works. All right, so let's start off with that white background. I'm gonna let's start off with that white background. It will actually just be an empty div, but we're gonna style it as follows. So this will actually be fixed because we want both the white background as well as the text will also be fixed. We want it to scroll with us. So 0 from the top, 50% from the left. And this is actually going to be on small screens, right? So we're going to have a breakpoint soon, and that will be for the wider screens. So rounded none. It's going to have a border white, border opacity of 40. Right, so quite a few classes here. If you don't want to type along, maybe you're coding along and this is a bit too much for you, you can also go to the GitHub repo and just copy it for the header. We're going to have a bit of see-through, right? So if we scroll down here, you can see the background here is slightly see-through and it has a bit of a blur effect. This is a very popular design technique as well these days. So to do that, we just have to make the background white. So we say BG white, and then we can just change the BG opacity to 80%. We're also going to give it a shadow, and we're going to change the shadow color. So we can say shadow black, and then it's / and then square brackets 0.03, so 3% opacity. Now for that blurred background, we can use backdrop blur, and then it's 0.5 rem. All right, so then for wider viewports from smaller and bigger, we'll say should use top 6, and then the height should be 3.25 rem, and the width should be 36 rem. And we'll have rounded full. Okay, so that's quite a lot of styling. Again, check out the CSS course if you want to know what all of this is. I want to explain everything, but we just don't have the time, right? But I mean, position fixed means it's going to scroll with us, right? So now it's here and it will scroll with us, right? So I actually added some height to the body here so we can scroll. This is just temporary, right? So quite a few classes here. And if we go back now, you can see we have this. Now let's just add some height here so we can actually scroll down. So here in the body, I'm just going to say height of, let's say 5,000 pixels. We'll remove this later. But now we can scroll down and you can see it scrolls with us. All right. Now, if you do this, this won't work yet because we need to add this to the page, right? So remember the root is the layout here. And here we have this children prop. And this will basically be the page, right? Now, typically what you're going to have is this header is going to be the same for all pages. And here we're only going to have one page. But typically you have the header here and then the page main content here and then a footer here. We'll add the footer later. So let's just add this header here. And you also need to import this, right? So here we're saying import header from add components header, right? So why is this add? Well, this add is just an easier way of writing these paths because sometimes you're going to have like dot / dot to go up a folder and then go up another folder. So to prevent all of that, we can just have this add, and this is just an alias for, well, in this case, you can see it if you go to tsconfig. Next.js has automatically set this up for us. You can see here that this add / is basically an alias for dot / here. So that means the root here. So that means when you see add, it means start from the root, then go into components, the components folder, and then it's this header file, right? And it's a default export. So it's export default function header. So we could import it like this without curly braces. If it was not a default export, but just normal export, a named export, now we get an error. So you have to add the curly braces in that case, right? And then the error disappears again, right? But let's keep it the default export so we can import it like this. All right, so now when we do this, we see this rectangular rounded corner shape on the page. It scrolls with us, but of course it's not sitting in the center. So what we can do, and the reason is that we're saying it should sit 50% from the left here. So that means it's going to take 50% and then it puts the element there. But that's not what we want. We want the center of this element to coincide with the center of the page. So we have to pull it back a little bit. So what we can do is we can use transform translate, and we want to use a negative value. So you can use a minus in front, translate X, and then it should be half. That's going to be half its own size. It's going to be pulled back by half its own size. So now it's perfectly in the center. All right, now let's try to animate this. Before we add the text, let's just try and see if we can get that cool intro animation. And we're going to use something called Framer Motion. This is a very popular library, and as a front-end developer, you definitely need to know this. So we need to install that. It's a package. So we can go to terminal again, and I can install it here or just leave that running and just open up a new terminal, right? So you can click on this. I have this running now. I can click on plus and I get a new terminal window. So we're going to say npm install Framer Motion, right? So maybe you've heard of Framer. That's a design software, and they've actually published this package, and we can use that. So let's install that. All right, so now it's installed. I can close this. This is still running. And what we can do, instead of having a normal div element like this, we're going to make this a motion div. So let's actually import this manually. So we can say import motion from Framer Motion. Copilot already suggested for me. And then we can use this motion. It always works like this. You just write motion dot in front of it, and also make sure you get the closing tag right. So instead of a normal div, it now becomes motion.div. And this gives us some special props that we can use. Right, so all of the normal props of the div still work, but now also some additional ones. And those are going to be the following. So we can say initially, and actually we already get some suggestions here from Copilot. So here we can say the initial position of this thing, this element should sit, well, let's see, negative 100. That means 100 pixels higher. And the opacity initially should be 0. That's going to be the initial position. And then again, I get some suggestions, and this is actually what we want. So I'm going to press tab here. Right, so Copilot, by the way, if you don't have it yet, definitely get it. It's so worth it. It's easily worth the money. So yeah, it's not even a debate in my opinion. Like you can make the ROI calculation, but it's easily worth it. I think it's like $15 per month or something like this. But what you get back for that is much more than $15 in value. All right, so here, what we're going to say is this animation should make this Y should be simply be 0 again, so no movement. So that means it's going to start off higher and then it's going to go back to here. And the opacity should become 1. All right, so let's actually see what we get. So let's save here. And now if we refresh, and actually we get an error. Oh, I already clicked refresh. Yeah, so we're going to get an error here because this motion.div is using use effect. Well, we don't see that here, but in the this is a component, and this is using use effect, and that's a React hook, and we can only use that in so-called client components. So we need to make this header a client component. You can do that by going up here and say use client. Right, so ideally we could keep this a server component because there are certain advantages to that. So by default, everything in the app folder is a server component. And so if you import something from the components folder in there, it's also going to be a server component. But here we actually explicitly made it a client component. So now this is going to be a client component. And we lose some of the benefits, but in a small project like this, it doesn't really matter that much. But now what we get in return is all sorts of client-side functionality. So we can interact with the browser APIs. We can use state, use effect, right? So if you need to interact, if you have some kind of interactive component, that's going to be a client component. And if you have a more presentational component, that's going to be a server component, right? We'll talk more about that. All right, so let's refresh here. And you can see it's already working. We have a really cool intro animation here. Very easy to set up. We don't have to write any CSS ourselves. And it has a little bounce in there, right? That's the default animation that Framer Motion has. We can customize it, but I actually like it. So let's keep it. It's very playful. And what it's basically doing is it's using CSS animations and transitions under the hood, right? So if you already went through my CSS course or you're already familiar with that, this is going to be very easy to pick up. So if you, now, of course, the position here isn't correct. And the reason is actually because it's using that transition here. So here we actually manually set the translate here. There's a transform. But here we're sort of overriding that because it's going to create a new transform for that. So here, what we're going to do, This is a bit advanced, and this is an example of where it's really important that you understand the fundamentals. So here you really need to understand CSS animations and transitions. So what Framer is doing is it's going to create a new transform rule. It's going to create a new transform declaration when it does this animation, which will override this, what we wrote here. So instead of doing it ourselves like this, we can just make Framer just take this as well. And so both initially and at the end, it should just be that negative 50%. So we can remove it, what we just had, and just we'll have one transform basically from Framer motion. All right, so if I save here and now go back, you can see it's positioned in the center and we have a super cool intro animation. Right, and just to prove this to you here in the Elements tab, let me zoom in a little bit. You can see here it's using transform, right? We didn't write this transform. That's coming from Framer motion here, right? So translate X, that's what it's doing here, and opacity 1 is also coming from here, right? So just CSS animations and transitions. This is super easy to pick up once you have mastered CSS itself. So definitely make sure you learn that properly. Now let's also check responsiveness here. So if I make this a little bit smaller, you can see indeed it's responsive. And also let's see if the animation works properly here. Yeah, animation also works. All right, so nice. Now let's add, of course, the actual text here. Right, so the actual links. So ideally, we could just write that in here, right, like normally. However, we're also going to animate these links themselves. And I mean the background thingy. Right, so you can see the background thingy changes. Right, that's also an animation from Framer. And unfortunately, I run into issues if I try to do that within this motion.div. So the only solution that I could come up with is to simply split this up in a different element here outside this div. So now we're gonna have that nav, and that's gonna hold the actual links. Or this should also be scrolling with us, right? So it's gonna have some of the same style. So set fixed. I should set a bit more from the top. So we'll make that a custom value here. It should also sit 50% from the left. We'll give it some height. We're gonna pull it back a little bit, right? Because there's 50% from the left, but that's too much. So here we are pulling it back a little bit, but we're doing it through Framer motion. Here we're not going to use that on the nav itself. So here we have to do it ourselves. We'll use negative translate x 1.5. We'll add some padding vertically and then some responsiveness here. So we'll change this to 1.7 rem and we'll reset the height and we'll remove the padding here, right? So we have to make our projects responsive. You do that with these breakpoints. It's a bit annoying in Tailwind that you have to keep writing SM instead of once. You have to write it for each property that you're changing. All right, so that's the nav itself. Now in there, we're going to have a list of links. All right, so this is a list. So we're going to have UL, and that's going to hold all of those links. Now those links, let's see, we have copied that from the GitHub repo in here, right? So this is part of the data. So these are the links that we have, right? So each link is actually it's going to be a list of links. So it's an array in JavaScript. And each object represents one link that has a name, well, home, and then a hash. Right, so we're going to use, if I make this not full screen, if you look at the URL, if I click here, we're using hash for routing. We're not really routing, it's basically just a section on the page. And that will also easily make this very smooth with the scrolling. Right, so that's just a hash. All right, so we need to import this. This is not a default export, this is a named export. So here in the header, if we want to import that, we have to use the curly braces. So it will say import links from, and it actually already suggested for me, but just to make it clear to you, this lib folder is in the root of our project. And so we can start from the root, that's that add / go into lib, and then in data, right? We don't have to provide the extension here. The bundler will automatically, okay. So now we have access to those links. Now remember, it's an array of objects. Oops. So here in this list, we're going to map over that. And you can see Copilot already suggested for me. Now, of course, these are the things that you may already know. I like to put it on a new line here. So links.map, we're gonna get a link object. And what we're gonna return for each link is the following. I'm using parentheses here, not curly braces. So we get a suggestion here from Copilot, and we're not gonna use that. Here we need to use an li. And remember, if you're mapping here in React, you have to give each element a unique key. You could use the index here, it's not terrible, but here we're going to use link.hash because we know that the hash has to be unique. Now then in here you typically have the anchor tag, the actual link. Now in Next.js comes with a custom link component which has certain benefits. Also has to do with like browser history, so when you click on back and forth, it keeps track of all sorts of things. So better to use the component that Next.js gives us if we can. So we can actually just write that. So if we write link, you should see some suggestion here for next link. If you click on that or press tab, it will automatically import that for you. If it didn't import this for you, you can just import it like this, right? So that's the link that we want. And actually it's not self-closing because we actually want some text in there. Right, so then here what we will output within the link is the link name, right? Link name is going to be home about. All right, so here we get an issue. So this link needs an href, right? So here's where we're going to add the hash. Right, so here we can just say link.hash, and I'm going to save here, and then let's see what we get. It's going to be, it's not going to be looking good because we haven't styled it yet, but we can see the links are now here. Right, I can also click on it, and indeed we see the URL changing. Right, I'm going to remove that for now. All right, so let's make sure that it's just positioned properly on top of this white element that we created before. So this list, these LIs, they should sit. We're going to use Flexbox here, right? Flexbox is so important. Make sure you have mastered Flexbox. So we can just write flex, and it will already position all of these horizontally. It's the default layout in Flexbox. And then let me actually make this a bit smaller so you can see what's going to happen as I type these classes. So we'll give this a width of 22 rem. We'll allow the flex items to wrap. It's especially important on the smallest viewports. We're going to center them vertically and also center them horizontally. We're going to add a gap vertically, but that's more important on mobile. We're going to set the text size to 0.9 rem. We're going to make the font weight font medium. The color should be text gray, right? That we talked about the color palette. So you can just use text and then whatever that color from the color palette is, or BG, you can use that gray color. Right, so whenever you can provide a color, you can use that from the color palette. So text gray 500. Now on wider viewports, we're going to reset that width to initial, and we're going to say it's not allowed to wrap on wider viewports, so from small and up. And also on small and up, we're going to have both horizontally and vertically a gap of 5. All right, so when I save here, this is what we have now. It's not perfect yet, so we also need to style the LIs themselves here and also the links. So here we need to give these LIs a height of 3/4, so that will make it 75% height of their parent element. And then we're going to center the link in there. So it's easy to do center with Flexbox. So we're just going to say flex item center and justify center. All right. And then the actual link, we're also going to center the text within here. So again, it's easier to do that with Flexbox. So we're going to say the width should be full, item center, justify center, padding horizontally and padding vertically. And when we hover these items, we want to change the color. So we can say hover colon text gray. The default is 500 here in this list. So here we're going to make it darker, 950. Okay, so then we have this. If you hover it, you can see the color changes, but it's not very smooth. So to make it smooth, we can just say transition, which will make it a CSS transition, a bit smoother. All right, so this looks good. Let's double check responsiveness here. And here on mobile, it's a bit, the sizing is off here. And I think we just missed one class here. Yeah, so we just have to add one class here to the nav. It also needs to be a flex container. So when we do that and now go back, yeah, it's also responsive. All right, cool. Now let's add the animation. So here in the example, it should just follow the animation of the white div behind it. Now we could do it with a nav, right? So we could say motion.nav, but we're going to have an additional animation here for these LIs or the backgrounds here basically. And I found that it's better and easier to do this with the LI. So if we just make this the motion component, right? So this is just something that I found during development. So we're going to make the LIs motion.li. So make sure both opening and closing tags are motion components now. And then we get access to the motion props. So if I type here, oh, actually, Copilot already gives me the right ones. And actually, this is the same as before, right? So here we can just press tab. All right, so if we try this, if I save here, and now you can see, if I refresh, we have a very cool header animation, right? So it's pretty cool. Nice little bounce. And yeah, I think it looks really playful, really slick. All right, now before we implement the rest of the functionality here, right? So here we want to have, basically we want to keep track of the active section. Let's actually add some sections before we do that. So let's actually continue with this intro section. So we will have a photo, we will have some text, and then we'll have some buttons here with some hover effects. And of course, this also has an intro animation, right? So we have an emoji here, right? So I think this looks pretty cool. Right, so here we have a pretty cool animation as well. Right, also the default animation with a bouncy effect, or a spring animation officially as it's called. All right, so we'll add some sections and then we'll come back to the nav to actually implement that active section feature. There's one more thing I want to mention about these links that we imported. So if we go to data here, and so we are importing this, and it says links.map, and then we get the actual link objects. Now we're using TypeScript here, so we are doing something here that's a TypeScript feature, which is we're saying as const. So if we leave this off, and let's see what we get. So here, when I do this, it's going to, we're not explicitly typing this. So TypeScript will try to infer what this is, what these types are. So here, if I hover links, you can see it's inferring that this is an array of objects with a name that is a string and a hash that is a string. And this is correct, of course, right? These are not numbers, right? We don't want to have numbers here, right? So then here, when I go to links, we can see it's an array. And then we can see the link is indeed an object with name string, hash string, right? And this is fine, but we can be even more precise. And generally speaking, TypeScript is about, yeah, it's really about being more precise. So we can be more precise because this is not just going to be any string, right? So here we're just saying could be any string, could be any hash. And here, since it's a constant, this will not really change. If we have to add another route, we will just add that here, but it will not be any kind of random string, right? So it will always be exactly what's in the array here. So we can be more precise. So not just any string, we can say this should be exactly as it's written now, right? So it should be specifically these strings. So the first link is going to be an object with name home and hash home. So not just any string, it's going to be specifically that string. Now, when you do asconst, it will also make all of this read-only, right? So now when you go back to this link, it knows that this link is not just going to be any string, but it's going to be specifically one of these strings, right? So it's a little bit more precise, right? So you can tack on asconst, and actually that's what we're going to do with these other constants as well, because these are not going to be random strings, right? So these are only going to be the strings that we explicitly define here. So yeah, we just make it a little bit more precise, and in return for that, we get some better IntelliSense here. Here we can see what the actual strings are going to be. All right, so let's continue with the intro section. So we're going to have an image with emoji, text, and buttons. So let me close this. So where should we add that? Well, remember, we're going to use the app folder only for if it's a route. Now, technically, the intro section, you could see it as a route, but it's not going to be a separate page or anything. So we're just going to put that here in the components folder. So we'll say intro.tsx, right? Because we're not going to use the actual app directory features, like make this an intro and then make this a separate page.tsx. That's how you would do it, and then you would get /intro as the route. Right, but here we're going to have everything on one page, so we're not going to use that functionality. All right, so here to quickly scaffold a component, I can use my extension, just write RFC, and this is what we get. Let's change it to uppercase intro. Right, components still need to be written with uppercase. All right, so then here, instead of using a div, it's better to use a section tag because everything in here is related to each other. Right, so if everything belongs to the same semantic meaning, it's better to use the section tag. If you're just using a div for styling or to quickly split up one part from the other, it's better to use div, right? Which stands for divider. Section is basically the same as div, but it has more semantic meaning. All right, so let's just add all the things that we're gonna need. So in the section, we're gonna have the upper part here, which is just gonna be this image. So we're gonna have a div, but the div is gonna stretch all the way. So we're gonna have another div that will just hold this image and the emoji. So we'll have that div that stretches all the way, and we'll give this some class names. We'll use Flexbox again, Item Center, and Justify Center. Now this stretches all the way, but this will center the following div, right? So this flex here is centering this div within it. And in this div, we will have the image and emoji. So Next.js also has an image component. So if you type image, and for me, it's the second option here. So if I pick this one, it will automatically import this image component from Next.js. Right, it's self-closing. So here we need to provide a couple of things. So if you hover it, we now have an issue. They have an alt prop, but we of course also need a source in the first place. Now the source for this image, you can find that on Unsplash. So you can go to unsplash.com and you can find somebody's image, or of course use your own image, a photo of yourself. So I found a photo on Unsplash, and you can find the link in the description if you want the exact same. This is the one I'm using. And then we also need to provide an alt property for accessibility, but also for search engine so they know what the image is about. So we can just say Ricardo portrait. And if you save now, we will actually get an error because this is an external image. So let's see what happens. And actually nothing happens yet because we haven't included this intro component into our app yet. Right, so let's go let's see the layout. So this layout right now, we have these two divs, right? Those are the colors in the background. We added the header and we're gonna add a footer later. And then we have this children prop, and that will just be the page, right? So we don't want to add the intro and everything else to the layout. We just want to add this to the home page. Right, so the home page will have all of those sections. So here we just have an empty main here for now. So let's actually add that intro component. So we'll just say intro. And here to automatically import it, you can place the cursor here, press Control or Command space, and then it will already suggest this import. All right, so if I save here, let's see what we get. And we're gonna get this error, yeah. So with Next.js, if you're using an external image, meaning it's not here in your local file system, right? So remember, we're gonna have some images here. These are local, right? And ideally you do have them local because it allows Next.js to optimize them a little bit better. But here we're using an external image. And when you do that, you need to provide the width and all the width and height properties yourself. So here, if it's a local image, Next.js will actually add the width and height itself. You don't have to do that. But here with an external image, we're going to set it to 192 ourselves. Now we actually can also set a quality prop. So Next.js will optimize this image, and by default, it will make it something like 80% quality. Now we're going to make it 95%, so we still have some savings in terms of size, but it won't really be a big difference in terms of quality. And since this image is also above the fold, and it's basically the only image in the first image above the fold, it's also generally recommended to add priority is true here. So this image will be loaded as fast as possible. And actually you can see we get an issue here because we're providing a string here. This should be a Boolean true. All right, so if we save here, let's see if that works. So it still won't work because we have to do something else. Yeah, so now what we get is it says something about invalid source prop, host name, images is not configured under images in next config. So what you need to do is go to the config file for Next.js. So when you create a Next.js project, it will already have that file as well. Let's see, here's next config.js. So in this object, we need to add, so we can actually click here. Usually Next.js has some information about a particular error. So here you can see they want you to add this. So here in the config, we just have to add images and then the domains. It's actually suggested by Copilot, but according to Next.js, it should be remote patterns. And that's going to be an array. And then it's an object with, let's see, I think the most important thing is host name. So the host name of this image is images.unsplash.com. And we don't have to add port or path name. Now protocol would also be a good idea. So we'll say HTTPS. And now we can use this host name with secure protocol when you use external links. Right, so now when we go back and let's refresh, see if that works. And that doesn't work. For some reason, my server stopped running, so I'm gonna restart. All right, so now I'm gonna load the page again. And again, yeah, Next.js is a bit slow with startup, but also when you make a change, so it's gonna take some time. All right, so we see the image. Let's quickly style this image. We'll position it better in a second. So class name needs to be, it needs to have a certain height. So we'll say H24, W24. This will make it a circle, rounded full. And we'll also add a border. So we'll add a border and it's going to be of size 0.35 rem. And the color is going to be border white as suggested here. Now, typically when you work with images, they have a certain aspect ratio. So when you start playing with the height and width, I consider it a best practice to also use object cover, which will preserve that aspect ratio. Sometimes you want to use object fit, but usually it's object cover. And we'll actually also give it a shadow, so box shadow, so shadow XL. Okay, we'll deal with the positioning in a second. Now let's also add the emoji. So here after the image, we'll use a span here. And that emoji, on Windows, I can press the Windows key and dot. Right, so Windows key period. And that will give me this menu here with emojis. Now I'm going to use this waving hand symbol. Just click on that and I get this here. I'm actually not sure what the exact combination is on Mac, but you can also just Google a hand waving emoji and you can just copy and paste that. Or you can go to the GitHub repo for this project and go into this file and just copy it, Control C, Command C, and just paste it into your file. Right, so you can also just Google it, hand waving emoji, and here there's Emojipedia. And here you can just copy it, right, and then paste it here. Now these emojis are actually just text, so we can just style it like text. So here we can say text dash 4XL. So we're just setting a font size essentially, and you can see it actually responds to that. You can also select it like text. All right, so let's quickly deal with the positioning here. Why is it sitting below the nav bar? Isn't the nav bar taking up any space? And actually the header here, it's all position fixed, which will take it out of the normal flow as it's called. So now when we add this stuff here, it's going to act as if this doesn't exist. So it's just going to be right at the beginning here, right? So this, when you use position fixed, it's not going to take up any space anymore. So if you're using a fixed header, typically the way to solve this is to go to the body element. And here in the body, we can just add some padding to the top to push everything down again. Right, so we can just add some padding on top of 28. And then on wider viewports, we can make that 36. When you do that, it will push this down again. All right, let's also make sure that this emoji is on top of the image here. So I'm going to close here. So here we're going to say this emoji needs to be absolutely positioned. So we'll say position absolute. Now here we have those offsets again, right? Bottom right and bottom top, left, right. And when you use position absolute, that's usually you also want to use position relative on some other element to which those offsets are relative to. So 0 pixels from the top, but the top of what exactly? Well, we'll make this div the relative element. So relative to this element, it should sit so many pixels from the top, for example. Right, so now if we do this, top 0, it's going to be 0 from the top of that div. So in this case, actually, we want 0 from the bottom and 0 from the right. And then it will be positioned right there. All right, let's also animate this. So here right now, only the nav bar header is animated. In the example, if you just look at the image here, we should also see an animation. Okay, so the photo itself is actually not bouncy. It's just animating normally, you could say. And then this hand emoji actually has a pretty pronounced bounce. So we can customize these animations as well. So let's see how we can do that. Now for this image here, to animate this, remember we have to use a motion.div or motion.image. Now here we have the Next.js image component. And there are ways to do that a bit easier with framer motion. There's a way to use to animate custom components, but the easiest way still is to simply wrap this in a div. So I'm just going to put a div around this image, put the image in there, and instead of a div, it's going to be a motion.div. Oops, motion.div. Now here we can put the cursor, control spacebar, and actually we don't see the suggestion here for the import. So here we'll just import, and actually we get the suggestion here from Copilot, so we'll just use that. All right, so then to animate this, and actually we get an issue here because this motion component is using some React hooks, and this is right now a server component. So we need to convert this to a client component. We do that by just writing use client at the top, and we lose some benefits, right? So we lose some benefits of doing that, but in a project like this, these are very almost negligible benefits. So this client components are still pre-rendered on the server. So the initial request will still have their HTML. It's just that on subsequent renders, it will not come from the server. It will be done on the client. So here, this motion component is using use effect and use state. So that will take up resources on the client essentially, but we're fine with that because we get some nice animations in return. So here we say motion.div. So here we can use those props again that we get. So we can say initially there should be something. So here we get the suggestion opacity 0, which is actually what we want. But instead of Y, we want to make this scale. And so we can actually also make it smaller or bigger. And then the animate is going to be, well, just normal opacity and normal scale. And actually, let's see what we get if we do this. So if I now refresh, you can see that we have a nice intro animation for the photo. Now this has that bouncy effect again, or spring effect. But this time we actually just want a normal transition. So you can also customize this. So we can use the transition prop, transition. And here we're going to say type is spring is actually the default. So let's give it a bouncy effect. We also have tween. That's just going to be a smooth, non-bouncy one. And we can also set the duration to, let's say, 0.2. All right, so now if I refresh, you can see it's a nice, quick, smooth, you could say normal animation. And the reason for the normal animation is so that we can now make this emoji a little bit more bouncy. Because if you also make the photo bouncy, it's a bit too much. So we want to make this a little bit more subtle with just a normal or tween transition. Now let's go to the emoji here. And we can actually just use motion.span, right? So we can just say motion.span and it will work the exact same, but we get some additional props. So here we're going to say initial, the opacity and scale should be 0 indeed. So we can actually just take the suggestion from Copilot. Animate should indeed also be opacity 1 and scale 1. And then for transition, we need to customize this. So here we actually do want a type of spring, right, which is that bouncy effect. And then we can actually customize how bouncy it should be, basically. Should it be super bouncy or a bit more stiff? So you can set some settings here. So we can set the stiffness to 125. And we also want to add some delay here. We can also set damping, but we'll leave that. We also want to add a delay. So it shouldn't immediately start. It should start a little bit after the photo has already started to animate. So we'll add a delay here of 0.1 seconds. And the total duration of this one should be 0.7. So now if we save this, let's see what we get. All right. So that looks pretty cool, I think. And very easy to do with framer motion. Now, to be honest, this would have not been super difficult with normal CSS animations and transitions. Now we are using Tailwind CSS, and I always find the animations a bit tricky to do because you have to sort of define them here in the Tailwind config. And there are other ways to do it, but in plain CSS, it would be easier to do than in Tailwind, in my opinion. But this works even easier, I think. So yeah, framer motion is definitely worth it to learn as a front-end developer. Let's continue with the text below the photo here. So this is just 3 sentences or 4 sentences or so, and it's a bit of the markup here is quite a lot. So I can actually just collapse this. So here, after this div, we'll have the text. That's actually just going to be a paragraph. So we can say paragraph, and we get some suggestion here. So Copilot probably found this on GitHub or somewhere else from somebody that's actually called Ricardo. Now, we don't have to write all of this ourselves. You can just copy this from the GitHub repo, right? So you can go to the repo, go into components, intro, and you can copy and paste this text, or you can write it out if you want. Now, what I did here is some of these, and actually we get an error here or some red squiggly. So let's see what we get. Yeah, so here the issue is that we're using this apostrophe. So when you use these apostrophes, sometimes that can give an issue here. So if you're in React, in JSX, and you're using these apostrophes, sometimes you get these issues. So the easiest way is to simply make this a template literal. So I will just use curly braces here so we can use JavaScript. And we're just gonna make this a backticks, right? So just wrap all of this in backticks. That's a template literal, so JavaScript feature, so we have to do that in these curly braces. And let's see, if I do that, we get an error. Let's see why. Okay, yeah, I put it at the end after span. Right, so it should be before the closing tag of the span here. And that's not gonna work because it's actually going to write out the inner spans that we have to spice up the text a little bit with, for example, make the font a little bit bolder or make it italic. It's actually gonna make that literally span. So it won't interpret this as HTML anymore or as JSX. And so I'm going to undo that and save it. We still have that issue. All right, now if you hover it, this is coming from ESLint, which is a linter here used in Next.js. And they will actually explain why this gives us this issue. Right, so a linter is just basically checking your syntax to prevent certain issues. So if we click here, they give some examples of why this can be an issue. So here, this particular rule, they have some examples. Now I find the examples a bit contrived. And I think if we make this mistake, for example, we will be notified in a different way. So I think it's safe to ignore this rule. So what do you want to do if you think the linter is being a bit too strict and you want to ignore this issue? Because the alternative would be writing something like this. So we have to, for every apostrophe, we have to use this HTML entity. I think this looks really ugly, and I don't want to write this. I just want to write it like this, and I'm willing to accept, well, the risk, I guess. I don't think there's a real risk here, but I'm willing to ignore this rule. So what you can do, there is an ESLint configuration file here in your project, and here we can say extends, and we can say rules. And actually, we already got a suggestion. Make sure you write rules in double quotation because it's a JSON file. And then this rule is called React / no unescaped entities. You can write off as a string or as a number 0, right? So true would be 1. You can also write true or 1 if you want it on, but by default it's on, so it doesn't make sense. So we can write 0 here. If we don't go back, you can see that warning is gone. All right, so let's style this paragraph a little bit more. Right, so you can get the text from going into the GitHub repo. Now, about these spans that we have in here, I think it usually looks a little bit better if you are spicing up text a little bit. So here, if we just had the same font weight, no italic, no underline, it would look a little bit plain. So you want to break up the text a little bit by making some parts a little bit bolder, right? So we made this a little bit bolder. This is italic. This has an underline. It just spices up the text a little bit to make it look better. We'll also do that here in the About Me section. So you can see some of these are a little bit bolder. We have an underline here. We have some italic here. It just makes it look a little bit more interesting, right? So quick design trick. So here we can add margin on the bottom and on the top, and padding horizontal, and text size. The default font weight here And what we're going to say here is leading. This is basically line height. Now, when you set the font size in Tailwind, like text to XL, it will actually also set the font, the line height. So here we are trying to override this by setting is with this lead. It's called leading. Actually, I think it's a bit confusing, leading, but this will actually also set the line height. But now we have that clash. So here we need to force it to use this one. So we can use the important rule in CSS. In Tailwind, you just have to write the exclamation mark in front. You don't want to do it too often, but typically this is a use case where you want to override something from a library. And then let's say the text should be a bit bigger on smaller and up. All right, so then we get this. All right, so this already looks better, I think. By the way, we also have these things in here, and this is just to add space. So let's see, we have I'm a, and then we have that full stack. If I remove this, it could sit next to each other. So if I remove this, yeah, it's gonna sit next to each other. So sometimes you have to make it explicit that you want a space there. What you can also do, if you can actually remove it, but then you have to put it on the same line here. So, and then add a space here. Now I'm using Prettier, so it automatically formats this for me. So this is what I get. All right, so it's currently aligned here to the left, and also it's not restricted in width, right? So it should be centered here. The whole section should be restricted in width as well. So let's go to this section element, and here we can simply, let's actually add some margin on the bottom, and then let's set the maximum width. So we can say max W, we'll make it 50 rem. Any text should be centered, and we want to remove that margin on the bottom on wider viewports. All right, so now it's centered at least within its own section, but the section itself on the page should also be centered, and all the other sections as well. And it's better to go to the page here, because here we're going to have all of these sections, right? So we're going to have about and projects. We're going to have all of them, and they should all be centered on the page, right? They're all going to have their own maximum width, but then from the perspective of the page here, they should be centered, right? Not aligned to the left. So to center something, we can simply use flexbox, right? So we can say flex. Now this will position everything horizontally. So here we want to make it a column, and then we can use item center to center all the sections. We also want to add some padding horizontally for responsiveness, so it's not going to sit right against the edge, right? So now it's centered. All right, now let's also animate the paragraph. Let's go to the intro, and here we have this paragraph. We can make this motion.p. Right, so now it's a paragraph element still, but we get all of these extra props from Framer Motion. So initial, we can say, well, let's take this, but then customize this to 100. So it's going to sit a bit lower this time, right? So it's not negative, it's a positive number. So it's going to sit lower initially. And then to animate this, we're going to make this simply opacity 1 and 0 movement. So let's see what we get all together. All right, so you can see the text is moving up and it's all coming together pretty nicely, I think. Really cool intro animation. All right, let's continue with the last part of the section, which are these buttons. So we're going to have a contact me here button, which will scroll all the way down. Actually, it will just link to that contact section with hash contact, and that will automatically scroll the browser to that section. We'll see how to implement that in a second. We will also have this download CV, which will actually download a file. And then we just have two links, right? So if you click there, it will actually go to LinkedIn and this will go to GitHub, right? So you should add your actual links here. So we're going to wrap all of that in a div. And then we have those 4 buttons. Now the first one is just basically a normal link, right? It's just linking to a particular section. So for those ones, you actually do want to use the link component from Next.js. So here we can write link and press here. It will automatically import it for me. So make sure you are actually importing it. And then here I will use this suggestion, but instead of going to /about, it should be hashtag contact. Okay. And then to close this, the text in here should be contact me here. And then we want to have an icon. So let's see if we can automatically import that. So here, if I start typing BS arrow right, self-closing. So now if I do control spacebar, we don't get any suggestions, so I have to import this manually. And actually, well, Copilot already suggested for me, right? So these React icons is just React icons, and then whatever this prefix is, it's going to be /BS in this case. Okay, I'll save here to see what we get. Okay, now we have this. We'll style this in a second. Actually, let's style this right now. So we can just add a class name here. They should get a background color, background gray, 900. It should get text of white, padding horizontally of 7, and we'll use padding vertically 3. Let's see what that gives us. All right, so it looks not so good. We'll use flex here, and then item center to center everything, including the icon vertically. I get some suggestions here from Copilot, but I don't want these, so I'm not going to accept. We need to add some space, and since we're using flexbox here, we can use the gap, space between the icon and text. Right, so text is actually also treated as a flex item here. Right, so we essentially have 2 flex items here. That's how flexbox works. And I think I can remove this. I don't see why we need that. So I can actually remove that, yeah. We also want to make it rounded, so we'll say rounded full. All right, now it's stretching all the way, but I think that will be solved when we add the other buttons. Let's just add the other buttons now. So now we're going to have that download CV button. And actually, I will deal with the hover effects later. So let's add the anchor tag here. This is going to be a normal anchor tag because now we actually want to download something. So here we'll use the A tag, and this will say download CV. And in here we want to have an icon. It's going to be HI download, self-closing. And we don't get the suggestion, so I'm going to quickly copy or import this here. And again, we get the suggestion from Copilot. All right, very easy. All right, so class name. This one is actually going to be BG white. Right, so another design tip is usually you want to have one primary button, and then you can have more secondary or tertiary buttons. So typically you do want to have a way to de-emphasize the secondary button. So here we just make it a little bit different. So the background color is going to be white, which instantly de-emphasizes them compared to this primary button. And actually it's using a lot of same styles. So we might as well just copy everything from the other button, and then we'll just change it a little bit. So I'm just going to paste everything. Instead of BG gray, it's going to be BG white here. And the text should not be white because now the background is white, so the text needs to be dark. And the text can just be the default color on the page, and we can just remove that. All right, let's see what we get. All right, so now we have this button here. And again, Prettier is adding this space for me, but I think we don't need that. All right, so then we get these other 2 links. Now these are actually going to be external links, so they will actually navigate to a different website. So in that case, you also want to use the normal anchor tag. Right, and the only thing in here is going to be the logo for LinkedIn. So we say BS LinkedIn. And this time, if you go here with your cursor, press Control spacebar or Command spacebar, we actually do get the suggestion for auto import. So we can just click here or pay or tab, and it will automatically import this. All right, so for styling, we can actually use most of this. So let's copy everything from the secondary button there. But now we will use P4 instead of PX and PY. And the text should be a little bit more de-emphasized. So instead of the default color, we're going to make it's going to be 950. We're going to make it 700 here. All right, so then we have that. Now the width will be restricted once we make their parent element a flex container in a second. Let's copy this entire icon here for the other link as well, which is going to be the GitHub link. So that's going to be FA GitHub square, and we get a default import suggestion. So I'm just going to accept that and save the file. And now we get this. This one needs to be a little bit bigger. You can see the icon is just a little bit smaller. So here we'll add a custom size, 1.35 rem. And now it looks a little bit too big, but let's work on the layout first. Maybe this will automatically be solved once we start playing around with the layout. All right, so these buttons now are all sitting in this div, right? So with Flexbox, you always want to identify the parent element. So that's this div here. So then we can just make this flex. right? And the default layout is that they're all going to sit on the same line horizontally. Now on small devices, it should be a vertical layout. So we can say flex col, and then from small and larger, it should be this default flex row. Right, so Tailwind is mobile first. So it's always a bit strange to, I mean, for me at least, because I like to develop from desktop first. But what we're doing here is we're saying on the smallest devices, it should be column layout, so vertical. And then from small and larger, it should be row, right? So that's what we see here. But if I make this, if I save here, we're gonna get row, right? But then on smaller viewports, so we're gonna get that stacked layout. Okay. All right, we'll just center everything, justify center. And we'll add some space between them. And we'll also add some space on the sides. We will increase the default font size in this div. And we'll make the font weight medium. All right, so now it looks a little bit better. Yeah, now these icons are also the same size because that's actually going to be text LG for the LinkedIn icon. All right, so let's actually quickly add the intro animation for this entire section here of these buttons. So again, very easy, just make this motion.div, right? Make sure you have the closing tag as well. And then we have initial, and I will just accept this. This is actually exactly what we want. And indeed, opacity should be 1 at the end and just 0 movement, right? So Y is 0. Now, it usually looks a little bit better if you stagger or if you have a small delay for the outer elements. So it really feels like they're flowing in one after the other. So here we want to add a small delay. So you can customize this with transition and just a delay of 0.1. And now if I save here and if I refresh to see everything together, all right. I think that looks really cool. Yeah. All right, so we need to take care of some details here. So also hover effects. So let's go back to the first button here. Now when this button becomes focused, so if I click here and then press tab, you can see we get this outline. And instead of having that outline, we're gonna have a different focus indicator. Usually this outline, we don't really want, that doesn't look so good. Now you do wanna have some kind of focus indicator for accessibility. So here though, we wanna remove this default one. So we can say outline none. And then we can say focus. So then in the focus state, we'll have a different one. We're gonna just make it a bit bigger, right? So now if I do this, and now if I click here just a little bit next to it and then press tab, in the focus state, it's now gonna be bigger. So it's still a good indicator that this is focused. Now, of course, we also wanna have a hover effect. And we actually want the same in the hover state. So we can say hover scale 110 as well. Now in the hover state, so another one, we also want to change the background color to BG gray 950. And we also have an active state, which is when you are pressing down on the button. So we can say scale should be a little bit less. Okay. So now you hover it, and when you click it, you can see there is some scaling. I think that looks pretty cool. And then, so when you click on it, it really feels like you're clicking on it because of that active pseudo class. All right, now it's not very smooth because it's all instant. So we want to have a CSS transition. In Tailwind, you can just write transition or transition all. It's a bit annoying because now for this one little change, I save here and I have to wait almost like a full second before I can start. Oh yeah, I have to wait more than a second to start checking it. So I really hope the Next.js team can speed up the dev server. Right, so now if I click here and press down, it's all very smooth, right? In a focus state, it's also very smooth. And so with these CSS transitions, it means any change, actually we can hover it, any change in these properties, so color, background color, shouldn't happen instantly. It should happen in, well, 1.5 seconds, and it's a particular timing function that they have. Right, so scale is actually part of transform. It's also a standalone property in CSS these days, but for support, it's better to have transform. So transform has scale and also translate and rotate and skew. All right, let's also style the icon a bit, because I always think there's another design tip. It usually looks a bit better if the icon next to the text is a little bit de-emphasized or is like a bit lower opacity or has a more de-emphasized color. Because here it's the exact same white, right? So the easiest way is to go to that icon here and just reduce the opacity a bit so that we can make it 70% opacity. And now let's see, because now we have to wait a full second again, right? So it's very annoying during development, but you know, team is working on that. So now you can see it looks a bit better, I think. And now to make it really cool is when we hover this button, we want the icon to move a little bit to the right, right? So here, it's not just hover, right? So we cannot just say hover and then move to the right, because it should be hover on the entire button, not just hovering the icon, but when I hover this entire button, I want to move this to the right. So how do you do that in Tailwind? Well, you make this a group hover. So you add the group class to the element that actually should be hovered, right? Or is the target of hovering, right? So we say group here. And then when this group gets hovered, so now you go to the icon in this case, and now you say group hover, right? And now we can do whatever we want. So we can say translate x1, and that should be smooth. So we're also going to add a transition here, right? Save, wait a full second. And now when we hover, you can see there's a very smooth animation or transition of this icon to the right. All right, let's do the same for this other button. We can copy a lot here. So let's copy all of these from outline none to, well, transition here. Let's copy all of that. And I'm going to add some space here so we can distinguish these individual buttons. So now for this secondary button, I'm going to paste this. Let's actually save here. And now, yeah, so now we get a different background color, which is not what we want. So we can remove this class. We don't want to change the color on hover, background color. Now here we're also going to add the group class, because we want to move this element, this icon, down a little bit when we hover it. So let me save here. I'm going to add a group here. And then here for this icon, when we hover it, it should move down a little bit. So we'll actually also make it a little bit de-emphasized. I think that looks better. So here we'll actually make it 60% opacity. And then when this entire anchor tag, I'm saying button, but it's actually an anchor tag, right? So buttons can be an actual button tag, right? So we actually have an actual button tag in HTML and therefore also here in JSX. But if the goal is to navigate to a different route, it's better to use the anchor tag, right? So button is better to use if the goal is to interact with something on the page, right? So maybe it will open up a modal, for example. Right? An anchor tag is really meant for navigation. Now in this case, we need to use the anchor tag because we need to download this CV, and we can do that with the anchor tag, not with button, the button tag. But it's still stylistically a button. So group hover, it should move down a little bit. So translate Y in this case, and we'll also add transition to make that smooth. Okay, so now if I save here, we get an issue. Why do we get an issue? Did I make a typo? Okay, let's see what we get. Why am I getting this issue? So here, for example, I don't really know why we get an error. So it's saying something with section. So it feels like a typo somewhere. So yeah, so here we get a red squiggly. So we are missing this anchor tag here, right? So now it should work again. So let me make this a little bit smaller again. All right, everything animating in very nicely. All right, and you can see this one also doesn't have the cursor, right? So I actually can see it works now with the icon, right? So it moves down a little bit. I think that looks pretty cool. So we also want to get a different cursor, right? Like here, like a pointer. So we can just add cursor pointer, and then we have the pointer. All right, so when we click on this button, you can see the URL changes, which is what we want. Now, when we click here, we should actually download a CV file. So the way to do that is pretty easy. You need to add the CV. You need to put it somewhere. So we're going to put it locally here. It could also be an external link somewhere on the internet, but here we're going to put it just here in the public folder. And then we can just add the href here. The href is going to be /cv.pdf, right? So here you need to specify the location of that CV file. Now in Next.js, you can access the public folder by just using / initially. So the static files will automatically, they will already look for it here in the public folder if you use /. But that's not enough. We also need to specify the download property. So here, if we add download, we can make it explicit when a download is true, or the way it works is you can actually just, if it's a Boolean like true or false, you can actually just specify it like this and it will automatically be inferred as true. So now if we do this and now click here, you can see we are downloading this file, right? So very easy for somebody that's, a recruiter or maybe, a team lead who's looking to add another person to their team. Very easy for them to just, get all the information they need, right? Contact me here. Maybe they want to contact you or they want to see your CV or resume. Very easy. All right, now here, usually it looks a little bit better to add a little bit of a border as well. So another design tip is if your background color doesn't deviate enough from the color that it's sitting on. So here we have a bluish, background color for the page. And here we have a white background color for the button. You can see it's a bit similar. So to add a little bit more contrast between the button and the background of the page here, we can add a very subtle border. So here we can say border. So in Tailwind, you say border, which is just going to be like a 1 pixel border by default. And then we can set the color by saying border and then black, which is actually the default, but here we were specifying it because we want to reduce the opacity. So you can just say /10, which will be 10%. So now we have a very subtle border here around the button. All right, now we actually want the same for these other two buttons. So let's actually copy these two classes, and actually let's copy even more. Let's copy everything, including this focus and hover classes. So I'm just gonna paste all of that here, and also for the GitHub icon, and make sure you don't get any syntax issues like I got. All right, so now I'm saving here. Let's see what we get. All right, so now we also get a nice animation here for these ones, or transition. Now you can see these buttons are scaling a bit bigger. So here we can make this a little bit bigger as well, just to be more in line with the other buttons, because these are smaller. So these numbers need to be a little bit bigger. So in Tailwind, they only have 110 and 120. They don't have 115, which is actually what we want. So here we need to specify a custom value. It will be 1.15. And we also want that for the hover state. So let's see, hover scale also 1.15. Now, when we hover these icons, we also want to get a darker color for the text. So we say in the hover state, the text should become text gray 950 instead of that 700. So let's see, yeah, it looks a bit better, I think. And we need to do the same for the other one. So let's see, change the focus and hover to 1.15. And then this hover class for the text color, actually better to put it right after this one. Right, so now we have nice hover effects and also nice focus states and nice active states. All right, now these are going to be external links. So let's actually make this work. So the href, this one is going to be, and actually here we need to include the full URL, going to be linkedin.com. And then we want to specify that it needs to open in a new tab. So what we can say is target_blank, right? So then we can copy this and paste that here for the other one. And here it should be GitHub, right? So make sure if you want that, at least that you actually put your own GitHub link here and your own LinkedIn link. Right, so now if I click here, it will actually open a new tab and go to LinkedIn. All right, looks really good, I think. And we're really starting to come along here and fill out this page really nicely. All right, let's continue with the section divider. That's just this little bar here. And I thought about maybe adding this bar between every other section as well. But for now, I decided to just add it here because I think it looks a bit better to have a bit more space after the intro. But you can also decide to put it between every section, right? So sometimes you see this. So we're going to create a separate component for that. We're going to call that section divider.tsx. And here we can just use RFC, and I will call that section divider. So this will actually just be an empty div, and we will style that as follows. So it's going to be a background color of gray, 200. It's going to have margin on the vertical sides of 24. Going to have a H16 with 1, rounded, full, and initially it's actually going to be hidden. And then from small and bigger, it's going to be, let's say, block. All right, so if we save this, let's see if we can spot it on the page. No, because we haven't added it to the page yet. All right, so here we go back to our page now. Here we have the intro. And now we want to add our section divider as well. So if you just start typing here, I get the suggestion, press tab, and it automatically imports it for me. All right, so now if I save, let's see if we can see it. And indeed, we see it. And actually, it's already in the right position. So that was very easy. Now let's actually also animate this because we want to animate everything that is initially visible. So let's also do that here for the section divider, because otherwise it's going to look a bit strange if this one is sort of static while everything around it is moving when we load the page. So we're going to make this a motion.div. I can not import this automatically. Let's see, I get the suggestion from Copilot here. So let's see, now we can use those properties again. Let's see, we have initial and we have animate. Now we actually don't want these default suggestions. We don't want scale. We want opacity 0. And also it should sit 100 pixels lower initially. And then here it's going to be opacity 1 and Y 0. Now we do want to add a delay, right? So remember we added some delay to the buttons here, and now we're going to add even more delay to here. So it sort of staggers all the animations, right? So the lower here, it's going to start a little bit later. So we can say transition, duration. Well, that's not what we want. We want delay. We're going to say 0.125. Okay, so let's see what we get if we now, oh yeah, so now we get the issue. We're using this motion component, and that's using useEffect. So this needs to become a client component. So now if we save and refresh and see what we get. All right, so now everything is nicely animating into the page. All right, so let's continue with the about section. So it's just going to have a heading of about me and then just 2 paragraphs. Now remember, just like here, we're going to add some special styling to some parts of the text just to spice it up a little bit, make it look a little bit more interesting. So let's see, we're going to create about.tsx, and I'm going to write RFC, and I'll capitalize this. Okay, so here we're going to use the section tag again. And because everything in here is related to each other. And now we're going to have a heading. So this is actually going to be an H2. And we will call this about me. Now, since we're using an H2 here, you start wondering, why don't we have an H1 yet? Or do we already have that? So we don't really have a heading here on the page that makes sense as an H1. We could technically make this an H1, but it's more of a paragraph. It's not really a heading. So you could opt for making this an H1 because it is the most important, well, piece of text, I guess, on the page. So technically you could make it, maybe we should make it an H1 now that I think about it. Also for search engines so that they can see some hierarchy in the text. So maybe this should be an H1. Let's actually make it an H1, but it's pretty close. Let's go to intro, and here we are using motion.p, but we can just make that an H1, motion.h1. So make sure that the closing tag is also H1. And let's see if that changes anything. No, it doesn't change anything. Okay, so now we have an H1. And now let's see, we have this H2 about me. And then we're going to have 2 paragraphs. Now, paragraph 1 and paragraph 2. Now we're not going to write it out all by hand. I mean, you can if you want, but you can go to the GitHub repo. You can go into components and then the about. You can just copy the actual text here. Right, so I'm just going to copy and paste that text here. It's a bunch of text. And also for the second paragraph, I'm going to copy that and paste that in here. Okay. Now we don't see anything on the page yet because we also need to add this, right? So every section we need to add that here to the page file. So I'm going to press tab here, automatically import it. And now if I save, we should see something. Yeah. All right, so let's start off by styling this H2, class name. We're going to make this text 3XL, font medium. And that's it actually. And actually we want to capitalize it. Let's also do that. Okay, then these paragraphs, let's see, class name. This one should get margin on the bottom of 3. And actually that's all. So just add some space between the paragraphs. Now let's also give this heading some margin on the bottom so it pushes away the content below it. And let's actually make that margin bottom of 8. Right, so again, this is just a bunch of text with some spans, font medium to make the font weight a little bit heavier, Italic to make it look a little bit more interesting. We have some underline here. All right, let's also style the overall section a little bit better because right now it's just spanning the entire width here. So section, margin on the bottom of 28, and then restrict the width to 45 rem, and we'll center the text. And what also looks good as a design tip, another one, is to increase the line height a little bit, because now you can see it's quite close together, the lines. So in Tailwind it's called leading, and we can increase it to 8. So when you do that, you can see there's more space between the lines. I think that looks a little bit better. And then we also want to change the margin on the bottom from small and upwards, right? So that's for the next section, so that there's space between the sections. All right, now about this H2 heading, when we look on the page, you can see for each section that comes, it will be the same. So we have my projects, my skills, my experience. It's going to be the same heading. And it's also going to have that margin on the bottom to push away the content a little bit. It's going to be the same for all of these sections, except maybe the last one, but we can add a prop to customize that. So what we can do is we can extract this H2 into its own separate component, right? So let's actually call that section heading. And I'm going to write lowercase here, right? So I'm using a kebab case here. I've seen some members of the Next.js team do this. And it seems a bit like a trend, or it seems like a new standard. So I'm just going to keep everything lowercase and with a dash or hyphen. So let's see. So let's say RFC, and let's call that section heading. So what this will do is it will be an H2, right? And let's actually copy these classes. So class name, let's copy that. And the text here, it's not always going to be about me, right? So we want to be able to replace this now with section heading. So if we write section heading here and press tab, you can see it imports it automatically for me. Now here it's actually importing without the add, because this about section is also in the components folder and this one is sitting here. So you can still import it like this as well, right? This is not wrong, but you can also be consistent and only use the add alias, but we'll keep it like this. And so what we want to be able to do is just write our section heading here. And in here, we would like to have the actual text. So here we want to be able to say about me, for example. Now, when you do that, we're going to get an issue here. So if we hover this, so here it knows this is going to be the children, right? So in React, if you have your own component and within the opening and closing tags, you have something there, that's going to be a prop that you're going to receive here. That's called the children prop. Okay. And if you hover that, let's see. So we got two issues. It's not used. So here we're now always hard coding about me. So if I save here, it's going to be about me, but not because I wrote about me here. Because here later we should be able to use it for projects. Right? So if I write projects here, it's still going to show about me because it's always we're hard coding about me now. Now we want to use those children instead. So here the children variable. So here we can just output that children variable. And now what you're going to get is projects, right? So whatever you write here now is going to be assigned to children. So in this case, it should be about me. Okay. Now, and we're using TypeScript. So if you have a component with props, we need to type those props. So what we can do, you can write it inline here, but it starts to look a bit messy because you have all of these curly braces, and it's, especially if you're not familiar with TypeScript, it looks very confusing. So we can also write it somewhere else. So we can just call that section heading props, and you can just create a so-called type in TypeScript. So you can say type heading props. So here we can say, and it actually already suggests all of this for me because this is quite standard. So what we're saying here is that the props of this component, well, it's only going to be the children prop, and that's going to be of something called React node. The names like this, you don't really have to remember. If you're using Copilot, often it will suggest them for you, but a lot of these things are quite standard. So if you Google for this, you'll see some of those typical types that you get from React. All right, now let's quickly animate this section as well. This will be the last section that we're going to animate as part of the intro, right? Because it's still visible if you load the page. So let's see, we're going to say motion.section. Whoops. Motion.section. And we need to import that. So import motion. And let's see. We can say initial opacity should indeed be 0, but also it should start 100 pixels lower, then the animation is opacity 1, and indeed Y should be 0. Now this should have a delay, and it's even more than the previous one. So it starts as last one. So here we're going to have transition, but not duration, but delay. So 0.175. Now if we save here, and yeah, we get this issue here. It needs to be a client component. So use client. All right, so now if I load the page, you can see we have all of our animations, animating in on load, and I think it looks really cool. Really playful, fresh design. And yeah, I think I really like it. Really cool. And I want to keep refreshing to see the animation, but we'll have to move on at some point. All right, so let's take a look at the next section here. So here we have the project section. So it's pretty cool because as we scroll down and this goes into view, it sort of grows into the view here. So as I scroll down here, all these projects one by one very nicely animate into the view. And also when I scroll up again, they disappear again. I think that's a pretty nice effect. Right. So the individual projects here, they have a title, a description, some tags, and an image. Right. And as we hover the cards or projects, they have a different background color and the image animates a little bit. Right. And also here we have 3, but if you have more, you would see it better. But what we're doing here is every next card is on the different side. So if it's even, right? So this is card number 2. It's going to be, the text is going to be on the right side, and the odd numbers will have the text on the left side. All right, so let's create a new component for the whole section, projects.tsx. And we'll say RFC, and we'll say projects. And here we're going to use section again. Now here we can use that component that we just extracted. So it is called section heading. We can just use that. And I actually already get a suggestion for me for import, and then actually also for what we actually want is. And actually it should be my projects. And technically, we're capitalizing it here in the JSX, but typically if you want to be strict, that's a stylistic thing and you should do it with CSS. So let's be a bit strict with ourselves here. All right, and let's actually add this to the page. So let's go to page, and below about, we're gonna have projects. Okay, so I can put the cursor here and control spacebar, and I get this suggestion to import it. It's right here. Okay, let's see if we see something now. Yeah, so now we see this heading. All right, so then we're gonna have those 3 projects. So let's wrap that in a div, and let's see where we can get the data from. So we actually already copied that from the GitHub repo into our data file here. So we already used this for the nav bar, the links. So I'm going to collapse this here. And we also have items for the experience section. But now we're going to use this projects data. So that's also a list. So we have an array in JavaScript. And then each project is going to be represented by an object. Right? So we have a title, a description, tags is an array again. And then we have an image URL. Now this is actually coming from an import. So here, let's see, you can actually import images, right? So we have put those images here in the public folder, right? So if you haven't done that yet, you can go to the GitHub repo and just download them and then just put them here. And right, so I can just open this up. It's this image, and you can import that. It looks a bit strange, but you can import an image like this. And what you get is basically a reference to that image. And that's what I put here as image URL. Right, so we have 3 projects here. You can add as many as you want. Now here I'm using asconst again. So let's quickly remove this to see why we do that. So if I do this and now I hover projects data, you can see it infers types, right? So we're not specifying the types ourselves. It's just inferring it. So here it's saying it's an array of this object, right? So it's going to have a title of any string, description of any string, tags is going to be an array of strings, and then an image URL. Well, that's just because we're importing it's something called static image data. Right, so this is fine. This is not the end of the world, but we can be a little bit more specific. We can say it's not going to be any string for title. It's only going to be these strings. Right, so if we just leave it like, so if we don't use asconst, let's actually leave it like this. Here now we're going to loop over that. Right, so we're going to use projects data. So projects data, you can see I got the suggestion here to import it. .map And so now if I hover this project here, you can see it's telling me it's going to be a project of, this is going to be an object. It's going to be any string, right? It could be any string. But we can be a little bit more specific because we know that this is not going to be any string. This is actually just going to be the actual data that we're going to use. Right, so in the real world, this data would maybe come from a backend. And then you can actually leave this off because then you don't know what it's going to be. But here we're hard coding all of this data. So we know that this is going to be it. So I will actually leave as const. And now when you hover this project, you can see it actually tells us what the exact string is going to be. Right, it's not that useful in our case here, but technically it's a bit more strict and it's a little bit safer. All right, so here we want to go over all the projects and just have one sort of card for each project. So let's see. So I'll use parentheses here so we don't have to write the return keyword. So what we actually want to do is we want to have a separate component for an individual project, right? So below here, we're going to get an issue now, but let's create another component here. So we'll say function project, and it actually gives me this suggestion. So let's actually just return an empty div for now, just so we get rid of the issues here. So if we do this, we get an issue. So I need to provide a closing parenthesis here. All right, so now we get an issue because it wants us to add the key prop. Right, so here we're mapping, so we need to add a key. Now, if the projects had an ID or something, I would use the ID. Here, they don't really have something. I mean, technically, the title is, most likely going to be unique. So we could use the project title or just use index. The key doesn't really matter. The key starts to matter once you start shuffling around a list, right? So if you add the ability for the user to sort a list or to remove items from the list. When you add those types of features, you want to make sure that the key is actually unique, right? So in our case here, it's not really an issue because it's just going to be a static list, right? So it's not really an issue. Now here we're adding it on our custom component, this key, right? But now we need to accept the key. We don't want that. It's just for this map here, we don't really want to accept a key as a prop on our custom component. So this is actually a good use case for a React fragment. So if you notice, you probably notice a React fragment is just it's just an empty element essentially. Just sometimes you need to return one element and you don't want to clutter up the markup with an empty with just another div, so you can use this React fragment. So here we can then here we want to put on the key, right? But you can't write key or something on this. So here you actually have to write out react.fragment, and then on here you can provide the actual key, right? So we'll just say index. Okay. Now this project, what should it receive then? Well, it should receive all of that data, right? So it should get data, description, title, description. So that's this object project. We want to pass that to this component. So how do we do that? Well, in JSX, you can just use curly braces and then just spread it like this. So it will take those object properties and values, and now we can access that here as props. Now it's complaining, this is TypeScript complaining, because here we haven't specified the props that it can receive. So let's do that now. So here we're going to say this project component is going to receive a title, right? We have description, tags, image URL, description, tags, and image URL. I'm using uppercase and then 2 lowercase for URL. So not all uppercase, just URL. Okay, and let's see. Let's just output the title here. So just so we can see something. So I'm going to output the title here, and here indeed we can see 3 projects. These projects are from my JavaScript course, by the way. I really think it's beneficial as a React developer or Next.js developer that you have mastered the underlying fundamentals. Things become very easy, including TypeScript, for example. TypeScript also becomes very easy once you have mastered JavaScript. All right, so here now we have the props, but we haven't typed these props yet, right? So here we could do that here, right? So here we can have colon, curly braces, and we can go one by one, title string, description string, or it looks a bit cleaner to extract this into its own separate type here. So we say project props. I like to use the name of the component and then props, and we can add it at the top of the file or just right here where we're going to use it. So we can just say type project props. Now what we could do is we can go one by one. Title is going to be a string. We can be more precise than this, right? So description could be a string. But again, just like we saw here, where we use asConst, which helped us when we then loop over that, because now it knows that this individual project is going to be very, it's more specific. We can also be more specific here, right? So this project component is not just going to receive any string as a title, right? Because we know the exact strings that it's going to receive. So instead of going one by one like this, what you can actually do in TypeScript is you can actually just say type of, and here we are importing this. So this project's data, we are importing this, and we can say these props are going to be a type of, let's say, project's data, and let's say it's the first project. If I save here, Prettier adds these parentheses for me, but I don't think that's necessary. So here we're basically saying these project props. So what we're gonna receive as inputs to this project component are gonna be very specific, this type. So with this specific title, this specific description. So now if I hover project props, you can see it's gonna be title, description. It's gonna be the exact same as here, right? Now that's not entirely true because that's true for the first one, right? That's true for the first object that's looping over, that's mapping over. But the second one is going to have a title of remote dev, for example. Right? So then it's going to get this one. And actually, you can actually just write a number here in TypeScript, which means it could be any number of these, right? But specifically these objects. And so now when you hover it, okay, you see the same, but or you see something similar, but now it's not just a specific one of those objects, but it could be any of them, right? And this is pretty cool. This is about as specific as we can get. Okay, so let's start adding this project properly. But which tag should we use for something like this? Okay, so the tag that we should use in HTML for something like this is probably going to be either section or article, because everything in here is related to each other. So it's not going to be just a div. There's more semantic meaning than just a div. So it's going to be a section at least. Now there's also the article tag in HTML. So we also have article. An article is basically the same as section, but it has one more condition, which is basically we should be able to take this out of this page here, out of this website, and put it somewhere else, and it should still make sense. So if I pull this out of this project here and I put it, for example, on another website, that actually the other website could be about something else. Does this still make sense? Like, is this still self-contained? Is this still, if you see this, is it still clear what this means? And you could make the argument, I think it's pretty close. So you could make this an article tag. I still think it's going to be a bit too unclear what this exactly is. I still think you need the surrounding context here to properly interpret this card here. But you could use the article tag here. You could definitely make that argument. However, I'll stick to section. All right, so indeed we do want an H3. So thank you, Copilot. I'll just accept the suggestion here. So we have the title, then we have that description. Actually, already gives it for me as well. And then we have those tags, right? So let's see, those tags is actually an array. So we need to loop over that array, and actually that's going to be a list, right? So here we have a list, and you can see Copilot is really smart. So indeed, we want to map over those tags, and each tag should give us indeed an li. Right, I could write this out as part of the tutorial, but to be honest, like in the real world, I wouldn't write it out. I would actually just accept, whatever the suggestion is, press tab and move on. So I want to give you a more realistic view into how it works in the real world. So I'm just gonna accept Copilot suggestions, even in a tutorial, if it makes sense. Okay, so if I save here, let's actually see what we get. Okay, so at least doesn't look good, but at least the data is correct. And then we also want to add the image. So we're going to use Next.js image component. So that's the second suggestion here. Press tab, it automatically imports it for me. Now here Copilot actually makes a very tricky problem for us. So if you don't know much about the image component, you're going to accept this. But actually, since we are using local images here, we don't need to provide the height and width ourselves. And actually, it's better if Next.js does that because it can optimize things a little bit better than if we start hard coding things here. So it can actually just look at this image file, see what the height and width should be, or depending on how we style it. And it's going to be a bit better that way. Okay, so we have source and alt. Now we can provide some other things because Next.js will try to optimize this image by reducing the quality a little bit. So we can actually fine tune that. So we can add a quality of, let's say, 95 or 90. I think 95 looks fine. 90 is also fine. So title could be title or description even, or more generic. Let's call this project I worked on. Project I worked on. All right, so if I save here, let's see what we get. And now we get these images. We need to properly size them, style them. All right, so let's do that now. Let's this overall project card. Let's start there. So let's see. Let's give this a background of gray, 100, and we should restrain its width. Right, shouldn't be all the width. Should be at most, let's say, 42 rem. And we're gonna add a border. Gonna be a black border with 5% opacity. We're gonna say overflow hidden because we're going to hide part of the image that overflows it, so we can position it more in, like on the side. And we'll add padding on the right, but only on wider viewports, so small and up. All right, the title. Let's see. The title here should get text 2XL, so much bigger, and it should be semi-bold. All right, and then the description should get margin on top. Leading relaxed. So instead of hard coding like some specific line height, Tailwind also has some of these words, like relaxed means a little bit more line height, but not too much. Text gray 700. We want to de-emphasize the description a little bit compared to the title. All right, and then let's quickly style these tags. So each individual tag should get the following: a background of black, but with 0.7 opacity, some padding horizontally and vertically. It should be quite small. Should be uppercase. And we're going to set tracking wider, which is letter spacing. So spacing between the letters, not line height, but between the letters. And the text should be white. And then we also want to make it a pill shape. So we'll say rounded full. And actually when we do that, we don't see it. So there's something going on with the background color. And that's because we cannot write it like this. So we need to wrap the 0.7 in square brackets. Okay, so now they're stretching all the way. So there, if you want, now we can use Flexbox to properly create a layout for them. So with Flexbox, you always want to identify the parent element. So these LIs are going to have this UL as parent element. So we're going to say flex to make this the flex container. And we will allow them to wrap. And let's also add some margin on the top. And we'll also add some gap between them. And actually, let's see what we get if we do this. Okay, so then we have this. So this card right now is not the proper layout, right? So what we actually want is this image should sit on the right side and all the text here should sit on the left side. So that's a layout problem. So we can use Flexbox again, right? So whenever you have a layout issue, most of the time you want to use Flexbox. Sometimes you want to use CSS Grid. We'll talk about that in the CSS course as well. But it's going to be like 90% of the time Flexbox. All right, so what we want to do is this image should simply sit in the corner. And right now it's stretching this card all the way because it's taking up space. So what we can do is we can use position absolute. So if you make it absolute, it's taken out of the normal flow, meaning it doesn't take up any space. And so if I just do absolute, you can see this card. Yeah, so this card now collapses. Now the other cards are right below it. So the images are all position absolute now. So they're all gonna be like this. Now position absolute, usually you want to specify relative to what. So if we go here to this section, we're going to make this relative so that these images are going to be relative to their section, right? That's their card. I'm calling it a card because this type of design is often called a card. Okay, but now it's not visible at all because they're positioned outside the project now and we have overflow hidden. So what we're going to say is we will say top 8 and negative right 40. All right, so then they're sitting in a corner. Okay, let's actually keep the image like this. And let's actually work on the other side now. So this other side is all of this. So let's actually wrap that in a div to make the styling a bit easier. So we have an image and then the other div. So we just have two parts. All right, let's give this some styling. Let's py4, px5. Let's actually see what that gives us. All right, that looks better. And actually we want some breakpoints here. So we'll say PL10 and PR2 and also padding top 10. Okay, let's go back to the images because they're a little bit too big. We can actually just set a width and it's going to be 28.25 rem. Why these very specific numbers, by the way? Well, that's just because I played around with the sizes a little bit, and usually I use pixels while I'll test things out. And then once I find a nice design, I just convert that to rem. Right? So sometimes you get these ugly numbers, but it is what it is. If you want something perfect or very specific. All right, we'll also make well, let's actually see what we get if we just make the size smaller. All right, so that already looks better. We're also going to make one of the corners rounded. So we'll say rounded top and actually both on the top, both ones. We're also going to add a shadow. We'll say shadow 2XL. All right, and now this left part is too wide. So now let's go back to this div, which holds the left side. So we need to say on smaller and bigger, we need to restrain the width. So we can set a maximum width of 50%. I think you can also write 1.5 in Tailwind. All right, so when we do that, you can see now it really starts to come together. And we should actually just set a height on this overall section. So we can say on normal viewports, right, smaller and bigger, we'll just set a height of 20 rem. All right, so now we want to have these tags sit at the bottom of their card. Right, so this is also the sticky footer problem. If you've ever had like a footer at the bottom of your page, but it doesn't go all the way to the bottom, right, this is very similar. So what you can do, let's see, so this div holds the title, description, and then these tags. So what you can do is use Flexbox actually, right? It's a layout problem. So the parent element here is Flexbox. So we can make this a Flex container. Now default layout is horizontal. So it's going to be all wrong now, but you can make it a Flex column. So Flex call. So now all these items, all these elements are now Flex items. And one of the things you can do now is on this list, you can say margin top auto. And so margin is not specific to Flexbox, but it has some special behavior in Flexbox, which is if you have auto, it will put as much margin on top here as possible, which will push itself down. Now this only needs to be on small and bigger. So if I save here and let's see, okay, that only works if this div is also all the this only works if this div is also tall enough so that it actually has a space here, right? So we had to set a height on the section here, but now we need to make sure that this div in there also needs to be, that also has that same height. So we can just say h full. So if you do that, it will stretch all the way. And then we have this list, which will have all the margin on the top, which will push itself down here. Now that I look at it, I think it's actually sitting a bit too close to the bottom here. So we have py of 4. Well, let's keep that at the top, so pt4, but I think at the bottom it should be a little bit more. So let's try 6. Okay, that pushes it up a little bit. I think we can still push it up a little bit more, so pb8. Yeah, I think that looks a little bit better. So we'll keep it at pb8, padding bottom. Okay, so now these project cards, they're sitting right against each other. So let's see. Here in this section, what we can actually do is we can give each one some margin on the bottom, and actually that's for mobile. So then for wider viewports, we're going to add margin bottom of 8. So you can see it adds some margin. Now when you do it like this, it also adds the margin to the last one. So now we're also going to have some random margin here, but we don't want that for the last one. So what you can also do in Tailwind is you can say last and then just say MB0. Right, we don't see it here, but that could cause some issues later. If you have more content here, it could give some issues. And actually, let's reduce that space actually a little bit more. So we have the tags here, and I changed my mind. I want to have it. So instead of PB8, I think PB7 is perfect. So let's see. Yeah, I think that's perfect. So let's make it PB7. I like to be precise with my styling. All right, now what we want is this second card, and actually every even card, so number 2, and if we had a 4 and 6, here we only have number 2, but this should be flipped, right? So what we want is that this image will sit on the left side if it's an even number. So project here, let's see, Tailwind actually gives us some other pseudo classes, so it also gives us this even pseudo class. So we can say even, then we have we have right now we have negative right 40, so we need to reset that. So we'll just set that to initial. So we can say right and then initial, and then we can say even, and then it should be negative left 40. So if we do this, let's see what we get. Okay, so what happens is this image is always the second child here, right? So this image is always a second child here. Well, second is even. So now all of them will always have this. So here we don't mean the image itself. It should be this section element that should be even, right? So here we can actually just use group again. So we can just add group, group, and then where we have even right, now we can make this group even right. And this should be group even, right? So now if I refresh here or save, and now you can see the images are positioned correctly. Now we also need to make sure that the text here, when it's even, should actually go all the way here. So we'll just add a lot of padding to the left in that case. So here we'll just add this padding to this div that holds everything. So here we can say group. When it's even, we should add a lot of margin, actually margin on the left of 18 rem. So if we do margin left of 18 rem, it pushes all the way to the other side. And actually that's not enough. It should be 26. Okay, now it's still sitting a bit too close to the image, I think. So we can actually add some more padding or more margin. So for this section here, if it's an even section, right? We don't have to use a group because this is actually the outermost element here. So even in that case, we want to add padding on the left of 8. Right, so now it's pushed even more. And I think, yeah, this looks correct. Right, so I think this looks really cool. Now, obviously the heading is not centered. So let's see. We can actually just go to that component section heading, and we can just say text center because it should always be centered in our project here. Right, so now it's centered. All right, let's also add a simple hover effect to these projects. So here they have a background color, but we can also say when we hover it, the BG gray should become 200, and that should be smooth. So we're going to add transition. All right, so now if we hover this, we get a simple hover effect with the background. Now it looks kind of cool, I think, if we also move this image when we hover this card. So let's see. We can say when the group hovers, right? So not when we actually hover the image itself, but the overall card. So we can use group again, and I will say group hover. Or we're just going to move it a little bit. So we're going to move it to the left here. So translate X3. And then we're also going to move it vertically. So we're going to say translate Y3. And we're also going to rotate it a little bit. So group hover, and it will actually rotate the other way. So I'll use a negative one. That should be smooth. So let's also add transition. I'm just adding transition and saving. Let's see what we get. All right. That looks kind of cool. Now it should be cooler if we also make it bigger, so it sort of scales up. So let's also do that. Group hover scale 105. It gives me as a suggestion. And actually, I was a little bit more pickier than that, so I made it 1.04. So now you can see we have a pretty cool effect. Now here on the second one, it sort of moves away from us. So here it should be the opposite, right? So on even, it should be the opposite, right? So to make it work the other way around for this one, let's see. So scale should be the same, but translate X and Y. Let me actually undo this. Translate X and Y and also rotate should be different. So let's just copy these three, and I'm gonna paste that below here. I'll add some space. And now we're going to do it the opposite way. So remove the minuses and add the minus to, and actually no, we'll leave that for that one, right? So there should basically be no minuses. And then we are saying group hover, but that's for all of them, right? We only want to do these ones for the even ones. So we can actually combine this. So we can say for the projects that are even, right? We can just add group even to them. So now let's see if that works. And now you can see this one is the opposite of the other ones, right? That's a pretty sophisticated stuff here with Tailwind CSS. It's very powerful and very easy to pick up once you've mastered CSS itself. All right, so now let's take a look at what else we need to do with the projects here. So what we want is this scroll animation, which looks really slick. And so what happens is as we approach this section and we scroll down, they sort of grow into the view here, right? So both their opacity as well as their scale is animated based on scrolling. And we can also very easily do this with framer motion. So what we can do, I'm going to make this a little bit wider. We need to go to the project, individual project components, not the whole section. And here we're going to use framer motion. So framer motion has a hook called use scroll that we can use. And let's actually import that. Let's see if we get the suggestion here, control spacebar, no. So I will import it manually here. And actually Copilot also doesn't know where it should come from. Well, we'll say import scroll from framer motion. Okay. Okay, now we need to give this hook two inputs, actually just one options object, but with two properties. So it needs to know the target element and it needs to have the actual HTML reference. So we're gonna have to use ref as well. I'll just leave this as a string for now. And then also an offset property. So this offset is going to be an array. What that means is when we actually want to start animating, right? So we're going to have a target. So the individual project is going to be a so-called target. And then we also have a container, and that's actually the viewport, right? So the viewport is whatever you see here of the page. And so what you have to specify here is at what point do you want to basically start the animation? So here we want to start as soon as the end of the container, end of the viewport reaches the top of the target. Right, so that's what we can specify here. So here we can say in a string 0 and then 1. So that means when the bottom of the viewport crosses the top of the target, which is the project, that's when the animation should start. And when should it end? Well, it should end when the bottom of the viewport has gone 33% beyond the end of the project. That's what we can specify like this. It takes a bit to wrap your mind around this. You don't really have to understand this. You can always look up the documentation, but that's how this offset property works. Okay, so then we need to provide a ref here to the actual project here, this section element that actually should be animated. So here we're going to use the use ref hook, right? So here actually Copilot already suggests this for me. We're going to say is use ref. And typically we'll start off with a value of null. And let's actually import this. I'm going to place my cursor here. And actually we get useref snippet, but that's something else. It's from an extension. So I will import it manually here, useref. Okay. So now we get some issues here if we look here. So this should be a client component. And now it gets interesting because if we look at the overall project section, this is not really doing anything interactive. This is basically just presentational markup here. It's only the individual project here that now we start to use these hooks. And we really need to at least have this as a client component. Now what will happen is if I make this use client here, both of these components will now be client components. So even though actually technically only this project one has to be a client component. Right, and ideally we can keep everything or as much as possible running on a server only, right? So a server component. So here what we can do is instead of using use client here at the top, in which case if we do that, this will also become a client component, which is not necessary because this is not really doing anything interactive. It's just mapping over data and then using the project component here, which actually does need to be a client component because here we need interactivity, we need client-side functionalities here. So I propose that we actually put this in its own file. So we can create a new file here, simply called project, singular, and then we can just copy this. Right, so let's just copy the entire component into that new file. So, and actually also the type above it. Right, so make sure you also copy the type for the props. And I'm gonna paste that right here. And we get a bunch of errors because we need to import the proper things here. So let's see, if I put the cursor here, control spacebar or command spacebar, you should be able to import everything automatically actually because it's already imported here. So it should be able to deduce from that. Actually use ref here is not importing for me. So I'm gonna type it myself. Actually, we get some suggestions, but I want to use ref. Okay, use scroll. I'm gonna put my cursor here. Also, we have to, actually, we can also just copy it here. Actually, we need everything except the top three. Right, so we can remove this. Okay, so now we have all the necessary imports. Now remember, this needs to become a client component, right? So the only thing we have to do is say use client. And now this is a client component, but we need to export this. And we're gonna make this the default export here. So we're gonna say export default. Okay, so we're making this the default export, and we can import it here. And we can also remove these imports because we're not using that here anymore. Also the use ref. And then we need to import the actual project, and that should be easy, right? We can just import it automatically like that. And it's a default export, so we don't need to use the curly braces. All right, so now if we save here and see if that works, or at least if we can get rid of the error. Okay, so still loading, and it looks like it's working, right? So it's still working here. And so now it's a small optimization, of course, but if we look on the page, everything in the app directory is a server component by default. So here we're importing projects. Projects itself does not have use client. So this will now also be a server component, but this is importing a client component, and we're using that here, right? And the client component will have the actual, functionalities and client-side features, right? So the way to think about it is basically anything that is presentational is going to be a server component. Right, so this is more presentational. We're just mapping over some data. We have a div here and a section and a heading. It's quite static. Now then we have this component, which is more interactive, right? So the interactive components are going to be client components usually, right? And you want to use as many you want to keep server components if you can. Sometimes that means refactoring the client components to a new file. And so if you imagine a React tree, so tree of components, you want to keep the client components more towards the edges of the tree, right? So really at the leaves of the tree. Right? Sometimes that requires some refactoring. All right, so let's continue here in the project component now. So it needs to know the target, right? So that's why we created this ref. Now about the type of this ref, well, let's actually just add the ref. So you can just go here and you can say ref is ref. Okay. Now, if we hover this, you can see it's trying to infer a particular type of this reference, but it's not really showing us that it's actually going to be this section, right? So here we can supply the type ourselves. So we can use these angled brackets, and we can specify this is going to be an HTML section element. Okay. And actually that doesn't seem to be familiar to TypeScript, so cannot find name. HTML section element. Okay, so it looks like there is no special HTML section element type. We should use the more general HTML element type. So some of these HTML elements, they have their own types, like HTML div exists, but not HTML section. So they only create new types if the type needs some special behavior or special properties. So the section element didn't need special typing properties. So there's no special type for that. But for some elements like div, there actually are because they need some special stuff for some reason. Okay, so I just Googled that actually. I don't know that by the top of my head. Sometimes you need to Google it. Okay, so now we can see that this ref is going to be ref object, and it knows more specific now it's going to be an HTML element. Okay, so that's going to be the target, right? So we have the target here. We can just provide the ref, not ref current. We actually need to provide the whole ref. All right, so that's what we need to provide to this use scroll hook. Now, what do we get back from that hook? What we get back is the scroll Y progress. So scroll Y progress is what we get back. So basically an indicator of how far we've scrolled. And that's what we can now use to animate this. So we do have to make this a motion component. So I'm going to make this a motion.section component. Let's make sure that the closing tag is also correct. Yeah. We need to import that. Let's see if it finally works. Nope. So we have to import this manually, motion. Okay. And then the trick is, almost finished here, we can use the style prop. So just like CSS styling, and we can just do scale, for example, as well as opacity. Let's see if no, opacity should also be conform the progress of the scrolling. That's a bit of setup here, but now the scale and the opacity CSS values will depend on how far we've scrolled in. At least that's the theory. Let's double check if it actually works. And you can already see that it seems to work, right? Now you can see it's not so smooth, but at least we're on the right track here. Now it's not very smooth, and I actually didn't know why it's not smooth. Sometimes it happens with framer motion that things don't work as smoothly as you think they should. So what I tried here is to just wrap everything in a div here and just animate that div. So let's actually do that. So we'll keep this section. It's just going to be normal section element, and we're just going to wrap everything in a div. We're going to put everything in a div, and that's the div that we're actually going to animate. And that usually solves the issue if it's not smooth in framer motion for me. So here we need to copy the ref and the style to that div now. And now it's, let's see. Yeah, so now it's not just a general HTML element. Now we can change the type to HTML div element, right? So make sure you change that. Now, because we changed this, we also need to change this margin on the bottom, right? So now let's quickly change that as well. So class name. So here we added some margin on the bottom. Yeah, so margin bottom 3, SMMB8, and this last pseudo class. That should now go to this div, so that actually they have some space between them. And then let's see what's going on here. Why is this not working? Ah, yeah, so here it doesn't work because this is still a normal JSX div element, but we want to make it a motion component. So we'll say motion.div, make sure that the last closing tag is also motion. And now if we save here, let's double check. So now you can see it's very smooth, right? Really buttery smooth for me. I hope it comes across the video as well because I'm recording video here, so I'm not sure if it's as smooth on the video. But from my perspective here, it looks very smooth. Now, the only thing I don't like is it's a bit too much. So what I mean by that is the scaling basically starts from a very low number like 0. And maybe it's a bit too much. So maybe it should start already a little bit bigger. So it's a bit more subtle. And the same with opacity. It starts off almost invisible and immediately goes to like completely 1 opacity. So that's a very large range that it's animating basically. And it's not as subtle as I like the animations to be. So we can, this scroll Y progress that we get is actually a special motion value. And we can change that a little bit so that the scale and opacity here that are using that are animated a little bit more subtly. And actually what we also want sometimes is that the scale is animated slightly different from the opacity, right? So that's, we can do that immediately here as well, like this. So what we're gonna do is, there's another hook that Framer Motion gives us is use transform. So we can transform that scale Y progress that we get from use scroll. And actually I already get a suggestion here. So you put in the scroll Y progress, right? So that's what we need to provide. And then there's 2 other values. So this the scroll Y progress will go from 0 to 1, right? So that's what we're putting here. And then what we actually want the transformation to be is that for the scaling here, that it doesn't start at absolute 0, right? So it doesn't start from an actual scale of 0, but maybe let's say 0.5 and goes to 1. Right, so what this will give us, we'll use that for the scale. So we can just scale progress, and we need to import this, no suggestions. Use transform from Framer Motion, make sure you import that, and then we can use this value, the transformed value for scale. So if we do that, let's see if that works. So now you can see that it doesn't start off so small. It starts off a little bit bigger, and it's a little bit smoother, I think, maybe more subtle. It doesn't travel such a large range during the animation. Now, it's the same story with the opacity. I don't want it to start at such a low value, so we're also going to transform the opacity. So let's duplicate this line. I'm going to put my cursor on this line and then hold Shift Alt down arrow key to duplicate it. And we can say opacity progress. Right now, maybe we can even change it here. We'll make this 0.6. So this should start not at 0, but at, let's say, 0.6. And actually, let's change the scale because it's still a little bit much. Let's actually change this to 0.8. So now, actually, we should still change this value. So opacity should get opacity progress, right? So I changed the value for scale as well to 0.8. So now it's going to start off, significantly bigger, but I think it's going to be more subtle. Yeah, this looks better, right? So now it's way subtler, right? So you can play around with use transform to transform that scroll Y progress value that we get, which is just basically a raw indicator of how much we've scrolled in. You sometimes want to transform that, right? It's a bit more advanced, but I think we have a nice result, right? So really slick, I think. Yeah, I really like this effect. I'm gonna use it much more in my design now that I've learned this. So I hope you like it as well. Now there's one issue here now, which is that we've lost that even odd difference, right? Because we now added this div here. So this one is now sitting on the right side image, so that we should change that. So we just have to change this group to this div here. So then that will be the reference point basically. And then also this even pseudo class. So even, we can add that here as well. So if it's even, it's going to add some additional padding on the left. And actually that doesn't work. So now it's adding the padding actually to the left like this. So we actually want to keep the padding here in this section. So what we're going to do is here we can use the group. So here I'll say group even and then add, oops, so then add the padding on the left. Right, so a bit of shuffling around with the styles here. Let's see if that actually works. And actually that doesn't work. Yeah, it actually works. Yeah. So you have to wait a little bit before the dev server has caught up. But now we have this even odd difference again. Okay, now I just noticed that these cards are quite pointy. So I think we didn't add the border radius. So let's do that. Let's make this rounded LG. And let's see if that works. Yeah, so now it's a bit more rounded. All right. So that basically concludes the projects section. Well done for making it this far. We already looked at quite a few advanced topics, framer motion, some TypeScript stuff, some CSS, positioning stuff, Flexbox. So don't give up now. It's coming along very nicely now. All right, so now let's actually continue with the header here, and let's actually implement the complete functionality here. So if I click on About, we actually want to go to the About section. If I click on Projects, we should actually go to the Projects section. And I'm actually not sure. Yeah, so if we click on Home, we should go here, right? For some reason, if I click on About, it already scrolls down here. I'm not sure why, but that of course should also be much smoother. So you can see when we click on it, the URL already changes. So that's already taken care of. Now the only thing we have to do is go to these individual sections and just to add an ID, right? So here on the outermost component, so for About, we can just add an ID of About. And then when I do that and now try this out, yeah, so now when I click here, I immediately go to this About section. Now, that's not very nice because it's sitting right at the top of the viewport and we have this header here awkwardly overlapping now. So ideally, it would basically put us something like right here or something like this, so a little bit lower. And there's actually a special property for this. This is pretty advanced, but when we click on About, we just want to add basically some extra space here. So the property that we can use, or in Tailwind at least, is called scroll margin. So we can say scroll margin top. So if we do that, and we'll make the number 28. So now when I click on About, yeah, so I had to refresh here. Now when I click on About, you can see there's more space here between the top of the section and the top of the viewport, right, which looks much better. So that's what we want to add to these other sections as well. All right, so now when we click on projects, we want to go to projects. So let's go to the projects section here. And here we'll add an ID of projects without the hash, right? So let's see if that works. Projects, about projects. Let's see if I refresh. Click on projects, yeah, and now I'm immediately scroll to this projects section here, also right at the top. So here we can also add that class name, not an ID, class name. Scroll margin top 28. Okay, so now if I click on about, it puts me right here. When I click on projects, it actually still puts me too high here. So let's see, let's double check. If I refresh here, let's see if that works now. So I click on projects and yeah, and now it positions it properly, right? For both sections. All right, let's also do the intro or the home page. We'll make the intro section here home. So we'll just add an ID without hash of home. All right, let's see. Okay, so now when I click on about and then home, it puts the home right at the top of the viewport as well. Now here, that 28 is not going to be enough. So here, we actually just want to scroll all the way to the top, right? Not just something like this. We actually do want to get all the way to the top. So here we can actually just use a larger number, scroll empty, and just use 100, just a very large one, so it scrolls all the way to the top. All right, so now if I click around, I have to refresh. So now if I click around, about, home, and that's actually not high enough. Yeah, so actually it should be a custom value here. So just 100 RAM, very large number, just so it's always scrolling to the top. All right, so now if we click around, about, home, yeah, so home now takes us all the way to the top, right? All right, now this is not very smooth, obviously, right? So all of this is instantly. So how can we make it smooth? Well, we can actually go to the root here, the root file, and we can determine for the whole page that it should be a smooth scroll. And we can actually just add that here on the HTML element. So we can actually just say scroll smooth. Now there is some default behavior from Tailwind, and there could be other issues with this as well. It may conflict with other settings. So here I'm gonna add an exclamation mark, which will make this which will add the important rule in CSS. So this one will always be applied essentially. And when you do that, it should be smooth. Yeah. So now you can see when we scroll, it's a very smooth scroll, right? Really nice. And we'll do it for the other sections as well as we get to them. Right? Project still nicely animating in. Really cool. And yeah, you can see it's really starting to come together. All right, now of course we also want, if we look at the example, and let me actually zoom in a little bit, we have the active section indicator. So if we are in the about section, it's actually indicated like that here. And when we go to projects, when we go to projects, it's actually animated, right? So you can see that that background thingy very nicely goes to the other one. Right, now to make that work, of course, we need to know the active section, right? So as I scroll down, it should also change. So as I scroll into another section, the about section here, and if I scroll to skills, I'm zoomed in, so it doesn't work for projects here. But if I go to skills here and then experience, it should automatically move as well, right? So it should detect that. So we basically want to keep track of the active section that we are in. Okay, so we want to keep track of the active section, and let's actually start simple. Let's just start off by making the home the default one, right? Because as we load the page, obviously the home is going to be, well, the most in the view here. So let's make that the default. So let's see, how can we keep track of the active section? Well, here we're going to use state. So let me reposition a little bit here. All right, so we want to keep track of the active section, and I think let's start off easy. It makes most sense to make the home section the default one, right? So we need to keep track of something, and when you want to keep track of something in your application, you're going to use state. So let's see, where should we put that? Well, it makes the most sense to start here in the header itself. So here in the header, we will simply use state, right? And we're going to make the default home. Right, so we're going to use the same names as what we have in the data here. Right, so here for the links, we use name, home, name, about, so with uppercase. So we're gonna try to use the same names. Okay, so use state will give us two things. It will give us the active section and then a setter function. Right, set active section, and don't forget the equal sign. All right, so we need to import useState from React. Okay, so now the default is going to be home, right? So let's just style this a little bit. So what we want to do when it's active is we want to make the color actually the same color as when we hover it. So let's see. If we go to these links here we can set the color, but this is for all of the links. So here we basically want to add the class text gray 950, but if we do it like this, all of them are going to have that darker color now. But we only want this for the active section. So we don't just want to add it here. We want to add this Tailwind class conditionally. And this is quite common that you want to add some styles conditionally, right? So only if some variable, some state is true or false, you want to add some special classes. This is very common. All right, so there is a very popular package for Tailwind here that is called CLSX, and this helps us with conditionally applying class names. Right, so this is what we're going to use for that. So let's quickly install that. I'm going to open a new terminal and I will npm install CLSX. Okay, then I can close this terminal again, and I'm gonna import that here at the top. Import CLSX from CLSX. And let me actually make this a little bit less wide like this. Okay, so now we are importing this. So now we can use this in here. So here we're gonna say class name for link. We're gonna wrap this in curly braces so that now we can use JavaScript features in here. Because what we want to do is we want to use CLSX. It's a function and it receives this input. Right, so let's wrap this in parentheses. Right, so now we still have the same string, but we're going to pass that as an input to the CLSX function. So we have this. This is what we want to apply always, so without condition. But now the cool thing is you can have comma and then an object. And here we can apply something when active section is true. And here actually Copilot already suggested for us. So I'm just going to accept this. And it's basically saying we want to apply this string. We can have multiple classes in here, in this case only one, when this condition is true. So if the active section is the same as the link.name, right, because we're mapping over these links. So if active section is home and link.name is home, for example, we're going to apply this, right? So let's see if this works. So if we now save, and you can see now that home is actually darker color now, right? So make sure you have all these curly braces and parentheses correct. But if we change this from home to, let's say, project, right? So if I save here, you can see the project is now the darker color, right? So now, at least for the color, we are doing all right. And now we also want to display like a background thingy, background color for the active section. So let's actually do that here in the link. We'll just use an empty span for that. So just create a span, and let's see, we'll give that a background color of ByteGrad 200. And actually it should be 100. It should be rounded full, and it should be below the text. So here we need to do some absolute positioning. Now when you use absolute positioning, usually you also want to mark the element that should be the relative, the reference point. So we're going to make this motion.li relative. Okay, and let's see, we have absolute, and then usually you can say top 0, right 0, or you can set it for all of them. We can say inset 0, which will do 0 for everything. So top 0, right 0, should sit 0 from the bottom, 0 from the left. So basically it will stretch all the way. And then it should sit below the text. So we can also use the z index and a negative number. I'll just say negative z10. Let's see what we get. All right, so now they all have a slight subtle grayish blob in the background, right? But of course, this should only be applied, the span here, if it's the active section. So here we're mapping over these links, right? So link has name. So we can just check if the link.name, right? So we can say link.name, is that strictly equal to the active section, right? If this is true, then render this span, right? Make sure you get the parentheses here. Right, so now when we look again, you can see it's only the home link that has that blob in the background. Okay, cool. So the home page is the active section by default, but now how do we change that? So if I click on About, for example, it's still the home page that's active. So now let's start off by changing the active section if we just click on this. So if I click on About, obviously the About section should become active. All right, so when I click on About, for example, it should become the About section that becomes active. Right, so on click, you can already hear it. It's going to be an on click handler. Now we could add it to the LI or to the link, but when we click the link, that's when we will actually scroll. So it makes more sense to add it here. So it's going to be on click, and here we can just provide a function, and actually it already suggested for me. So we're going to say set active section to whatever link.name, right? So we're mapping over these links. They have a name, about, project. So when there's a click, that's what we're going to set it to. So if I click on About, it's going to be About. Right, actually, I can hover this, and TypeScript will tell me what this is, right? Because we are mapping over these links, and we have specified this as const, right? So link.name can only be any of these names here, not any string, but only specifically those strings, right? By the way, we're writing it in line here, right? So we're doing it here. We could also extract this into a separate function and then define that up here. But if you only do one thing or maybe two statements, I think I prefer to do it inline. And if you do multiple statements, multiple things, I think it's better to extract it into its own separate function, right? But here we're only doing one thing. So I think it makes more sense to just inline it here. All right, so let's check this out. So I'm going to save here. And now when I click on About, you can see it's the About that becomes active. And then Projects, Skills, we don't have Skills section yet. I don't know why it scrolls up, but this is what we have now, right? So it works. And it looks all right, but it's not very smooth, right? So now we're going to take it to the next level, more advanced level, is when I click on About, this gray blob thingy should animate to that very smoothly. It shouldn't just instantly go there. So it's very easy to do actually with Framer Motion. So here we have the span, that's the blob thingy. And we're going to make this a motion.span. So motion.span, make sure you also get the ending tag, closing tag correct. And then we only have to specify two things. So we're going to give it an layout ID, and actually already suggested for me. The layout ID is necessary here. And then we can just specify how we want that transition to go. So the type should be a spring animation. It's going to be that bouncy animation. And then we can customize it a little bit. So stiffness should actually be 380 and damping should be 30, right? So you can basically customize how bouncy it should be. So let's actually try this and then I'll explain how that works, how Framer Motion is able to do that. So here, let's now set the active section to About. And you can see it animates to the other nav item now, right? It's not instant anymore. And you can even see there's a little bouncy effect in there. How cool is that? Right, so I think this looks really cool. And you can see it wasn't even that difficult to implement, right? So you can see how powerful Framer Motion is. And the way Framer Motion is able to do this, by the way, is because here we're mapping over these links. What's going to happen is when I click on About here, this span for the home is going to be removed because home is not the active section anymore. So this will be removed. And the About, the span in the About here will get into view because now About is the active section. And Framer Motion can pick up on that one of those spans gets removed and the other one goes into view because they all have the same layout ID. And Framer Motion will be able to automatically animate that. Right, so now we have a really cool advanced nav bar here or header. And of course, we still need to implement these other sections, but yeah, I really like the header here. All right, and there's one more thing we need to do, which is that as we scroll down and here now the About section gets into view, of course it should pick up that the About section has now become the active section, and then it should switch it. And so basically what we need to do is as we scroll down or up, and one of these sections gets sufficiently enough into view, that should become the active section. So not only when you click does the active section change, but also as you scroll up or down. So the way to do this is with something called the Intersection Observer API. So in browsers, you can detect when some element gets into view or out of view. So in React, that has been implemented with the React Intersection Observer package, very popular package, and that's what we're going to use. So let's install that. I'm going to open up the terminal here, and I'm going to say npm install React Intersection Observer. So let's install that. All right, so I'm going to close this terminal now, and let's see. So the way to do this in React is we're going to use that package, but just thinking about it, we can just attach a ref to this overall section, to this About section, and we give that reference to the hook that we're going to get from that intersection observer package, and then it will tell us when that section goes in and out of the view. If it goes into the view, we're going to make that the active section. All right, so now we have to think a little bit about that. How can we do that? So if we look at the structure of our application so far, we have a layout. This is the root component. We have a header, and then we have the page component here, which holds all of those sections. So what we need to do is in the intro and, well, not in the section divider, but about and projects. In about here then, we need to add a reference to this outermost element, right? So we're going to use, right, we can use ref, right? So we get a ref, and then we can add ref is ref, right? But it's a bit difficult now because the header is in this part of the tree of components, and then we have this page here, which then holds the other sections. So you can see it's a bit difficult now because we are keeping track of the active section here in the header, right? But now we need to be able to set the active section also from the about section here, right? So how can we get this set active section from the header here into this page and then into about, right? So the fundamental problem that we have right now, I'm going to undo that. So just remove that. The fundamental problem here is that we're trying to keep track of something. So we have some kind of piece of state, which we now need to share with other components in our application, but the components are too spread out, basically. So usually you can do prop drilling, right? So you can just pass set active section to some other element, right? To some component. And right, so you can say set active section and set active, and then you can sort of drill down. But here it's too spread out. So now typically to solve this, you want to use something called the React Context API. So here we're going to, instead of keeping track of the state here in the header, we're now going to create a context first. So we're going to use the Context API first. Actually, I'm going to close everything except the header file. So typically it's a bit cleaner to create a separate folder for your context. So I'm just going to create a folder called context. And then we're going to create a file called active section context.tsx. So it's tsx because we're still going to export a React component. And that is actually a so-called provider component. So we can say RFC React functional component, and this will be active section context provider. Bit of a long name, but this is how it's typically called. And so then this component will keep track of the state. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this state here. Instead of keeping track of that here from the header, we're going to keep track of it from this component. Right, so just paste it here, and here we need to import the use state. Okay. So here we have now removed it, and now we have it here in this file. And we now get an error here because active section is not defined, right? So in header now we don't have active section anymore. So this is going to give us an error, but soon we will have it again. So just let's continue here. All right, so let's see. So basically you can think of it as a normal component that's now basically a more centralized way of. Right, so now we're just going to keep track of the state in this component with this weird long name. Now let's think about the type here actually. So we are setting the use state to a string called home. So now if you hover active section, you can see it infers the type to be a string, right? But we know it's not just going to be any string, right? So we can be more precise than that, right? So here we can tell TypeScript what type it's going to be with angled brackets here. And we can say, for example, it's going to be home or about, right? And we can give like the 6 or so links that we have. So we don't want to write, home as like a union type, as it's called, home or about. We can be a little bit more efficient than that. Because if we look at the data here, we have these links here, and we already made that as const, right? So that's all. It already contains some type information. So let's actually bring the links into here. I'm gonna import links from that file, and then I can specify a type separately here, right? So you don't have to do it in line like here. You can also just extract it out of here, right? So that's a bit cleaner. So just like we did with the props, for example, we created a separate type for that. So let's do a separate type for this as well, and we call it section, or actually let's call it section name. So now we have type section name. And actually, we already get a really good suggestion from TypeScript. So let's actually accept and see what we get. So now if I hover section name, you can see we already get the exact names of our sections, right? As a union, meaning it could be any of these, right? But not other ones, not any string, right? Specifically these, right? So now we're telling TypeScript we're going to keep track of state and not just any string, but specifically these section names, right? Of type section name. Right, so here's using type of. So basically it takes links. So we have links, could be any of them. That's basically what number means. And then specifically the name property. Right, that's what we do here. And we're saying type of that. So whatever that name property is of any of these, that's the type that this should become. Right, so you can see Copilot helps us out a lot as well. Okay, so that's about types. And now we still have a basic use state. Let me close the sidebar here. Okay, so now let's see how we are going to use this in our application. So this is currently a default export. So now let's actually see how we are going to use this. So if we go to the root of our app in the layout file, now we can wrap the part of our app here that needs to get access to that state. So typically what happens here is we're going to wrap the parts of our app that need access to the state. So that's going to be both the header as well as the page. Right, so the page is what will be placed here. The page contains all the sections. So what you can do is you can just write active section. So there's a component, active section context provider. It automatically imports this for me like this, right? So make sure you import it. And I can put all of this in here, right? This is how you typically format this. Now this will not work. This will give us an error. There's all sorts of issues now. And why does this not work? Because now we're putting this in here. So remember, that's going to be the children prop. And currently we haven't specified that. So here we need to say this element will have children. So let's see, screwing up the parentheses here. And let's see. Yeah, so here it's going to be children, right? So children, that's going to be whatever is placed in between the opening and closing tags, right? So then we have the children. We don't do anything with the children, right? So not, right now we're always returning some div here with text. But of course, we actually do want to just return the children. So here we can actually just write the children, right? So whatever the children are, whatever we place in between here, that's what this will give us again. So it's not like it breaks anything in the tree. It's basically now sort of acting as a pass-through component. It's not really doing anything right now. It's just getting some children, immediately returning that. So far nothing interesting, but let's continue here. So now we need to do something with the type of the children. So we can write that inline here. So we could say children React is a React node. Right? We could type it inline like this. Now we can be strict with ourselves and have a consistent system. So I'm gonna have the name of the component. I'm gonna paste that here, and then just add props to it, and that's gonna be the type here. You can use interface as well, but I like to be consistent. So we will call that props, and we'll define it separately here, right? So then we are separating the type from the component here. Right? I think it looks a bit cleaner. All right, so this is what we have so far. Now we have wrapped the header, for example, in this provider component, but do we now get access in the header to that active section? Right, so can we now use active section here somewhere? Because that's the state here. And the answer is no. Right now, we are not passing the state here that we have in this provider component to anything else. We're just immediately returning the children, but not with the state. So now we need to actually use the context API from React. So here, let's keep the types at the top here. So here what we will do is we will create an active section context. And here we can see that React.create context. We can do it like that, right? We can use the React variable here, or we can import it like this. So you don't have to type React dot, you can just use create context. And so now we can just use create context. And here, initially, you can have a default value. So if you have another component, let's say we had a component here, and we try to, it's outside the provider component. If we try to access that value, right, outside the provider component, you would get the default value that we can pass here. Now, we don't really have like a we could use home here, but typically I use null because we don't really want to access or try to access that value outside the provider component. There are only very rare, some few use cases for that, but that's not really important here. So we don't really have a meaningful default value that we want to use. We actually want to see an error if we try to access that value outside the context provider component. So we don't really want to deal with the default value here. So we're just going to use null as the default value. All right, so now what this gives us is this variable now that we can now wrap all the children with. So everything that's in here is now going to be wrapped with the following. So we can, actually, let me just delete this. So now we have the active section context, and now you can say dot provider. Right, so this is a component and actually we need to use angled brackets here, right? So this is now going to be a component that we get from this variable. That's why we use create context. And then of course we pass along all the children in here, right? So this is how it's structured now. I'm going to get a bunch of errors in the background, but that's okay for now. So now this provider is wrapping all the children. So whatever you put in between here, this provider component that we get, and it's named a bit strange, dot provider, looks a bit strange perhaps, but that's what we get from create context, right? So first we need to wrap everything that needs to get access to some value like this, and then we can use it. Now it still doesn't know what value we specifically want to use though, right? So obviously we have defined use state here with some active section, but could technically also be other values. So we do have to make it explicit. So value, what is the exact value that you want to pass along? Right, so we're going to say the value here is going to be an object with active section, right? So we can write it like this, active section, but in JavaScript, if you have the same name as the property value, you can just leave it like this, right? So again, make sure you have mastered the underlying fundamentals, especially JavaScript, but also CSS. All of this will be much, much easier. And what we also want to pass along is the setter function, because in the about section, for example, we're going to check if it's in the view, and then we want to set the active state. So we also need to pass that along. We not only want to read the active section in the header, for example, we want to see what the active section is. We also want to set it from other components. Okay, so let's save that. Now we're gonna get an issue here from TypeScript. So TypeScript is complaining type active section blah 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 is not assignable to type null. So here, when we created the context, we specified null. So it inferred a type from that. So if we hover this, you can see it infers that this React context is just going to be some null value. And that's not true, right? So here we can use angled brackets to specify what this context type is going to be. So basically what the shape of this value object is going to be, right? So let's actually call that active section context type, and then we'll define it up here. So we'll say, oh, actually it already suggested for us. So we're going to have an active section, and that is indeed going to be home, about, projects. That's actually the section name that we already defined here. So we can use that type here as well. Then we're also going to have a set active section. And yeah, Copilot actually suggests the perfect suggestion here. So this looks very strange because set active section is actually a setter function that we get from useState. If you hover this variable, you can actually see the type. Right, so you don't have to memorize this. Sometimes, if you don't have Copilot, for example, let's say we don't have Copilot, and you don't know, okay, so set active section is what we're passing along, but what's the type of this setter function? You can just hover it, and it will tell you what that type is. Right, so it's something like react.dispatch, and then it's a generic. So here in the angled brackets, we have something else, which is also generic. It also has a generic. It's also generic. So then you can pass in another variable or type essentially here. Right, so here, I'm going to copy all of this. That's how you would do it. And you would say, this is the type. Now here, it's actually using these values of all the links here. We don't need to do that. We can just use section name, right? So we can just say section name, right? So this is basically the context type. We already specified that here. And now we get an issue. So we say argument of type null. We basically just told this create context that it's going to be of this shape. But now we also all of a sudden we are passing in null. Null is not defined. We haven't said that it's going to be null here. So now to say, well, you can't pass null. It's not part of the shape. So we can say it's going to be of this type, or a union type in TypeScript, or null. Right, so then that error disappears. So so the default value could be null. Right, so the value could be null if we are using it outside that provider component. Okay, so that's enough about types. TypeScript is a bit tricky to wrap your mind around, especially if you're just getting into TypeScript. But if you have mastered JavaScript, I keep repeating it. If you've mastered JavaScript, it's very easy to pick up TypeScript as well. So I know some of you are very excited to build, very advanced applications, but you're going to run into many issues if you haven't mastered the fundamentals. All right, so now we have properly typed all of this, and now we don't see any issues, any errors, at least from TypeScript here. All right, so let's actually see what the error is that we're going to get here. So here we're using create context, and it's telling us you cannot use context in a server component. Right, so here it says you're importing a component that needs create context. So it only works in a client component. And so sometimes the error messages are a bit strange. So I'm importing a component but we're not really importing a component here. Right, so it means probably here is in the layout in the root file, we're importing a component. Right, so that's a bit strange because it doesn't link to that layout file. And actually, oh, here it does. Okay, but it only works in a client component. So this context provider needs to be a client component. Right, that's fine. We'll just make this use client. Right, so now this provider, context provider component is going to be a client component. And then here we are importing that client component, active section context provider. All right, so let's see if that works. So now we get some other issue. I'm just going to refresh because I don't know what this is about. So let's refresh and see if this works. All right, so now at least we got rid of that client component issue. Now we just have the same issue in the header, which is, of course, here we're trying to read active section, right? The active section value here is still here. And we have now wrapped the part of our app that can access that. But now we still need to access it here, right? So that first you need to sort of provide it. And now the second part of the context API is to actually consume it, to use it, right? And about server and client components, by the way. So I just said this context provider is now a client component here, right? So this layout root file is a server component. You can import a client component into a server component and then use it here. Now you may think if we put it like this is a client component. So now everything in here, basically our whole app is now basically going to be a client component as well, right? So everything in here is now also going to be a client component. And that's actually not true, right? So this is a bit tricky, but luckily because these provider, components often that's very high up in the tree, in the React tree, if you use it like this, so basically with the children prop, right? So if you have a client component, you can still have server components wrapped in there, right? As long as you basically use it through the children prop, right? So this could technically still be this could still be server components in here, right? So it only becomes these things only become a client component if you have use client like this, or you are importing them in a client component. So if I would import another component into here, that would automatically become a client component as well, right? It's a bit tricky there, but it makes sense when you think about it because this is such a typical pattern in React apps. These provider components very high up in the tree and they need to be client components because of React Context API. So it would be kind of strange if then everything immediately became a client component. It would basically undo a lot of the benefits. So that's not how it works. All right, so now we need to consume it. Right, so here it's complaining it doesn't have access to the active section variable. Right, we now have abstracted that away into this other component, but we have provided that now for our app through value. So now how do we consume it? How do we consume a context? Well, we have another, we have a hook for that. And let's just use it here. So we can say use context. Right, so React gives us this use context, and then it needs to know which context because we could technically have multiple contexts in our app. And actually we'll see we're going to have dark and light mode as well. So the theme is often also something you want to put in context. So here it wants to know that it's going to be the active section context, right? So we would have to import that from here. Let's see. So this variable, basically, we would have to export that, import it here. And typically you want to write a separate hook for this. But let me just quickly show you how this works. So here we have this active section context. We need to export this. So I'm going to say export. I'm just going to write export in front of it. So it's a named export. So here we can use it, and I can put my cursor there and import it like this. All right. Use context as well. I'm going to import it like this. All right. So now we get the actual context, the actual value of the context, I should say. Right, so we can say active section context value. It's a bit too long. Right, so we could call this something like, because what are we actually getting here? It's a value, it's going to be an object. Right, let's just call it value. Right, so it's going to be some object. Right, so here, this is the value, it's an object. Right, so the outer curly braces are just, in JSX, so we can use JavaScript. The second curly braces then are for the actual object literal, right? So that's a JavaScript object. That's what we're getting here, right? So that's going to be an object, right? And then we can use object dot, right? We actually already get the IntelliSense active section, right? Now it's easier to just immediately destructure this, right? So we get active section and the setter function, right? We don't need the setter. Actually, we do need the setter function here as well. So set active section. That's what we get now from use context. And let's see, we get an issue here. Active section does not exist on type active section context type. That's interesting. So, all right, so here we get a weird issue because it says active section does not exist on this context type, right? So here, let's see, context type, and we have specified the active section here actually, so it should work. So here when we create the context, we are saying this context is going to be of that section context type or null. And that's actually where this issue is coming from. We're saying it could also be null. So here we're trying to extract or destructure active section, right? But it could be null. And so this use context could give us null. And here we're trying to use active section. So it's going to say, well, yeah, you don't know if it actually exists, right? So you're going to have to deal with that. You're going to have to, right? You can't just assume that this is going to exist. It could be null. So typically a better way of dealing with consuming this is not to do it here like that. It's to have a custom hook that takes care of that null value. And then we'll use that custom hook in here. So we don't have to worry about that null value. Right, so we're just going to write a custom hook in this file as well. So it's just going to be a function, a custom hook. A hook is actually just a function that starts with the use word, and we'll call that use active section context. Right, just a function, and then we can use context. And actually, we get all of this suggested for us. And let's see, let's actually accept this and see what we get. So first, we're going to use the context. This is the React hook that we get, right? Just like we saw before. I need to import this though. So I'm going to hold Control Spacebar, press Tab, and it will import that for me, right? Use context. Then it needs to know which context you want to consume. What's the active section context, which is already defined in this file. Okay. So then we get that object, but this is going to be this value object, or it could be null, right? So we have specified here, it could also be null. So here we can check if it's actually null. It's going to be null, by the way, when you try to consume it in a component outside this provider. Right? That's when it's going to be null. Now, if it's null, we actually want to throw an error, right? So it's going to say use active section context must be used within, well, let's have some correct grammar, and active section context provider component, right? So then we'll throw an error and the application will stop working. So if it's not null though, we just return the context, right? So then we will actually just return this value here, and we know it's not going to be null, right? So now we can just use this one. Let's actually export this. So we're going to export this hook. We don't need to do anything here. So now we can consume it in the header. So let me remove the previous import. So now we can use that custom hook. We can say use active section context, and it automatically imports it for me. I also don't have to provide the context variable here, right? So that's also a bit easier. And now we can just grab the value, right? So finally we can grab the value, the active section, from this hook. And now you can see we don't get any issues because it's not going to be null here. Because if it's going to be null, it's going to be an error will be thrown, right? So once it's actually returning something here, is when we actually can destructure it and we know it's not going to be null. Right, so if you hover it, you can see everything is working now with the types. We also get that setter function. So we'll also say set active section. We also want that one. Okay, so now let's see. Now let me save this file and let's see if we still have this error. And the error should be gone because now active section is actually existing here, right? And that looks good. And now if we click on about, it still works, right? So everything is working now. So active section here is what we're using, right? So active section is now just coming from a different component, essentially, right? So we have abstracted this away into, well, basically this context API setup. The context API looks a bit tricky, also with the types, it looks a bit complicated. So, React and also Next.js, I will have a React course very soon. Highly recommend you go through that. Check out the links in the description. It is not released yet. I'm waiting for Next.js to make some of the other features more stable. But, the context API is something that we will definitely discuss more in depth, and we will practice with that more and more in that course. So, if you're watching this video, I highly recommend you sign up for the email list. because you will be notified when the React Next.js course full stack will be released and you'll get a discount code, right? So make sure you are on the email list, right? I really think it's going to be the most valuable course in the whole software web development space. Okay, so we have active section here. And when we click on this link, we are using set active section, right? So these variable names are the same, right? But they're just coming from somewhere else now, right? They're coming from here. Okay, so that's cool. But this was already working for us. So what we now want to do, is when we scroll down, and when I scroll in this about section gets into the view, it's the about section that should become active, right? So now what we can do, and I can actually remove this here from the imports here in header. We don't need this anymore. So now we can go to, for example, the about section. Let's go there. About. So here we need to know when this about section is being scrolled into the view. And we have just installed the React Observer package, right? React Intersection Observer is what we're going to use for that. It makes it very easy for us. So if I look at the package JSON, you can see we have installed the React Intersection Observer package. So it gives us a hook that will tell us when this section is in the view. So let's see, it's called use in view is what we get. You can see I already get this suggestion and automatically imports it for me. So if we call this function, it will give us two things that we need to use. The first one is a ref that we need to attach to the element that we want to keep track of that needs to go in and out of the view. And the second is just a variable that will tell us when it is in the view. Right, so now we just need to attach this ref to this element here, to the outermost element, because this is the element that we want to know about when it gets scrolled into the view, right? And that's basically it. And so now we can use in view. Right, so now we can check if this about section is in view, it will be true. And then we want to set the active section to about. Right, so let's actually log this variable to see what we get. So I'm going to log is this in view variable. All right, so I've zoomed in a little bit. So currently it's true. So if I scroll a little bit further down, it becomes false. If I scroll up again, the about section is true again. If I scroll down, it's false. Right, so as soon as the viewport, right, so here, as soon as the viewport shows even a little bit of the section, it becomes true. Right, so this in view variable becomes true. As soon as we scroll a little bit outside this section, oh yeah, so now it's still in view, right? So it's still in view a little bit here. And now it's false, right? So this in view will tell us true or false when it's actually in the view. All right, so what we basically want to do is the following. So if in view, right? So if this section is in the view, we basically want to set the active section, to about. That's basically what we want to do here. Now set active section, we don't have access to that. That's the setter function, but it's provided for pretty much everything in the app, right? That's what we've done here, right? So now we just want to consume it. We've created a custom hook for that, so it deals with the null value. So we can assume it's not going to be null. It's a clean way of dealing with it, very professional way. So we want to basically use this hook. I'm going to copy it to get this setter function, right? So we can use this. I'm going to import that, and this hook will give us two things. It will give us the currently active section, right? Active section, but we don't really want that. We only want the setter function in this case. So we only need access to the set active section function, right? So here, if the about section is in view, we just set the active section to about, and that will automatically make the active item here that will automatically make this animated and everything, because everything revolves around the active section state. So as long as that state is has the correct value, right? All the animation, all the stuff is taken care of, right? So you just have to make sure that this state that we added here is correct, right? So if this about section is in the view, we make that the active section. Now here we are setting state basically in the during rendering here, right? So basically this component body in React is what's being rendered, right? So if you've worked with class components, the function body in a functional component is basically the render method in a React class component. And it's not recommended that you set state during rendering. So this is not, if you do this, you will actually get some errors and warnings. And so instead, we should probably use the use effect hook here, because we are essentially trying to synchronize some external system, right? So you want to use the use effect hook when you want to, well, they also call it side effects, but the more typical way is when you want to synchronize the state with some external system. So we have basically created an external system here of keeping track of the state. And now we want to use useEffect to synchronize that with this InView variable value, right? Because InView tells us the current state. And now we need to update our external system basically of that update. So that's how I think about it for useEffect. People tend to overuse the useEffect hook. So you wanna try not to use it, but I think in this case there's basically no other way. So we need to import it here from React, useEffect. And then it also has a dependency array. So basically this function, this useEffect will only run if one of the variables in this array changes. So that should be the InView and technically also the setter function here. Now these setter functions, you don't really have to provide them because they are stable values. Now when you leave it off though, we do get an issue here with ESLint. So ESLint is a bit more strict here. We could remove that rule just like we removed the other rule with the apostrophe, or just add it here. Both is fine, so let's just add it here. So basically this useEffect will now run every time InView or setActive section changes. So basically it's more about InView. So if InView becomes true, we're going to run this function. If it becomes false, we're also going to run it. But then this if block still checks if it's true only, right? So we only want to do it if it's actually true. All right, so this was a bunch of setup. So now I'm going to refresh the page. I've saved the files. I'm going to refresh the page. And now let's see what happens if we scroll down to the About section. Actually, it already works because the About section is already into view, and you can see the About section is actually is already made active for us, right? Let's see what happens if I refresh on this part of the page. So let's see what happens. Now you can see the About section is not active, but now if we scroll up a little bit, now you can see as soon as some text here of the About section gets into the view, it becomes the active section, right? And clicking still works. There's a small issue here. Yeah, so here when we scroll up to home, we'll deal with it in a second, right? So you can see that's working now, and that's only for the About section that it's working, right? So now let's also make it work for the projects section. So I'm gonna open up the projects section, and let's just copy everything here because it's gonna be the same. So we can just add that here in the projects section as well. And now we're gonna run into an issue here with the project section, because if you remember maybe, we were able to keep this as a server component, right? And then the individual project is going to be a client component, right? So this is still a server component, but now we're trying to use these hooks, right? So these hooks are using context API. Here we're using useEffect. These are client-side features. So now we actually do have to make this a client component as well, right? So that's okay though. Like it's not a in this case it's not a huge deal, but typically you only want to use a client component if you actually need to, right? So in this case, it's fine. All right, so then we need to import a bunch of stuff. Actually, we don't get suggestions here. So here, at least I do get this. And then let's see here as well. All right, so use in view is coming from this package. So I'm going to copy that and I'm going to paste that here. Now we need to attach the ref because this intersection observer needs to know which element it needs to keep track of in the viewport. All right, so this section, that's going to be the reference element. And here, when this project section gets into the view, we don't want to set the active section to about, but should actually become projects, of course. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to refresh here. Yeah, okay. So now let's see what happens. So about is now active because it's in the view here. And now when I scroll down a little bit, you can see it switches to projects. And let's see. If I scroll down sufficiently so that about is out of the view and then scroll up a little bit, you can see it's the about section that becomes active again. If the project section is out of the view and I scroll down, it's the project section that becomes active again. Right? So now this is technically working, but it's not really as smooth as it can be. Because for example, when I just load the page here, the about section immediately becomes active. Right? And that's not what we want. So ideally what we want is maybe the about section becomes active when like 80% of its content is in the view, right? Not a little bit, but when it's 80% of the whole section, then it should become active. So we can actually customize that here with use in view from this package. So we can provide an options object here, and we can provide thresholds here. So we can say when 75% of its content is in the view, if 75% of the element is in the view, then we want to say, yeah, okay, it's in view. Right, so not just when it's a little bit, like just one line of text. No, 75%. So quite a bit needs to be in the view. And that's when the about section is when we consider the about section to be in view. Right? And then that's actually when we want to set it to be the active section. Right, so we can also change that for projects here, because projects is a much bigger section here. So we can customize this a little bit. So here we can say the threshold should not be 0.75, but let's make that 0.5. So when half of its section, because it's a bigger section. And let's also add this for the intro, right? So let's actually copy everything from the projects component. And let's paste that here in the intro component. So we need to do a bunch of imports here again. So I'm just going to hold Control or Command spacebar, and use in view still doesn't automatically get imported. So I just have to copy and paste this from somewhere. So use in view, this hook gives us the reference, gives us this ref that we need to attach to this section here. And here, of course, when this intro becomes active, that's actually just the home section here. Right? Now, by the way, we have typed this properly, by the way. So if you actually make a mistake, right, if you type something like home, it will actually give you the warning here, right? So this is one of the benefits of TypeScript, because we have very specifically typed all of this. So even a small subtle mistake will now get picked up and you can fix it during development. It's also nice because you can hover this and you can double check what values it accepts, basically. So that's one of the benefits of TypeScript. Okay, so let's save here, because now we have all the 3 sections that we have so far. And we have customized with the threshold as well. So we'll also keep 0.5 for the intro. All right, so now when I load the page, let's see, just to start from a clean slate. All right, so now the home page is active, right? Even though the about is also in the view, we still are on home, which is actually what we want, because we don't immediately want to jump to about. So now when I scroll down a little bit, you can see it does jump to about very quickly, but that's fine. And then let's see when we go to projects here. Yeah, so when projects is about half into view, it jumps to projects, right? So this looks good. This is what we want. Right, so now let's scroll up and see if it's something similar. Yeah, so now it switches to about, right? And eventually it should switch to home, yeah. Okay, so now you can see we have a really advanced header here. You know, we've used context API, we've used some custom hooks from React Intersection Observer. We've used some third-party hooks or some third-party packages here for the Intersection API. So quite a lot of setup actually. But once you understand it, it's quite easy to work with, right? So I highly recommend that you check out my React or Next.js course. As of recording, it's very close to releasing, so get on the email list so you can get the discount. If any of this seems a little bit intimidating, that's completely normal and fine. You know, it takes some time in React to get used with a lot of stuff. And these days, you know, TypeScript has really become mandatory almost to use with React. If you look at the job applications, a lot of job vacancies mention TypeScript, right? So it's really becoming a standard, and it's important that you understand TypeScript as well. It's also part of my course, React Next.js course. All right, now we have one issue that we need to solve here. If we now click on any of these sections, so if I click on project, you can see it sort of switches. So if now if I click on about home, it first switches to about again. And the reason it happens is because if I click on projects, it will also show the about section in the view. Right? So as the about section gets into the view, we are setting this active section to about, right? So when we click on projects, it first sort of sets it to about again, and then projects. So that's a bit annoying, especially as we go from home to contact. It's going to switch between all of them. So to solve this, what we can do, for example, is because there's basically 2 ways now that the active section changes. It's because we click on it, we click on something, we click on a link here, or it's because we are scrolling this section into view, right? That's the 2 ways that we are setting the active section. And when we click now, we don't want to have that scroll-based active section, right? We only want to have the section that we clicked on be the active section. So when we click on a link, we sort of want to disable that scrolling functionality that we just implemented for like 1 second or so. So the way that we can keep track, we need to keep track basically of the last time that we clicked on the header. So as soon as I click here, I want to disable that scrolling section feature, whatever you want to call that. We want to disable that for like 1 second or so. So we need to keep track. All right. So here, as the about section gets scrolled into the view, it's gonna set in view to true, and we're setting that here. right? Even though that's not the end destination for us, right? It's not the end destination, but it will still do that intermediately. And we don't want that. So here we basically want to check if we just clicked on an item in here, we don't want to do this, right? So one way to solve this is to simply keep track of the last time that we clicked. And then we can use that to disable that. We can disable this for basically 1 second. All right, so maybe we should just implement it and it will be clear. So what we can do is have another state variable, and this will just be the value 0 initially. And we're gonna call this state time of last click, and also the setter function set time of last click. So this will be a number type, this state, and useState can already infer that from here, right? So here we actually don't need to write number, although we could do this, right? We could do this, but it actually already infers it, so it can already assume, oh, it's going to be a number, right? So if you hover time of last click, you can see it's going to be a number, right? That's fine. All right, and that's actually just what we're going to pass here as a value. So whenever we consume this context, we can also get these now. So time of last click and set time of last click. And we get an issue here because we have not specified here for the context type that is allowed, right? So here we only have active section and set active section. So now we also need to add time of last click. That's a number. And of course, we have that setter function again, which is this insane type. So again, if you're not using Copilot, you can just hover this, and TypeScript will tell you what type this is, right? Because we're getting it from useState, so TypeScript already knows what it is. So you can just copy this and paste that here, right? So it's going to be a so-called dispatch function, but more specifically a set state in React action, and that's going to take in a number. Right, so that's how you can read this, but that's not really important. Okay, so that's now what we are specifying here. So now we can also consume these two. So what we can do here, when we use this, when we consume here, we can check the time of last click. So here we can check before we set it, because we don't want to do it. We don't want to do this basically when we clicked it. So we can check if we actually already get a suggestion. So what we can do is n and actually this looks about right. So what we can check, we can take the current time. We can do minus the time of the last click, and if that is more than 1 second, right? So 1000 milliseconds. So basically, it's been more than a second that we clicked. Then we will actually set this section. And now we also need to supply these values here. So time of last click. So we'll add that here. Okay. So now we also need to actually keep track of that by setting this time of last click. And that's what we do in the header. So let's go to the header. So when we actually click on home, for example, let's see. Yeah, so let's see, we have the on click. So here we are currently doing one thing. So let's actually add curly braces here and another one at the end. So now we're going to do not only set the active section, but we also want to set the time of last click. And we can use date.now. If you hover this, it will give us a number. We get an issue here. Let's see. Cannot find. Okay, so here we need to import that. Right, so here we don't have access to that value. So we can use this context. Right, so we can just import that here. Set time of last click. Right, so now when we click, we are also setting this time. So then let's actually just try it. Let's see what we get. All right, so now when I click on projects, you can see that it doesn't stop at about in between anymore, right? So now when I switch between projects and home, it's never stopping at about or having that weird squiggle, right? So basically what we're doing is when we click here, we disable that other method for like 1 second. So let's actually I will just write a comment here. You don't have to write this, but I will write this. I'm going to upload this code to GitHub after recording, so we need to keep track of this to disable the observer temporarily when user clicks on a link. All right, so I'll save here. Right, so we just did this for about. So here for the observer API, before we set the active section to about, we're first going to check if the time of the last click has been more than a second ago. Right, so then we are just essentially just disabling this for a second when we click on something here. And we want to do the same for the other sections. So let's just copy this. So projects, before we set it to projects, we want to make sure that basically it's not disabled. Or before we set it to projects, we're going to check if the time of the last click has been more than a second ago. So we need to import this. We can import time of last click from this section, active section context. So time of last click, just press tab. And we need to provide that here in the dependency array as well. All right. And then also for the intro. So here, let's also paste it here. Actually, let's copy that. Right, so for intro, I also need to, oops, it should be home. And here I will paste this here. Right, so time of last click, I will add that here, and then also in the dependency array. All right, so this is a bit confusing perhaps, but this is the real world. In the real world, you're gonna have to do these quirky things sometimes, right? And it's okay if it's a bit confusing. As you get more experienced, you'll build an intuition for how these things work. All right, now we are pretty much finished with this header. Now, just to take our React level to a more advanced or senior level, if you have a lot of, or even just a little bit of duplication, and that's true in general for programming, you may want to refactor that so you are reducing the duplication. So here we have quite a bit of duplication here. For the intro section, we're doing this use in view, and then we have this use effect hook. We're doing pretty much the exact same thing in the about section, right? And then in the project section, we are basically doing it as well, right? So this is quite a bit of duplication. We're gonna have more sections after this. So it would be a cleaner way of refactoring this, basically all of this into a custom hook that we create ourselves, right? So just out of convenience, just out of, clean code principles. So what we're going to do, and typically what you want to have is a separate file for your custom hooks as well. So let's go into this library folder and let's create a separate file called hooks.ts. So here we're going to create a hook that will just replace all of this stuff here. So remember, we're using this, all of this is for when we scroll a section into view so that we can set the active section. That's what we're doing here, right? So what we want to be able to do is just copy everything here. I'm going to copy everything here. And now we're going to create a custom hook. So let's actually call that something like, so it's going to be a function, right? It's just a normal function in JavaScript, but it's going to use hooks. So typically, you would use the use keyword at the beginning of the name, use section in view. Let's call it like that. So that's just going to be a normal function. And then we can paste all of that stuff here, right? So here, again, we need to import it. So let's see, use active section context, control spacebar, use effect, use in view. Let's see, use in view comes from this package. So I'm going to copy that and paste that here. And we want to export this. Not as the default because we can have other hooks here as well. So, this one shouldn't be the default. So what we need to do here is basically, so the way to, when you are refactoring here, what you want to be able to do, the best way to think about it is what do you want to be able to do here? So instead of typing all of this stuff out for each section, right? What instead would look cleaner? Like what would be the ideal way of replacing this? Well, that would be if we could use this custom hook, right? So we can say, we can just call that custom hook. And actually we can already import this. So I'm just gonna import it like this. And then we still want to have the same functionality here. Right, so we do still need to attach this ref here. So this hook should still give us a ref. Right, so we should still get a ref from that hook that we should attach here. Right, so this hook should at least return a ref. Right, so here we want to return an object because we're going to return multiple things, not only a ref, but you can see at least a ref. Right, so now we know, okay, so at least a ref is what we should get back from our custom hook. Right, so we have a ref here because we still need to attach that here. Now the in view variable, we don't really need that. We don't really use that here. So we can just use the in view here just internally, right? So we don't have to use the in view anywhere here. This hook can then just set the active section. Now we have hard-coded home here, right? So now if we want to use the same hook for the about section as well, we're going to have a home here. That's not what we want. So clearly this hook should also take an input, right? And what we want to pass here is home, right? So in this case, it should be home. In the about section, if we're going to use this hook, let's actually just, right? So here in the about section, if we use this hook, we want to pass about, right? So this hook should receive an input. right? So we can call that section name. And we had red squigglies. Let's see what we get. Yeah, so we haven't properly typed this yet. So we get section name. So this is just a function. So let's actually just type this. So this name, section name, is going to be home about blah, 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 right? And we actually already dealt with that here. So we have in this section context, we actually already have a type for this section name. So we could recreate it, but it's a bit cleaner to have a separate file for types that you use throughout your application. So we're going to add another file here, and we can call that types.ts. So here where we have type as section name, instead of just putting that in one file, we're going to put that in a separate file here and then export this type. Okay, now here it doesn't know what links is, so we can still import that here. Actually just use control spacebar. And by the way, I use Prettier. Prettier automatically adds these parentheses for me. I'm actually not sure if that's necessary, but that's why I have these parentheses. All right, so I've imported that here. Right? Not using the alias, it's just using /, which means in the current directory, take the data file or use the data file and then import specifically the links. Okay, so now we actually don't need it here anymore in the context file. So let's actually just remove it from here. And now it's going to complain, doesn't know what section name is. Yeah, because we just removed it from here. So now we need to import this. So let's actually see if it can import this. Yeah, actually it can import this. So it's importing section name. It's a type, but you can just import it like a normal JavaScript value, even though it's a TypeScript type, but you can import it like a normal JavaScript value. Now, typically it's a bit, or maybe a bit clearer. We can specify that we are importing a type here, right? So that's just for extra clarity. And there are some very small safety benefits to this as well. So we are now importing type section name. Okay, so now we can also import that here, right? Because here we're trying to create a React hook that takes in a section name, right? Because here I want to be able to call it with home, and another component I want to be able to call it with about. Right, so it's getting pretty complicated here, so bear with me. So section name should be, let's actually copy the name of this function, right? So let's just extract this into a separate type, like always, type use section in view props. So section name is going to be of type section name, right? Which is what we defined here. So we can import this, and I like to add type here, right? Okay, so now we know that this hook takes in a section name with this type. So basically it should be any of these. So now when I try to call this with blah blah, we will get an error. Now here, when I try to use it with home, it should actually work. So here it's a bit strange because here we're using the function with the home, and here we have just typed this. This could be home, so it should work. But TypeScript, for some reason, it thinks this is any string. Now sometimes you just need to restart the TypeScript server. So I'm going to hold Control-Shift-P, and this gives us an interface to write commands. And so what you can do, you can also go to View, Command Palette, and then you can say TypeScript, and here it says Restart TypeScript Server. So if you do that, it's going to restart TypeScript here, and sometimes that actually will fix the issue, because sometimes nothing is wrong, it's just TypeScript hasn't updated yet. So in this case, actually we see that there's still something wrong. And the reason it's wrong is because we are trying to destructure this, right? So that works if you actually pass in an object, right? So if you actually pass in an object, section name, right? So if we would do this, now you can destructure section name here, right? So that's actually the typical format for a React component. So that's why I was a little bit confused here. So here we're not passing, we don't want to pass an object. We just want to pass a string. So we can't really destructure this, right? So we can still call this section name, and instead of extracting this into its own type, here I prefer to actually do it inline. If you are not accepting an object but just a string, I think it's just a bit easier to just do that inline. So we can still say this section name is going to be of type section name, and now we can pass home and we don't get any issues. Right, so I hope you're still with me. This is quite a bit of refactoring here. That's the real world, right? And as you get more experience, a lot of this will be more intuitive. All right, but don't worry if something is unclear. All right, so now we're calling use section in view with, for example, home. or about or projects. So the section name should now, right, so that active section should become whatever we pass here. Right? The home should not always be active section. It should be whatever is the section that gets scrolled into view. So now we also need to add this to the dependency array. All right. So let's see what we have now so far. So now we can pass in home, and it will do all of that stuff that we did before, but it's now abstracted away into its own function that we can now reuse in other sections as well. Now there's one other thing that we're hard coding here, which is this threshold, right? This is also, should actually also just be an option. When we call that function, we should also be able to customize that. So we can call that threshold, and we can actually set a default value, right? So in JavaScript, you can set a default value. So if we don't pass anything for threshold, it will just take the value 0.5. And we actually want the default value to be 0.75. So I'm going to change that. And so here, when we call this use in view hook, we don't want to hard code 0.5. It should be whatever that threshold is, right? So, and again, in JavaScript, if you have same property name and value, you can just pass threshold, right? So make sure you master JavaScript itself. Check the links in the description. And also, now that we are using this default value, we don't have to specify a type for this threshold, because TypeScript can already infer the value from this default value, which is going to be a number, right? So if you hold threshold, you can see it's going to be of type number. All right, so now this intro here, previously we were actually providing a custom threshold, so we can still do that now. So now I can still say 0.5, right? And that will still be the threshold. Only if I pass nothing will it be 0.75. If I try to pass a string, we will get an issue. TypeScript will complain because it should be a number, right? So TypeScript helps us out in that case. All right, so this is quite a bit of refactoring. Now I'm just going to remove what we had previously. You can see how much cleaner it is now in this component. Of course, we're still writing the same code essentially here, but now it's a bit more reusable, so we're not repeating ourselves as much. And the components themselves are going to be much cleaner. Right, so you can see how much cleaner the component is now. Now we can also remove these imports here from the intro component. Also this use effect import. And yeah, you can reason about it, right? So you can see it's just a custom hook is just a function, normal function in JavaScript that is using some React features at the end of the day, right? So like use effect or use state or other hooks. And you can reason through it, right? So we have two inputs, home and threshold, right? So that's going to be section name and threshold, and that is just going. It will just set up the things the exact same way as before, right? So it's just a replacement. It's just refactoring. It's just in terms of aesthetics essentially that it looks better, right? But you can just replace this function call with all the stuff in here, right? But it looks better. And typically in programming, if you're repeating yourself, right, the dry principle, don't repeat yourself. So if you find yourself repeating, try to refactor it, right? Not always, doesn't always make sense, but usually it does. All right, now we also want to do that for the other section. So we still have all this stuff here in the about section. So let's just copy this and let's replace all of this stuff here with this custom hook that we have. You can see how much stuff that saves us. You can see how much how big of an improvement that is here in the component. So we can remove these imports, right? Much cleaner here in the component. Now let's see for the about section, right? Now we should remember what we called this with. All right, so now we can replace all of this. Let's remember this is 0.75 threshold. We can replace all of this with just one line now. You can see how much cleaner it is. We have to import this hook. We can remove a lot of imports as well. And now, of course, we do need to change this. So now we don't want to set it to home. It should be about. And we actually want to have the default value for the threshold. So here we don't want to have a custom value for threshold. Right? We should still return a ref so we can attach it here to the relevant section. Okay, and then let's do the same for the projects. The projects also has a custom value for threshold, so let's remember that. I'm just going to copy this line and we're going to replace all of this stuff here with this. And then let's change about into projects. And we need to provide a second argument here, 0.5. And we'll just import this hook and remove the imports. All right, so you can see the components now get much cleaner. Now we still have to, this still needs to be a client component, right? So here we're still using a hook, and this hook is using client-side features, right? So this is fundamentally nothing has changed. It's just a rewriting. So now if we scroll up and down, you can see it still works, right? So everything is still working, the header is still properly working. the sections still get into view and out of view. And now we can still navigate like this as well, right? It's properly disabled, that scrolling active section. It doesn't go in between or anything like that. So now we have a really advanced, sophisticated, professional header that is taking care of some of these. That's taking care of some of these gnarly issues with scrolling. And yeah, this is pretty advanced stuff. So it's okay if you aren't completely comfortable with what we just did here. All right, so that was probably the most difficult part about this project. So now let's continue with the next section, which is going to be the skills section. So if we look at the example, we're going to have a bunch of skills here. And the cool thing is, if I reload this page, the first time that you scroll this into view, it's going to have a very cool staggered animation, also very easy to implement with Framer Motion. All right, so let's close all the files here. I can hold the right click, close all, and let's create a new component here. This will be the skills.tsx component. I'm gonna say RFC, press tab, and uppercase this skills or capitalize it. All right, so this is gonna be a section again, section, and we will use our header or a heading rather, section heading component. All right, and the text should be my skills. All right, so below the heading, we're just gonna have a list of skills. So where did we put those skills? Well, that's also part of this data file, right? So we've used the links here, we've used the projects data, and we'll use the experiences after this one. But now we have this skills. It's just an array of strings, right? And we're using asconst here as well. So we can just map over that. So it's going to be a list, right? So let's first create a list. And then in the list, we can take the skills data. So we can say skills data, we can import that, dot map. And what we want to create is an li for each of them. So I will say li with the key, I'll just use the index. And then in there, we'll use the skill dot, this just the actual skill, right? So it's just a string. All right, let me close out of here. Okay. All right, so let's see what we get. Nothing, because of course we didn't add this to the page yet. So let's go to our page component here, and below the project, we're gonna have skills. And I can automatically import that. So make sure you import it, and this is our structure so far. Okay, so then we see the My Skills section here. All right, cool. Let's style this section. We'll give it a margin on the bottom of 28. We're gonna restrict the width, a custom value 53 rem. And we'll also add that scroll.mt8 class, so that when we click on the header, it will scroll to the section, but not right at the top, right? So there's going to be some more space. And we'll say text center, and we'll say margin on the bottom of 40. Okay, so that doesn't change much. Let's also style this list. So that's going to be a flex component. And just saying that it's going to be a flex component will already place them horizontally next to each other, right? Now, it's going to cram everything on one line. So we need to explicitly allow them to wrap with flex wrap. And then we say justify center. We'll add a gap, some space, and we'll add some, we'll make them the text LG. And we are going to slightly de-emphasize the text a bit. Okay, so then let's actually style the individual LIs. They're going to have a border, or a BG of white actually. And they'll have a border. And the border color is going to be border black with 0.1 opacity, so 10%. We'll also give it some rounded corners, some padding horizontally and some padding vertically. All right, let's see what we get. All right, so this is what we have. Does this look similar? Yeah, it looks about right. So we need to add some margin on the bottom for this other section, so we don't so we can get some space. So there's actually some space between the sections. So if we go to the projects section, we will add some margin on the bottom here of 28. All right, so we can close this again. All right, so this looks about right. And what we want now, actually let's add that hook that we used for the other sections as well. So just to because now if we scroll in the skills, you can see it's not working in the header here, right? So now it needs to identify that this skills section has come into view, and we've created a hook for this that we've also used in the projects section here. So let's actually copy it from the projects section, and we can use that hook here as well. Okay, now here we need to change it because here it's not the project section. Here it should set it to the skills, the active section to the skills, right? And also we'll remove the threshold here for how much of the section should be in view. And we'll just use the default. So we have to import this, and I think we're gonna run into an issue here. Yeah, because here we need to make this a client component, right? So we'll say use client, and let's see what happens. All right, so now let's check it out in the header. Let's see if that works. So this works, and skills is not working because we haven't attached the ref here, right? So we do need to attach the ref here because under the hood we're using that React intersection observer, so it's going to check if a particular element has come into view, but it needs to know which particular element, right? So that's why we have to attach a ref. All right, so now let's take a look. Yes, so now you can see it switches. So now it switches back to projects. Now it switches to skills, right? Very smooth. All right, so almost finished actually. So the last thing we want to do here is get that cool staggered animation, but only once. So only the first time you scroll past it. So let me refresh here. Now when I scroll down, we have that cool staggered animation. Very easy to do with framer motion. So we just have to convert this li into motion.li. Whoops, motion.li. And let's also make sure the closing tag is correct. We need to import motion, and I don't see it here. Motion config is something else. So we need to import it manually. And actually, Copilot helps me out here. Okay, so if you remember, we've used initial and animate before. So we've said initial is something, right? And then animate. Now we can write that inline here, but often in this case, in this scenario, you're also going to extract it somewhere else. So that's what we're going to do here. So we're going to create a new variable here. We're going to call it fade in animation variance. So you can also have so-called variance in framer motion. And it's basically going to be very similar. So we're going to say initial is going to be, well, opacity 0 indeed. So they should all, let's take one more look. They should all sort of fade in from below, and in terms of opacity as well as in terms of their position, they should start off a bit lower, right? So opacity should be 0, and Y along the Y-axis, they should start 100 pixels lower initially, right? And then the animation, animate, will put the opacity at 1 and Y at 0, right? We're not going to say transition. Okay, so then we have this. So let's copy the name, fade in animation, and actually this is wrong. It should be animation variance, not animations. Now make sure you have the same name, fade in animation variance. So then we can go to this motion li component, and we can say variance. That's going to be that object. So what we're going to say here is now we can say initial, and instead of doing it inline here, we can just refer to the object keys here. So we have initial and animate. So obviously for the initial prop, we actually do want initial. That needs to be a string. And then before we set animate, and this will animate it. If we do it like this, it will animate it as soon as we load the page. We don't want that. It should be animated when we actually scroll it into the view. And we can also very easily do that with framer motion. All we have to do is say while in view is animate, right? So this should happen, this animate should happen when it gets into the view. And we also don't want to have it happen every time, because I always think it looks a bit cheesy if you do it, if you also have it when you scroll up. So we only want to do it once. So what we can also say is viewport is, and then here an object, we can say once true. Okay, so let's see what we get if we do this. I'm gonna refresh here a little bit higher. And now when I scroll down, you can see it's not exactly what we want. So if I refresh again, you can see it is the type of animation that we want, but not in the order that we want it. So they should all come one after another, right? So in the example, they all come one after another. And here they are all basically going at the same time, right? So what we need to do is for each one of these LIs, because we're mapping over all of them, every one of these should get a delay that's a little bit more than the previous one. Now it becomes a more advanced framer motion situation. How can we make sure that this li, because what we can add here is basically a transition. So in animate here, we can actually also add transition. So it's in the animate object. And what we can do here is we can add a delay, right, of let's say 0.05. But now they will all get that delay, right? So how can we make sure that each li gets an additional 0.05 seconds of delay? That's what we want. So we can actually pass something into this object here. So here, if you go here, if you set custom here, you can pass a value, and here it's going to be the index. Right? So actually, we're going to use the index here because as the index goes up, we actually want more delay. So the index makes sense to use here. So we're going to pass index, and then we can access that here. So the animate, instead of this being an object, we can make this a function now that returns an object, right? You can write it like this in JavaScript. So very quickly, you can, if you write an object like this, you can just wrap this in parentheses, and now you don't have to write the return keyword, right? So if you don't have parentheses, this won't work, right? So now it's like the opening of the function body, right? So then you have to write return like this, right? So you can do both. You can do this, or a bit faster to write is instead of using the return keyword, you just use parentheses here. And then we also have to remove another one here. Yeah. Okay, so we have that custom index, and we get that here as an input. So we can call that index, and TypeScript wants to know what kind of value that's going to be. So we can say it's going to be a number, and then we can just use that here. So this delay is going to be 0.05. Let's do times the index. So if the li is, for example, index 20, it's going to be 0.05 times 20, which is going to be a bigger delay than an index of 2. Right, it's going to be 0.05 times 2. So you're going to have a staggered like animation. So if we save here, and now let's see what we get. I'm going to refresh here. And now we have a very cool animation here for the skill section. Right, let's also check if it works if I scroll down. So I'm going to refresh here, and now I'm going to scroll down to the skill section. And we get a super cool intro animation as we scroll down for this section as well. So well done if you made it all the way here. All right, let's continue with the next section. This is what we have now. Let's take a look at the example. So now we're going to have the My Experience section, also with some cool animations as it gets scrolled into the view. So we're actually going to use a third-party component for this because it's a more complicated component, and often in the real world, you're going to have to use third-party components. So this timeline component is a very popular library actually for this called React Vertical Timeline Component. Right, so you can see it solves a lot of issues for us, and that's what we're going to use. So let's install this. We have to npm install this. So I'm going to open a new terminal window here, and we're going to say npm install. It's React Vertical Timeline Component. React Vertical Timeline Component. And press enter here, and it will install it for us. Okay, I'm going to close this terminal window, and let's close these files, and let's create a new component here called experience.tsx rfc experience. We could call it experience section, but let's continue with the format that we've done it in so far. And actually, we forgot to do one thing with the skills section, because now if we click on skills, we don't go there, right? So we need to add the ID for the skills section as well. So here, go to the skills component, and here actually we can just add the ID. It's already suggesting it for me. So now when I save here and I click around here, let's see if I refresh, and that doesn't work. It needs to be lowercase, right? So easy mistake to make sure it's lowercase. All right, so now, yeah, now it works, right? Really cool intro animation again. Okay, we can close this, and this is going to be a section. Okay, let's also give it the ID immediately now. Let's call it experience. All right, so then we're going to have a section heading, and we'll say my experience. All right, and then below there, actually we need to import that. And then below there, we're going to have the actual component that we just installed. Now, if you look at the documentation, we need two things. So we need two components, and then we need these, we need some styles. Now, I'm just going to copy it from here, I recommend that you go into the GitHub repo for this project, and you can go into components, experience, and you can just copy that from here. All right, so let's see what we have. We have an issue here. All right, so here TypeScript is telling us it can't find a declaration file for this package. So basically everything has an any type, which is not what we want. Try npm install save dev types React vertical timeline component. So often with third-party libraries, they may not include all of the types, or sometimes even no types at all. So there is a general project add types on GitHub, which tries to collect all of these types for third-party libraries, for the most popular third-party libraries. And then we can just use that. So let's actually do that. So we're going to copy this, and I'm going to open up my terminal window again, and we're going to install the types here. I'm going to install it right here. Okay, so now those types are installed, and this error now, this issue now is gone. Right, so now when we use that component and we pass props, for example, it's going to be properly typed. So we will not be able, TypeScript will warn us if we give this component a prop that doesn't exist or is in the wrong format, etc. Right, so then here we can write vertical timeline and a closing tag. That's going to be the container, you could say. And then it's going to have this vertical timeline element. So we have an overall container, and now each element here is going to be the vertical timeline element, right? Now we want to have data here again, right? So here we have data, we have skills. The last one here is experiences data. So I added some data again. It's just an array of objects with a title, location, description, and also an icon, right? Because if we look here, you can see in the middle we have an icon and then a date. Now about this icon, what is this weird React create element, right? So very quickly, why did I do it like that? Well, we have these icons. So we have LU graduation cap, right? So that's a component. It's a React component. So I could also do this like this in JSX format. But when we do this, we get an issue here because we are in a .ts file, not in a .tsx file. So if you write JSX, like JSX in a normal JavaScript file is incorrect syntax, you're going to get an issue. That's what we get here. Now, if I would change this data into data.tsx, now the issue is gone. So in a TSX file, I can write JSX elements, components. Now, there's some very subtle differences in TSX files and TS files. Generally speaking, it's good to be very precise and try to use just TS files. So we do want to try keeping this a normal TypeScript file, but in a normal TypeScript file, we cannot write, you know, a component or an element, a JSX element like this. So there's another way though that we can write that, and that's like this. So we can also say React.create element, and this is actually what React is going to do behind the scenes anyway, right? So if you have a page, here we're rendering our component, right? So what React is going to do is going to go through this code here, and it's gonna do a bunch of React.create element, right, out of each of these, right? So we can actually just write this. So you can React create element and then pass the name of that component, right? And then this can stay a TS file, or if you're not using TypeScript, that can stay a normal .js file. So you don't have to make it a JSX file. All right, so that's a side note, right? So this is the shape of the data, and it's used as const, like before. Right, so now what we want to do, I'll open this up. We want to map over this again. So experiences data, and we want to create an element, vertical timeline element for each of these. Experiences data dot map, and I already got the suggestion here. And indeed, we do want a vertical timeline element. Okay, so this is going to be a vertical timeline element. Now we need to import this constant. So I'm going to use automatic import like that. Okay, so let's close this out. Let me make it a little bit wider. All right, so now we get an issue. Let's see. So it's missing the key prop, right? So here we're mapping, so we need to provide a key prop. And here, you know, we can use the index, but it's not really the ideal way, right? Because we don't know if this component accepts a key prop in the sense that this is a key that you use in a mapping or in a map like this, or if it's actually a key prop for like a graphic element. Okay, now we can just use key actually here, and we know that because TypeScript helps us out here. So it's telling us that attributes.key on this component is going to be react.key. So not just not right. So this key is not going to be used for like some output on the page, right? So this key prop will not be used as some kind of element that's going to be rendered on the page. It's just meant as a part of a loop. That being said, I don't really like that we use key on a third-party component, because we don't really know the inner workings perfectly fine. So I do prefer to wrap this in a React fragment again, React.fragment, and just place the key on there. Right, so React fragment will not take up any space in the DOM. So I think this is a bit cleaner. All right, so in this in these elements then we're going to have all the data. So indeed we're going to have an H3, and here we will have the actual experience, or actually let's call that experience item. It makes a bit more sense. Let's call it experience item, or actually let's call it item. Let's call this item actually a bit shorter. So item.title, and then we're going to have a paragraph with item.location actually. And then we're going to have another paragraph with item description. Okay, so we need to add this because now we're not going to see anything. Right, let me close out of here. So now we're not going to see anything because we haven't added this to the page yet. So let's go to our page, our home page. And here we're just going to have experience. And we need to import that. Control spacebar, press tab, save the file. Let's see what we get. And let's see, we don't see anything yet. And we get an issue. So cannot read properties of undefined. So this is a strange error, but we know it's something with React vertical timeline. So my guess is that it has to do with server and client components, because this needs to be a client component. Most likely because this library is using some client-side features, right? For example, it's using an intersection observer itself internally, just like we've used it actually, but that component itself is also using it because it's animating here as we scroll the component into view. So most likely this component is using some client-side features internally. So we need to make this a client component. So let's try that. It's a very difficult error actually to deal with. So if I didn't know about this use client, I would have been totally lost. But yeah, you can see that was indeed the issue. Right, so now if we go down here, we can see we have a timeline. Now it's not really styled nicely, right? So let's quickly add some styles here. Now, unfortunately, we cannot use Tailwind here, right? So some of these third-party components, they don't have Tailwind support. So you cannot just use class name and then use Tailwind classes. You have to do it with the props that they give you. So the props that they give us here, for example, is content style, right? So we have to do it like this. So we can say background. The background color is going to be hashtag F3, F4, F6. We don't want to have a box shadow, so we're going to say box shadow is none. And we want to have a very subtle border, 1 pixel solid, and then we're going to use RGBA for some lower opacity, right? Transparency. Oops, should not miss the closing parenthesis there. So we have border, and then we have text align. We want to align the text to the left, and we will have some padding of 1.3 rem and 2 rem. All right, that's the content style. If we do that, now we have this. Okay. Now we also want to have like a little arrow, basically like a little pointer. So that's called content arrow style. And that's just going to be border right. And actually, I'm already getting these suggestions. Now it should be different. It should be in rem. So we're going to say 0.4 rem solid, and then this hex code. All right. So if I save here, you can see we now have this pointer. It also has a date, and we can actually use the date string that we have. Now we should see some dates. Yeah. All right. And then also icon style. So we can say icon style. And actually, let's actually just add the icon itself. So we can just say icon is going to be item.icon. Now let's see. And now we have these icons. And now we can style the icons a little bit better. We're just going to add a background of white and a font size of 1.5 rem, right? So icons are treated like text, so you can size them with font size. All right, so this looks better. All right, let's style the text in here a little bit better. So this H3 should get font of semi-bold, and we will also capitalize everything. And then this location, location should just be font normal, and there should not be any margin on the top. So here we need to override a third-party style. So typically you want to do that with the important rule. So we can just use exclamation mark in front, so it will always win any kind of clash basically. All right, so make sure you have mastered CSS. All right, so same here. Here we also need to override some stuff. So here we're going to set margin on the top and override the third-party style there. And also font normal. And we also want to de-emphasize the text a little bit. So we'll make it 700 and not 950, which is the default. All right, so now I think this looks a bit cleaner. Now I ran into one issue with this library. If I inspect here and I go to console, I get this error. So extra attributes from the server style at HTML. Now I had no idea what this was about until I inspected the elements tab, and I saw here HTML style is -- line color. So this library is adding a CSS variable to the HTML element. Now, and there's probably going to be an issue with server versus client components. So on the server, it doesn't have this style. And then on the client side, it actually has this style. So the HTML structure is different on client versus server. That's my best guess here. And actually, it's very easy to solve that actually. So we can actually just go to vertical timeline here and we can set the line color ourselves to just an empty string. So it doesn't cause any issues. Now we do want to have a line in the middle. So we do want to set that line color. And we're actually just going to set it ourselves in our globals.css file, which we haven't used so far. Right? So if we go to the globals file in the app directory, here on the HTML element, we can set our own line color. And we can just set that to E5E7EB. Okay, let's see if we get a line. And we get a line, right? And let's also see if the animation works as we scroll it into view, right? We don't do that ourselves, that's coming from the library. So let's see, scroll down and see. Yeah, so very cool. As we scroll down, we get those very cool intro animations, right? And it goes without saying, you can of course go into the data file and you can just change anything here, right? And it will work the exact same, right? So you can just change this to whatever your own data is, right? You can also add more and it will automatically add more and alternate between the position as well. All right, so we're almost finished here. We're getting to the last section now, the contact section. All right, so we're almost finished here. We're getting to the last section now, which is the contact section. So we'll have a heading, we'll have some text here, and a simple form. Okay, so let me close out of everything here. And let's create that component. We'll say contact.tsx rfc, and that will be contact. And we'll use another section here. Section, let's add the ID contact. And actually, let's double check whether the experiences works. Yeah, so that works. And actually, it's scrolling a bit too far, right? So here, let's quickly add that to experience as well. So here we can add some styles to the section. So we don't want it to scroll so close. So we can say scroll MT28. And we'll also add some margin on the bottom. So we'll say MB28 and then for wider viewports, MB40, let's say. Okay, so what we can now also do, by the way, is we can remove this height on the HTML element or body element. So we can close out of here. Let's go to the layout folder. So we added some height here so we could see the scrolling. But now we have enough content, so we can remove this, right? So we can remove this height from the body. So let's remove that. Right, so now it's the height is determined from the content on the page. Okay, so here in the content section, we're gonna have another section heading. And this time it will be contact me. Okay, and below there we'll have some text. Let's take a look. Please contact me directly at your email or through this form. Now, when the person clicks on this, it should actually open up their default email client. So we can say, please contact me directly at, and I'll use example@gmail.com. Feel free to replace that with your own email or through this form. Now, to have it open up the default email client that the user has on their computer, it needs to be an anchor tag actually. So I'm going to wrap this email in an anchor tag. And then we're going to say, well, for styling, let's quickly add an underline. And then we need to use href. And in the href here, we can use mail to. And then the actual email that it should open the email client with. So the email client will be opened, and then it will automatically put it in the view of sending an email to the following email address, right? So make sure it's the same, because that basically makes the only sense, because only that makes sense. Okay. Then below there, we're going to have a form. And actually, let me just add some space here. So then we have a form. And forms have some innovation in Next.js. So we'll see how that works these days. So we're going to have an input. So just a normal input. And then we'll have not an input, but a text area. So in HTML, if you have a single line, it's better to use input. But if you have multiple line input, it's better to use the text area tag. So here we'll use input, self-closing. We'll make it a type of email. And then we'll have the text area. Okay, and we'll also have a button of type submit. Submit. And this button will say submit. Now, we want to give this a icon as well. So when you hover it, it has a cool like sort of flying away animation or transition. So here we'll have a icon. It will be a React component, FA paper plain. So here it already suggested for me. All right, so I'm going to save here, and let's add this to the page. So it's not the last one, because we're going to have a footer after this, but it's pretty much the last major section here. So we'll add contact here, and we'll import it as well. All right, so now it's added to the page. Let's see if we can see something. And no, we don't see anything. Yeah, and now we see something. Yeah. Okay, so let's style this section a little bit. So we'll give it some margin on the bottom, because we're going to have a footer after this as well. So it should be some space. And we'll say, and for responsiveness, it's maybe more advanced CSS trick. So what we want in a wider view, the form should be this width, right? Now what we want is that if the viewport is smaller or gets smaller, if you look at the form, it should stay this width, but if there is not enough space for that width, it should just become progressively smaller like this. So basically it should be 100% width instead. Right, so here it's going to be a fixed width, but then as soon as the viewport is smaller than that fixed width, it should become 100%. Right, so that's really nice responsive. So we can actually very easily do that with CSS or with Tailwind. So here we can set a width on the overall section, and the form will just take up whatever the width is of this. So here it's going to be a custom value, so we have to use square brackets. So it's going to be a minimum function actually. So in CSS you have min and also a max. And let me make this a little bit wider. So the second value is going to be that fixed value, right? So an actual absolute value, so 38 RAM. And then the other value is going to be 100%. So basically what we're saying here with min is pick the smaller of these. So on a very wide viewport, on my computer, I'm gonna have a viewport that's like 1920 pixels wide, which is more than this value. So on a wider viewport, it's just going to be this 38 RAM. But as soon as the viewport gets smaller than 38 RAM, 100% is less than that. So 100% will be the new width, right? So this is a nice way of creating responsive components and sections. It's more of an advanced CSS trick, but very powerful, right? So we don't even need to use any media queries. All right, let's continue styling this. Let's style the paragraph here. We have text gray 700, so it should be de-emphasized a little bit. And then let's style the form. The form should get margin on the top of 10. Okay, and then the input, let's see, input should get a height of 14, H14. We're gonna give it a border radius, a very subtle border black, and then we'll give it an opacity of 10. Okay, All right, now we've used this border black 10 opacity quite a few times. And in Tailwind, there's a way to make that a little bit more dry and don't repeat yourself. So what we can do is we can go to our normal CSS file and we can create a custom class name for this. So we can call that border black, let's say. And here we can add those Tailwind classes, but you have to use the @apply rule here. And here what we can say is border black 10. Right, so here we can just use these Tailwind classes. Now here in my CSS file, I get these issues unknown rule at Tailwind CSS, but this is not an issue. Right, so I get the same issue here, but that's not a problem. So if we do this, and now we can use border black instead of these two classes. So here if I type border black and save the file, and let's see, I think this is the input, but we have to know where the input actually is. It could also be the text area. So let's style the text area a little bit more, and then we'll see. So H52, so margin vertically rounded, LG. Yeah, and here we want to use the same border. So here we can use border black again. We'll add some padding for, let's see what we get. Yeah, so now the layout is incorrect, but you can see they have a border, right? So that's working now. So let's actually work on the layout. Let's see. You can see, by the way, this vertical timeline component is automatically responsive as well, right? So that's pretty cool. Okay, so here in the contact me section, we're going to use flexbox. So flex by default will put them on the same line horizontally, which is not what we want. We want to keep that vertical flow, so we're going to return it to flex call. And by default, they will stretch the cross axis, as it's called in flexbox. So this is actually what we want. Okay, let's style the button a little bit more. So it will have a height of 3 rem and a width of 8 rem. The background is going to be gray 900. The text is going to be white. We'll make it rounded full for a pill shape. We want to remove the outline. Right, so if you focus a button, you're going to get that outline. We want to have our own outline. We have transition all. And in there, we need to do some layout styling for the text and the icon. So we can just use that with Flexbox. So we can just say flex, we'll make it a flex container, and the text will actually be treated as a flex item and this component as well. By default, they're going to sit horizontally on the same line. So we could use item center to center them vertically, and then justify center to center them horizontally. And for some space, we can just use the gap property. All right, so then we just need to style the icon here. So let's see, that's going to be a smaller icon. So we'll say text XS. And I think it looks better if the icon next to text is usually a bit de-emphasized. So it's easy to just change the opacity. We'll also say transition or transition all. All right. Now we also want to have a hover effect for the button. All right. So you can see it becomes bigger, the background becomes even darker, and the icon moves a little bit. Now we don't want to do that only when we hover the icon. Also when I hover this part of the button, we want to animate the icon as well. Right, so here we're going to use that group trick again. So on the button element, we can write group, and then we can style this when that group is in hover. So group hover. So we're going to move it horizontally a little bit. So translate X, 1. And also group hover, move it vertically up a little bit. So negative translate Y, 1. Right, so now it sort of flies away as you hover it. Now we also want to make this button bigger. And we also want to have those focus styles as well as the active styles. Now we have already implemented this before in the intro section. So if we go to the intro section, we should be able to just copy that. So let's see, we have contact me here and download CV. So here we have a bunch of styles for focus, hover, active, and I propose that we just copy that from here and just paste that here for this button as well. Now here we also want to change the background color to even darker. So here we'll say in the hover state, the BG gray should become 950. Okay, all right, that looks pretty cool. Also when we click and hold it, it's the active pseudo class. So really feels like you're clicking something. All right, so we also need to continue with the input here. We need to add a placeholder. So here, let's see input, I'm gonna say placeholder. And that's just going to be your email. And in the text area, we also want to have a placeholder. And we'll just say your message. Now the placeholder here is sitting against the edge. So let's add some padding horizontally. px4. All right, so now we have our input and text areas, and by default in the focus state, they're gonna have this outline. But I actually think for these elements, it looks good. So here I wanna keep the outline, right? All right, so then we have some issue with the text here. So this is left aligned actually. So if we go to this section, we do wanna make sure that text is centered. So here on the section, I'm setting text center. And then there's obviously too much space between the section heading and the text below it. And that's because in the section heading, we are hard coding margin bottom of 8, right? So it's always going to have this right now. Now we could give this a prop, right? A prop so that we can customize that, but it's a bit of a hassle. So here we're going to use a bit of a dirtier way, but it's a bit faster, quick and dirty. So here we have this one is this paragraph. Now what you can do in CSS is you can have negative margins. So here, if we try negative empty, let's say 3 or so, let's see what happens. Yeah, so you can see it actually moves itself upwards, right? And actually this is not a hack or something, right? CSS actually, this is the intended behavior, right? And maybe it should be 6, 5 or 6, both looks good, I think. Yeah, so let's keep it at 6. So now right, so margin means space between elements. So if you have a negative margin, it means, well, less space between elements. All right, now what we want, this is the example, as this section scrolls into view, we will just have a simple opacity animation. So let me do it one more time. So if I scroll down, you can see the opacity nicely fades in, right? So nothing crazy here, just a subtle opacity fade in. So we can do that with motion, right? So let's make this motion.section. Whoops, motion.section. Make sure the closing tag is correct too. We need to import this, and Copilot, no, it doesn't help me out here. Yeah, now it does. And we need to make this a client component, right? Because that motion component is going to use some client-side features. And then we can just use the typical framer motion props here. So we can say initial, and now we actually only want opacity. So opacity 0, and then well, I want to say animate, but what we actually want is while in view. So as we get into view, it should take the opacity to 1. And we want to increase the default duration a little bit. So we can also say transition. Well, duration should be a little bit longer. So we'll say 1. And we also need to make this work with scrolling into the view, and then it should become the active section. So we're going to use our custom hook actually, and we forgot to do that for the experience section as well. So let's actually go to the skills section, the last section that we did that in, skills. And I will also open up the experience section. So this skills section, we still use this hook. So let's copy this from the skills section. And then for the contact section, let's paste that right here. Now here it should become contact, right? So not skills. And we need to import this hook as well. And we need to attach the ref to this element here. Right, so ref is ref. All right, so that's for the contact. Now, of course, we need to do the same for the experience section. Right, so here, instead of contact, it should become experience. And we need to import the hook, and we need to attach it. So I will say ref is ref. All right, so let's actually see if everything works, because now we also added the animation for the contact section. So I'm just going to refresh the page, and let's pay attention to the header for the experience section. So we'll have skills, and then we'll have experience. Yeah, so experience also works. And now let's check the contact section. Well, it works in the header here. Yeah, and let's see. Yeah, so the animation is also working. So it's doing it every time it goes into view. So let's just do that one time. So I'm going to close this one. Let's actually make that just a one-time thing. So we'll say viewport is once is true. All right, so now here that's once, and it's still doing that. So let me refresh here to double check. Now scroll down, it fades in because this is the one time. And now I go back and it doesn't fade in anymore, right? So now that's working properly. All right, now before we implement the actual functionality of this form, I want to focus on one other thing that we should fix. So if we click on this Contact Me Here button, it will take us to this section here. But if you look at the header, it's going to jump between all of those sections again, right? It's a problem that we had before as well. So previously we solved that by So if you click here in the header on projects, for example, it will sort of disable that scroll-based active section for like 1 second, right? So we need to go to the intro section, and here when we click on this contact button, let's see, we will add an on-click handler. So we'll say on-click, and we will do this inline here. We'll just run a function. So we need to set the active section. So just like a click here in the header, and actually we can look at the example here. So in the example being the header. So here in the header, if you click on any of these links, what are we doing? We are doing set active section and set time of last click, right? So we just need to do the same thing because it's the same functionality. So here we can say set active section, and now it actually needs to be the contact, right? So this is going to be the click on this. The contact should become the active section. And then also set time of last click will be just this moment. Now we need to get these from somewhere. So where did we get these functions from here in the header? So we got them from the use active section context hook. Now we also created our own custom hook. Now we also created our own custom hook in the hooks file, right? So but that one is not returning, it's only returning a ref, right? So that's not returning set active section, right? Set active section and set time of last click and so on. Although we could make it return that, but we also have this other hook from our context, which just gives us everything that we need anyway. So let's not complicate the other hook and just use this this hook. And yeah, we can just use that here. So we'll say use active section context, importing that automatically, and we want to destructure those two functions from there. So set active section and set time of last click, right? So now this should not be an issue anymore. So if I go back to that button, yeah, the red squigglies are gone. And now when we click here, we don't see that jumping between sections here, right? So now here, if I click, it just goes immediately to that part, right? And this is the benefit of having clean code. It's very easy to tack on additional functionality, or if you need to do something similar in a different part of the app, it's very easy to customize it even further, right? So this is really important that you have clean code, well-structured code, and you can see how easy it was to solve this issue. All right, so one other thing we should also do now is we used this add apply rule in our globals.css file, right? So add apply border black. So we actually have some other instances where we can use this class. So if we just search our code base here, we can actually check where we have this other sequence of classes as well. So if I just search for border and then border dash black, I can already see here in the intro file that we have the exact same here. So let's replace that here by border black. All right, I'm going to copy this class border black. And then I have some other instance here. Yeah, so here we can also replace this with just one class border black. And here we have another one, border black. And here we have border black, but it's 5% opacity, not 10%. Now maybe in the future it will be possible to turn that into a function, so you can sort of give an actual number as an input. But for now we'll leave this here. So then let's see where else. So here in the scales section, okay, so here we did it with a custom value. So we can also just replace this, because it's the exact same thing. So now if I go back and let's double check everything on the page. So here we still have those borders, and these cards still have their border, these skills as well. So everything still has a border, right? So everything is working now. All right, so now let's make the contact form actually work. And what we want is, of course, that we actually receive a message in our own email inbox. So first, we also need to think about validation. So we want to make sure that the user, for example, in this input actually inputs an email and not some gibberish, right? And maybe also have like a maximum length and so on. So typically with any form, you want client-side validation, but then also when it gets submitted to the backend, you want to validate the data again, because people here in the browser, they can bypass the client-side validation, right, technically. So typically you want to do the validation for sure on the backend, but here we can also easily add some validation on the front end. We're just going to keep it relatively simple. We can go to our contact form here, and what you can do is you can just use the native HTML5 validation here. So here, for example, we've said that this input is a type of email, and we can also say required. So there's a required property here. Now you can specifically say it to true, but in JSX, if you just say required, it will automatically make that required is true. So we can also set a maximum length of, let's say, 500. So at most 500 characters. And let's do the same for the text area. Right, so this is just the HTML5 form validation. It's a very quick and easy way of adding some validation to your forms on the client side only. Okay, so now we have some validation. So let's actually try and see what happens if we don't do the correct format. So if I just write some gibberish here, and here we don't really have anything except maximum length. Let's say I don't fill this out, so it's required. Right, so now if I try to submit this, we get this warning. And also with the text area, so if I fill something out here in the input, here in the text area, it's empty now, so there are no spaces or anything. Now it's empty. So now if I try to submit this, it will also say, well, it's required. So you have to fill out the fields, right? So very simple HTML5 native validation. Of course, you can customize it if you don't like how those, warning messages look. You want to make it different. There's ways of customizing that, but that's beyond the scope of this project. Okay, so let's actually fill out an actual message. So now we have inputs here that conform to this validation. So now if I click submit, how do we get access to these files? What will actually happen? And this is actually pretty cool. This is new in Next.js 13, but on a form, what we can do here is we can type action. And maybe you already know about the action attribute on forms, right? So in plain HTML, what used to happen is that you would submit the form like this, right? So you would pass some URL here, and then on submitting the form, the browser would send the data to this address. And for a long time in React, we did not really use that. So instead, you would do something like on submit, and you had some kind of submit handle submit, right? And then you would handle submit, and you would extract the values from there. And that you can still do that, but what's going to happen is there's a new feature in Next.js called server actions, and these are basically going to take over that whole flow of data when you deal with forms and also other instances where you want to submit data to the server or you want to do anything on the server. So it's called server actions. It's currently in alpha as I'm recording this video. And if you have installed the exact same Next.js version as me, it's also going to be in alpha, but it's probably going to work very close to this in the end when it's stable. So we can actually already use this, and there are already people that are using this in their apps. So what we can do is we can say action. Instead of having like a string, we can actually provide a function. And Next.js will actually give us access to the form data as that's going to be the input, right? So just going to be a function here, and we can actually just log what we get. So we can say form data. Right, so let's actually see what we get. So if I save here, and this is not something you can do in HTML, right? Plain HTML, this will not work. Right, so the action attribute exists in plain HTML, but if you try passing a function like this, you're not going to get this is going to give an error. And also in plain React, by the way. But if you try to do this outside Next.js, you can also not do this. Right, so this only works in Next.js. This is actually also works, something similar also works in Remix. This is basically the answer of Next.js to what Remix is doing with the action attribute in the form. So maybe you've worked with Remix a little bit, you know a little bit about that. So let's go into the console here. Let's see what we get. And we get an invalid value here. So it needs to be an async, actually an async function. Right, so it can be a plain function, it needs to be asynchronous. Let's try that again. And I'm gonna refresh. All right, so if you try that, you will get an error. So the error will say something like invalid value for prop action. Right, so you can't actually pass a function. It only works in Next.js, but also what you have to do in Next.js for now is you have to go to your next config file and you have to hook into this. So you have to say experimental server actions is true. Right, so make sure you add this to the next config file. And when I change this file, sometimes the dev server may, the dev server here shuts down for me. So I have to restart here, npm run dev, so make sure that the server is running. I'm gonna close the config file here. And now we're gonna see if this works. So I'm gonna refresh here, we'll wait until the dev server has started again. All right, so now my dev server has started again and there's no error anymore. So now let's try to submit something here. So we can say at t@gmail.com, hello world. Now I'm gonna try to submit this. Let's see what we get. And we actually get something called form data. And it looks like an empty object. That's how it's always presented here in the console. But this form data is basically It's not from Next.js, it's just a general data structure that you deal with forms. And it makes it a bit easier to deal with the data from the form. Now, to actually properly deal with the data, you usually also want to give your inputs a name so that you can refer to that when you deal with the form data. So let's give this a name of sender email. And let's give this a name of just message, right? And then the idea is that here with form data, you can't just do form data.sender email, right? So it's not just a normal JavaScript object. You have to do form data.get and then, for example, sender email, right? I'm going to hold Shift Alt down arrow key and duplicate this line so we can also check the message field. All right, so now I'm going to save here and let's go back. And now let's try to submit this again. So it still has this here in the form. Now I'm gonna try to, there's some other warnings here, we can ignore that for now. So now I'm gonna try to submit this, and you can see I get t@gmail.com and hello world. So I can now access these values here within the action attribute. Right, so this is new, this is not something you could do before. Now all of this is still running on the client side, by the way. Right, so we haven't actually implemented a server action, as it's called, yet. All right, so now let's actually implement a server action. So what you can do, we can scroll up here, and then here within the component, what we can actually do is we can create a function. We can call that send email, because we actually want to send an email, right? And that's going to be an asynchronous function that's going to take in that form data. Right, so we're going to pass the form data here, and let's actually log this. So let's log form data.get sender email. I'm going to hold Shift Alt down arrow key because we also want to log the message, and this is going to run on the server, right? So very important, what we need to do here is in the function here, we need to add use server. And so this is going to be running on the server only. Now we get an issue here for TypeScript. TypeScript wants to know what type of data this is going to be. Well, this is going to be of type form data, which is this interface that we can just use. Okay, so now we have these console logs. So we can actually log here running on server, right? This is going to run on the server, and we're defining that here. We can do that now. So we can even have access to any variables outside here in a client component, but it's only going to run on the server, right? It will take some time to wrap your mind around this, so that should bear with me. So now we have that send email server action, and we can still log here running on client. And let's actually also add that interface here. Actually, I think it can already deduce it. Yeah, it already infers that this is going to be of type form data because it's in the context of this form action here. So we don't have to specify it here. Here, when you extract a function, we lose that context, or TypeScript loses that context. So you have to provide the type or interface yourself. Okay, so this will run on the client, right? And now we want to use the send email server action. So we can call that, and we're going to pass the form data. Now that's an async function. So what we want to do is we want to put a wait in front of it, but then this also needs to become an async function, right? So it's really important that you have mastered JavaScript, right? So highly recommend you check out the links in the description. This async await promises you really need to have a deep mastery of that. Okay, so here we are just awaiting it. So now let's see what we get. Actually, I see some errors. Let's see what we get. Okay, so with this server action, we cannot do this in a client component. So here you can see that at the top, it's a client component. So we cannot do this. If this was a server component, we can do this, right? So we can access variables outside of the function here, but in a client component, we cannot do this. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a separate folder here for these server actions. I'll just call that actions. And then the one that we're going to put here is called setEmail.ts. Right, so let's actually copy this function, and let's put that here in a separate file. And instead of putting useServer in the function here, what you can also do is just put it at the top of the file, and all the functions in there will be server functions. Right, so we'll only run on the server. Right, so we have extracted this to a separate file in the actions folder. So now we need to import that here because we're still using that here. Right, so we still need to import that. Let's actually see if we can do it automatically. Yeah, so I'm just gonna hold Control spacebar, press tab, and that didn't import it for me. So I have to import this manually. And let's see, it gives me a suggestion. No, it shouldn't be at lib, it should be at actions, send email. Okay, and why is that not working? We are not exporting it, right? So we need to export this, make sure you export this, and now it should work, right? So now we're importing send email from send email, which is a server action. It's going to run only on the server because we have use server here in the file, right? So we can run a server action in a client component, but we just cannot define it in here, right? So we have to put that separately. Okay, so here on the form, we have one piece running on the client. So whatever you see here is still going to run on the client. But then as soon as we call that function, this is going to run on the server, right? So we don't have to create a whole separate API, or work with GraphQL or anything like that. Next.js is going to take care of this for us behind the scenes, right? So this is really a big simplification of the flow from or between server and client. So I'm going to save here and let's see what we get. All right. So now I'm going to go down here. I have my console open in the browser. That's the client side. I'm going to hold my console open here in the terminal here. There were some errors, but now that's gone. So now we're going to see what happens. So I'm going to say t@gmail.com, hello world. So now let's see if I click submit, what's going to happen. So what we see is here we see running on the client. So the form here, let's see. The form, this is running on the client, right? Running on client, we have access to the data on the client, of course. And then we have send email, which is running on server. So here we have running on server, and we also have access to this data now, right? And we don't even need to construct like a separate API or route or anything like that. Next.js automatically takes care of this for us. So how is that possible? How can it go from client to a server? Well, you can actually inspect the network tab, and here you'll see an actual fetch request being made. We are not fetching ourselves manually, but this is what Next.js is doing for us behind the scenes, and it's passing along this as a payload. It's passing along that form data, right? So it's going to say something like sender email, message. It probably uses some kind of identification to know where the data is coming from and to which form it's connected and so on. So that's actually taken care of for us, right? So now we can deal with the form. We can remove this because we don't really actually want to access these properties here on the client. We are already doing validation here, so no point in accessing it here. What you can even do, by the way, is just put send email like this, right? So you can even do this. If I save here, look how short this is on the client. We don't have to write any, fetch on submit, right? Just one server action. This is what we want to do, and we want to execute this on the server. So now if I do this, I submit again, let's see, I get another log here, right? So this also works. How cool is that? It really simplifies a lot of things. Now, the downside of doing this is we have to think about error handling because we're going to send an email. We'll talk about that in a second with resend and React email. But that could also go wrong. So you also need to be able to output some error message here. And I found that here, if you try to do it like this, with just passing the server action name, it becomes a bit more difficult. So you do want to have some additional logic here to deal with possible errors. So we can say, for example, email failed to send, try again, or some specific error message. So here we do want to have some data here. So we can pass a function here that takes form data as an input. We can send that email, right? We will still keep this, and this is async. So we're going to make this await and async, and we'll deal with the errors later once we are actually sending the email. So now let's actually talk about sending the email. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to call send email, this function here. Now in here, we actually want to send an email, right? So now we need to use a third party to actually send the email. And the third party that we're going to use is called Resend. And they're actually the same, the founders is the same team as React Email, which is a popular library to make your emails look good, right? This is for styling emails. This is for actually sending emails, right? So let's actually start with just sending it and we'll make it look good later. So we do need an account for this, right? So I have already created an account. If you haven't created an account here, you can create one here. So I'm quickly going to log in. All right, so I have logged in and I see this overview dashboard. Now what we need is we need the API keys. So we're going to install the packages and then we need one of the API keys. Now I've already played around with this a little bit, so I'm going to have some more keys here. I'm going to create a new API key and you can give that a name. I won't give it a name. Full permission, all domains. Okay, I have to actually give it a name. Tutorial. For tutorial. Okay, so I have to copy this key and I'm gonna paste it here for now. Be careful with these keys. I'm showing it on video. I will remove it after recording. This is not typically what you want to have in your code base. Right, so what we're gonna do is I just copied it here. And typically what you want to do with these API keys is you want to put them in an environment variable. So Next.js helps us out here. We can very easily create a file here, .env.local, and here we can say this is going to be for resend. We can say resend API key, and then the actual value here. So I'm going to copy this, remove it from here, and paste that here. Right. So you don't need quotation marks here in the environment variable file here. Right. Also no spaces necessary. So we can just write it like this. And now this file will not be included when we will push it to GitHub at some point. But if you look at git ignore, you can see that it's going to ignore the .env.local file, right? So this will not be publicly available on GitHub, right? So make sure you put it in an environment variable. It also means that we have to go into Vercel when we host it. We do have to put this in the Vercel hosting platform as well, right? But we'll see how that works. All right, so now we know how to access that API key. Now we need to actually download the resend package, right? So I'm gonna open a new terminal here, and we're gonna say npm install. And resend actually has been changing some things. So here we need a specific version, so we're all on the same version. So we will say 0.16.0. So I'm gonna install this. Okay, so now we have the resend package. I can close this. Now we need to import it here. So import resend from not types, just resend. And then we need to instantiate an object here with this resend constructor. So what it looks like is we're just gonna say const resend, and it's gonna be an instantiation here. The only thing we have to pass here is that environment variable that we just created. So to access those variables, we can use process.env.resend API key. Make sure you have the exact same name as in your .env.local file. So now we can use this resend variable to send an email. So what we can do here, for example, is we can say resend.emails.send. And then in here we have to pass an object. Where do we want to send it to and from where? So we can say from. Now here we are going to send it from the resend server or domain. Right, so they actually provide like a default domain that we can use to test. Make sure you don't spam because you're gonna get blocked. But they use this resend.dev domain, and we can just use that to send an email to us or to anybody actually, but you don't want to spam because you're gonna get blocked. So here we can say where should it be sent to. So I will use this. I will use my own email address here. Right, this should be your own email address, and then the subject of the email we can say subject. We can just say message from contact form. And then what we can do is we can say text, and we will just have some text. Hello world. All right, so here let's just keep it like this. Let's just see if this works. Right, so we have this form. This form is going to invoke this server action send email, which will call this func method here from resend to actually send an email. So now let's see if that actually works. So I still have this text here, so I can simply click again. And now let's go to your email, right? If you're using, and I can see, right? If you're using your own email, I can see now that I have received an email. Hello world, right? So of course it's coming from the @resend.dev domain, and you can connect your own domain. It's a bit outside the scope of this project. People can actually fill out a contact form, and it will actually be sent to your email. Right, now of course we are hard coding hello world here. It should be the message, right? So here let's actually not log this, but actually assign it to a variable. So we can say the message is going to be form data.get and then the message. Right, so make sure that this message means the name, right? So we've given this text area a name, right? So that's how we access it now. And we also have the sender email, right? So here the recruiter may leave their own email. Actually, they have to because it's required, right? It's this field here. So we can access that here. Sender email form data.get email. Right, so now we don't want to hard code this text here. It should just be whatever the message is. Right, so we can say message. And now we get an issue because here it says form data entry or null. So this message could technically be null according to TypeScript, even though we have specified that it's required. But it's coming from this form data.get method, right? So here we're saying form data entry value or null. So this method has just, that's how it's typed, and TypeScript is just using that. So TypeScript is sometimes not as smart
as we think it is. So here we can just check it ourselves, right? So if we have to do some server-side validation as well. So here we can just check, right? So if the message doesn't exist, if it's null, we want to return an error object, let's say. So we'll just return an object with error invalid message, right? So the cool thing is whatever we return here from a server action, we will be able to access that here. So this makes it easier to deal with errors. It's basically like an API route, right? So, but just without actually creating the boilerplate for the API. Okay, so now let's see. Now we know it's not going to be null, right? So now let's see, why is this still not working? So now it says form data entry value is not assignable. So it needs to be a string or undefined. Now, the problem here is that this field of the form could also be like a file. So form data entry value could also be a file, right? We know it's not going to be a file, but technically it's possible, right? So here we can add some additional validation. So we want to return an error, an object with an error message if it doesn't exist or if it's like a file, right? So TypeScript at least is smart enough to know that once we check for this, we know after that it's not going to be null, right? So we just solve the null case. Now we have to solve the situation where it could be a file, type file. So here we're just going to check, is this message of type string? So if type, we can use in JavaScript, we can say type of message. If that is not a string, then we also want to return this object with an error message, right? And we will deal with the error message in here later, right? But you can see now that TypeScript issue is gone, right? So now once we pass this if block, it's safer now because now we know it's not going to be null. It's not going to be anything else but a string. So it's actually going to be a string. And we actually want to do the same for sender email, but we're not using sender email right now. So where would we use that? Well, we could actually put that here in the message. So we could say something like the person who sent this message has an email, that's this one. Now what you can also do, because in my message, here it would be nice if you could hit reply and immediately send it to that person, right? So whatever email they put in here, I won't be able to reply and just send the email to them. But now it's not possible because it's going to be sent to this resend domain. But what you can add here is a reply to field. So reply to, and that's going to be that sender email, right? So now we'll see that you can hit reply and it will be actually sending a new email to whatever the email is that the user filled out. All right, so here we're going to get the same issue where form data entry or null. So what it means is reply to needs to be, let's see, type null is not assignable. So this needs to be a type of string or an array of strings or undefined, right? But sender email could potentially be null. We know it's not going to be null because we make it required here. Although technically, people can circumvent that on the client, but it's safe enough here to assume it's not going to be null. But let's also take care of some validation here on the server side. So let's also take care of some validation here on the server side. So here at this point, it's better to just extract this into a separate function with the utility function that can validate these inputs. So let's create a helper function, and we can just call that validate string. Right? So just some simple server-side validation, and that's just going to take in what we think is going to be a string. Right? So that may take in some data from the form, some value, right? And what type is that going to be? Well, we think it's going to be a string, but we don't know for sure. So there's another type in TypeScript called unknown. Technically, we don't know for sure yet. Right? It could technically be something else. So then we can just we can remove this here and put that in there, right? And instead of message, this should become value, right? And instead of saying invalid message, we're just going to return true or false. So here, this function will return false, right? So it's not validated properly if it doesn't pass this test, right? And otherwise, it will return true, right? In TypeScript, sometimes you also want to annotate the return value of a function, but it already infers that it's going to be a Boolean, right? Either true or false. Okay, so now we can see we have the same issue again because we are not using this yet. So now what we want to do is for every field, basically, we're going to validate it first with this helper function. So we can check if if we get false back, so if it's not validated, so if not validate string, and we need to pass, let's say, the sender email. Let's start there, sender email. So we're going to pass the sender email. I need to have another parenthesis here. We're going to pass the sender email to this validate string function. So it's going to check, does it actually exist? Is it actually a string? In that case, we'll return true, right? If it's not a string, or if it doesn't exist, we're going to return false, right? So here then we can return an error like before, right? An object with an error field, error property with the message invalid message. Right, so this is just doing, actually this is not invalid message, this is invalid sender email, right? And now we can do the same for the message. So we can check if, well, Copilot helps us out here. Here we want to return an error with invalid message, right? I just have to tap through because it's very systematic, so it's easy for Copilot. Right, so message will go through this test as well. Okay, so this is basically going to be our server-side validation. So just some simple server-side validation. Now there's one other thing that we are checking on the client. On the client, we have some validation here. It's required, so it's not null, right, basically. And since we say type is email, that will also we can only submit it if it's actually an email. So if I try to submit this without an add, we get that issue, right? So we are basically doing the same on the client side. Now here we are also checking for the length. We're not checking if this is maybe infinite length, right? So a huge number that's going to crash our server or database. So here we also want to have a check for the length. So when we validate this, we also want to pass in like a maximum that this sender email should be, right? Or maybe even a minimum. We can also do that, but let's keep it a bit simple. Let's say we want to be able to also pass like 500 here for the sender email, and then here for the text area. Let's make this actually much bigger. Let's make that 5,000. It makes more sense that this text area message should have more than the email field, right? So let's actually make this 500, and here we want to pass in 5,000. Now we're going to get an issue because this helper function right now doesn't accept a maximum yet. Right, so now we need to say a second parameter here. We'll call that max length, and that should be of type number, which we can then check here. So we want to return false if the value doesn't exist or it's not a string, or if it's more than that max length. So we can say value.length if that is more than this maximum. We also want to return false, right? So we have extracted a helper function here just for some cleaner code. So now in the action, you can see it's much cleaner than if we would have to copy and paste this like this in here. So we have extracted a helper function now. Now, typically in a serious application, you're going to have multiple helper functions like this, because we can also use this somewhere else. So we can have multiple server actions, maybe not only send email, but also we're going to have another form where the user can submit other data, right? And there we may also want to validate a string. So typically in the library folder, we're going to have some utilities or helper function. You can call that utils or utilities or helper functions. We'll just call it utils.ts. And then we're going to put these helper functions in there. So I'm going to copy this validate string helper function. I'm going to put that right here, right? So then we want to use it in another file. So we have to export this. It's going to be a so-called named export. So then we have to import it here, but we have to use the curly braces. So we can say validate string, and this is not the correct path. It needs to be @ It's going to be the root. Go into the lib folder, and then we have utils. Right, so that still works, but now the file is a bit cleaner, and we can easily use this in other files as well, like other server actions. All right, so this was a bunch of typing here, and now we get an issue here. So why do we still have this issue? All right, now when we do all of this, we know it's going to be the correct format, right? It's not going to be null, etc. But TypeScript doesn't pick that up here. Right, so sometimes TypeScript just doesn't pick it up, and so it still thinks that this could be null. So here we can assert basically that we know better than TypeScript. So we can add as string. We know it's gonna be a string at this point, right? So here for the message as well, we can just add as string and basically assert here that it's gonna be a string. These two, right? Because we are checking it's not gonna be null, right? Because then we would return false here, and we would return this. We wouldn't even get to here. So we cannot get here if it doesn't exist, if it's null. So we know it's not going to be null. We also know it's going to be a string, because if it's not a string, it would return false. Right? And we also know it's going to be within that, it's going to be less than that maximum length. So we can be confident enough to assert that these are going to be strings. All right, so what we're passing now is the text. That's going to be the actual message that we fill out in the form, and also this reply to email. So let's actually double check this. So we'll say test@gmail, and I will say hello world. Actually, let's give it a different text message now. New message. So I will just write this, and now I'm going to click submit, and I'm going to check my email box. All right, now I didn't receive the email, so I waited some time, and this is still the old one, so I didn't receive it. So something went wrong here. Now, if we look here, this actually needs to be awaited. So we need to put await in front of this here. Make sure you also have this marked as async. And then it still won't work. So what we need to do anyway is we need to deal with errors. It doesn't work, so we need to know what the error is, right? So here we can wrap this in a try-catch block. So I'm going to put everything in try-catch. So then if this send method throws an error, we can catch that error so we can see what's going on. So we can say catch the error, and then just like here, we can return an object with an error, and we want to see what the error is. So we ideally could do error.message, right? So if send, the resend throws an error, we catch it here, and we want to get its message. Now TypeScript is going to complain because if we hover this, error is of type unknown, right? So this error here that we get is basically type unknown, which actually makes a lot of sense because technically this, you can throw anything in JavaScript, right? So you can throw the number 5, right? You can throw that. So technically the send method could throw the number 5. So we catch 5 here, and then we try to do 5.message, but message doesn't exist on the number 5, right? So you can throw a new error in JavaScript, new error, test error, and now you can actually get message, right? This will give us an object with a message property, but we don't know if they actually throw something that was created with new error, right? Now they may actually also just throw a normal JavaScript object with error or message. And so we don't really know what they throw if something goes wrong. So let's just log this to see what we get. And I'm going to open up the terminal here. And now I'm going to send another email to check to check the error if it still doesn't work. So I'll just say test@gmail, blah blah, and then I'm gonna press tab, press enter to send the email. And let's see, I don't see anything in the terminal here. So then I'm gonna open up the browser inspect tools. If I do this again, I'm gonna submit again. Now I can see this fetch here. And let's see, we have payload. So the payload, at least it's working, right? So at least it can capture the data from the form. And we actually get a response here, and it says something like error invalid sender email. Okay, so we don't even get to this try catch block because we are, for some reason, it's not valid. It's the sender email is not validated properly. So that's interesting. So validate string. We pass the sender email, and I don't see any obvious errors that we made here. So it's going to be a string, right? So it should return true here, but apparently it's returning this object here, right? Error invalid sender email. So it's giving us this error, and that's interesting. So let's actually see what we get here on the server side for sender email. I'm going to open up the terminal because this is going to be logged here in the terminal. I'm going to click again, and we get null actually. That's interesting. And obviously it's because this is not the correct name. Right, sender email is the name here. So very silly mistake, sender email should be the name. Right, so it needs to be the exact name here as what you put in the form, right? Name is sender email. Right, so what we had before was just email, but there's no form control here with the name email. Right, there's type email, but not name email, it's sender email. So this needs to be sender email. Okay, so now all of this should work. I'm gonna close here, close out of here. And now I'm gonna click on submit again, and I'm gonna check my inbox, and now we get message from contact form, blah blah, which is indeed the message, right? If we now click here, you can see reply to is test@gmail.com. So if I now click on reply, it will actually send that email to that email address that the user filled out, right? Now it's also a bit ugly here, this onboarding. And they actually in the API docs, they give you a way to make that look a little bit better. So to include a friendly name, use the format your name and then with angled brackets. So let's do that. Let's try that. So here we can say from, well, this needs to be in angled brackets, the email. And then what we can put here is the more better looking name. So here we can use something like contact form. Let's put it like that. All right, I'm going to save here and I'm just going to send the same email again to check that, submit. And let's see. I'll get another name. Yeah, so now we see contact form here. So that looks a little bit better, I think. Right, so it's nice. You can read about the docs here. There's other ways to customize things, but we have a pretty simple form. We don't really need a lot of customization there. That was a bit of work. So now we have the validation. We're doing that properly. But let's think a little bit more about errors, because there could be other things going wrong. Right? We also may have a typo in the domain. Right? So instead of resend.dev, we may have resend.com. Right? So if I try doing this, and if I now try to send this message, click submit, now we actually get an error. Right? So now this send method will throw one of those things. We don't know exactly what they're going to throw. Right? It's a third-party library. They could throw anything. We don't know that. So here we catch whatever they're throwing and we're just logging that. And we can see it's an object with name, message, and status code. Right? So it's saying something about the resend.com domain is not verified. Okay, so let's take this error handling to a professional level. So I'm going to fix this. And what do we want to do when we catch one of these errors? Because here's just a silly, contrived example, but in the real world, the third-party library could have an issue, right? Maybe their email servers aren't working, right? So we still want to output something to the client then, right? So here we're still on the server. We want to return basically in the same format here, also an object with an error property with a message. So here, if there is an error, we do want to return something here. So we want to return an object to the client and we want to say error. And instead of hard coding this, we actually want to get this message. We want to get some kind of message that the third-party library has given to us. So we want to say error.message. And when we do that, TypeScript will complain because again, this error could be of any, could actually be any type. Now in TypeScript, we have any, and this will get rid of the error. But this is basically an escape hatch. So this is not really what we want to do in TypeScript. So with any, what you're basically saying is anything goes. You can do whatever you want with this error, basically make all the errors disappear. Well, that's not really, why would we even use TypeScript if we do that? The more precise type is actually unknown. We don't know what this is going to be. So you cannot just access .message on there because it could be a number, right? And on a number, you cannot access .message. All right, so here, error handling is not the most exciting topic, but it's part of being a professional developer. We also discussed this in my JavaScript course, also in the context of these try-catch blocks. So let's see. We can just do a bunch of if statements. So we can check if it actually has a message property. Right? So we can check if this actually is an instance of error. So in JavaScript, we have this error constructor, new error, right, message. If you do this, you will get an error object with message property, right? So we can check if whatever this third party, whatever they threw, is that actually an instance of that error constructor. Well, in that case, yeah, we can just use error.message, right? That's not a problem. And we actually saw that they give us an error. We actually saw that they give us an object. I'm not sure if I can still find it, but it was somewhere here. It was actually an object. Now, that was actually not an object. That wasn't actually specifically an instance of error. That was just, they just created an object literal with message and status code, right? It wasn't created with new error. So now it's not going to return that because here we're only checking for if it's actually an instance of the error constructor. So here we can also check else if the error, whatever is thrown, if the type of this is actually an object, right, strictly equal to object, and it has that message in that object. So you can write it like this. You can check if the message property name is in the error, right? So you can write it like this. And now we get an issue because it's saying that error could also be null. You cannot check if something is in null. So initially here, what we can also check if the error is even existing. So if error exists and the type of that error is an object and there is a message in that object, then we can also return error.message, right? TypeScript won't give us an issue here because we know now it's going to be an object with a message property. Now this is getting quite, you can already sense here, because now what we also want to do is what if they're not throwing an object? Maybe they're actually throwing a string. Maybe they're actually just throwing the message itself. Right, maybe just throwing that, and now we're not dealing with that here, right? Because that's not going to be an instance of error. It's not going to be an object. So now we're just losing that. So now we have another else. We can check if it's a string and just use that as the message. So here at this point, it's probably best that we extract this into a helper function, right? Because we're going to have to deal with errors and other server actions and throughout our application as well. Might as well extract this into a separate function. So what we want to be able to do, we're going to put all of this stuff in a separate function. And ultimately, we just want to get the message basically. So here we're just going to return an object. And what we want to do here is we want to call a function. Let's call it getErrorMessage, and just pass that error. And that function will then just figure out what the message is. So let's copy all of this and remove that from here. So this is much cleaner now. And we're going to extract this logic out to a helper function here. We'll call that getErrorMessage. That will take in that error and it will extract some message from it. So indeed, it's going to be an error of type unknown. And I copied that so I can paste that here, what we had before. Right, so this will just return a message. So let's just create a message here. And this should be of type string, right? So we want to return a message of type string. And that's what we're going to return here, return message. Right, so this message will then be the error here. That will be here in this object error and then that message. Right, so this function should return a string. Right, let's make that explicit here. Okay, so now we don't want to return some objects here. We just want to return error.message here. Right, so we just extract error.message, or not return, we want to assign it to a message. Right, so then here we'll say message is error.message as well. All right, we get an issue here. Type unknown is not assignable to type string. Okay, so this is really, really advanced. So here we're saying if error exists and it's actually an object and it has that message property. So for example, if they throw an error with, well, it could just be message, but invalid sender email. So in this case, we could get error.message, right? Now, technically, they could throw something like this. So they could throw an error that exists, right? And is of type error is object, and message also exists. Message is an error, but then it's actually a number type. And here we're saying it should be a string, right? So if we really, this is really advanced, we can say, well, we're going to cast that to a string. So we can wrap whatever they give us in the string, what we get from JavaScript, and this will convert whatever that is to a string, right? So this is getting a bit advanced. I'm not sure if I should have included that in this tutorial, but this is easy to pick up once you've mastered JavaScript itself, right? So I'll keep hammering on this, how important that is. And this is the real world. You need to deal with errors properly. All right, now what if they throw not an object, but for example, they throw just a string, invalid email. Now we're not checking for that. Here we're only checking for instance of error object, and actually if it's just a normal object. But we can also check if it's a string. So we can also check type of error. If that is strictly equal to string, then we can just use message is just that error, right? It's going to be a string. So we can just use that. And else, if all of that doesn't give us a message, or if all of that doesn't pass the test of the if block, we'll just have a default error here. Right, so then we weren't able to extract it from whatever they threw. So here we're just going to say unknown error, or typically people call this something went wrong. Right, so ultimately this getErrorMessage helper function always gives us some message that we can then use here in the catch block. Right, and it's nice that we have extracted this into a separate function, because now if we have another file, another server action, you have to deal with errors all over the place, so you can just reuse this. And let's actually put that in the utils file as well. So let's copy this. And let's put that here in the utilities file. And make sure you also export it. We're going to export this. And then we're going to import this getErrorMessage. Right, so now it's much cleaner. And this is much more professional. All right, so now we have this functionality. It works. We can send emails to ourselves. But it doesn't look so nice. Right? It's just very plain now. And typically in, professional applications, if you deal with emails, I'm going to close recent here. If you deal with emails, you want to style them as well. So a very popular library for styling emails is react.email. You can style, this is a more Reacty way basically of styling emails. And it smooths away a lot of issues with styling emails, because you can imagine all these email clients like Gmail and Microsoft email, and there are some other third-party email clients as well. They all have different ways of interpreting the email message, and they may have issues with styling. And this smooths away a lot of those issues. It just makes it much easier to style emails. So here we're gonna, it's actually by the same people as from the recent service that we just used. Right, so here on the website, they have some examples here. Right, so you probably see these emails as a consumer yourself. You probably have some services that have styled their emails, right? So it makes it very easy to style emails. So the reason we're including that here in our application here, because technically, a simple email may be enough, but if you want to publish your portfolio online, and some tech lead that's looking to hire you wants to see how you've coded this portfolio, well, it would be impressive to show that you are also capable of styling an email. It's not that difficult, but it's just another feature that we can add here to impress the person that's looking to hire us even more. Right, so let's quickly do that. So they actually show you how to do that. So if you look at the source of any of these, they basically give us a bunch of components. Let me actually zoom in here a little bit. They give us a bunch of components like body. It's basically like an HTML file. So body and HTML and head. And we can even use Tailwind. Right, so then you can just create a React component, and we can pass that React component here. So instead of passing a text field, so plain text, instead of doing this, I'm going to comment this out. What we're going to do is we can actually just pass React, and we can actually give a React component. And Resend will actually interpret that properly. Right, so we're going to create the React component now with React email, and then we pass it here to Resend. Right, so I'm going to comment this out for now. So where are we going to create that email? So email is also something that typically you want to have a separate folder for. So I'm going to create another folder here, last one, email. Right, and in here, if you have a bigger application with multiple types of email, you can give them a unique name. Here we'll say contact form email or contact form. Let's actually call it email. Contact form email.tsx, RFC, contact form email. All right, so we have this. So now we have, and we need to get access to these components that React email gives us. So we need to install the package. So we can say npm install @react email / components, and also @react email / Tailwind, right? Because we're going to use Tailwind, and they even allow that. So we can style with Tailwind. So if you've ever styled, if you ever tried to style emails, you know how much of a hassle that can be. And this is going to be much easier now. Okay, so we've installed this. I can close the terminal again. Now, what we want to be able to do, of course, is this email takes in this text here, this message, and we need to output that here somewhere. So this should take in that message, and we will call that message, and that's just going to be a string. Right, and actually let's do it the way that we've been doing it for React components. So we'll say contact form email props. We'll define the type up here. So type contact form email props message is going to be a string. Okay. All right. So then we can use those components from the React email library. So we need to import them. Let's actually import a bunch of them. So we need the actual HTML component, body, and head as well. Head, heading, HR for like a horizontal line. We will also use container, which will center everything, preview, section, and text. And this is coming from, let's see, doesn't recognize it. So we'll say @react email / components. And then we're also going to use Tailwind, right? So we can style with Tailwind, but we do have to import the Tailwind component here from @react email Tailwind. Okay, so a bit of setup here. Okay, so then what we can do is it's basically going to look very similar to just like an HTML file. So we're going to start off with the HTML here. And then we have a head we're not going to have anything here. Now the head can hold things like the title for the email, but we are already defining that with subject here. And if you're not sure what some of these components do, they have complete documentation. And they also show you the support for all these email clients. So Outlook from Microsoft, Apple Email, Yahoo Email, and there are some popular other ones, right? So it's pretty cool that you can now use this and it will make it look good across all of them, right? Much easier than before. All right, so let's see, we'll have head. Now we have that preview as well. This is basically going to be, if we look here for preview, email clients have this concept of preview text. So that's basically just going to be a short snippet of text. And we could use that, but I think we are already doing that here with, right? So we'll just quickly add that here as well. So preview, we can just say new message from your portfolio site. And then we're going to have body. Now we want to wrap everything in the body in the Tailwind component. So we can use the Tailwind classes. So we'll have body. And in the body, we want to center everything. So they have the container component for that. Now they have a way of previewing this, by the way. So we can spin up another server, or they will spin up another server, and it will open up a new tab where you can preview this. But this is going to be quite straightforward. So let's just quickly type this out. Or you can just copy it from the GitHub repo if you don't want to type it out. So this is going to be the section. Now in here, we're going to have the heading for this email. Heading, we can say something like you received the following message from the contact form, and then the actual text of this email, and that should be the actual message. So we're gonna pass the message to this component, and that's what we're gonna output here. All right, then we also want to have maybe maybe we want to have a line, and maybe we also want to show the sender email here. So this message came from the following email, or the sender's email is the following email. So we can have some text here again. We can say the sender's email is, and then the sender email. Right, it will also be in the reply to field, right? Reply to, but maybe we also want to make it explicit here in the email itself. So it's currently not accepting sender email, so we have to add that here, right? So TypeScript is complaining. So sender email will be a string, and we have to add that here, sender email as well. Okay, so now we have our email component. Right, a bit of a boilerplate here. Make sure you export this. Now what we can do is when here, we can import that. We can import this email. So I will say contact form email. It already suggested for me. And now what we can do is we can pass that here as a component. Whoops, I can pass this here as a JSX component. So I can, and then we have to pass that as props, right? So here we can say it needs to get message and sender email. So now we can remove this text field and we can just pass the message, right? That's going to be message is what we have here, message and sender email, right? Message is message, sender email is sender email. All right, that's basically what we can do now, which is pretty cool. Now we get an issue here, obviously. What's the issue? And the issue is here we're using JSX in a normal TypeScript file, or you can also see it as JSX using in a .js file. You'll get the same issue, right? So we've seen this issue before. So the quick fix here is to make this a TSX file. Right, so if I do this, we are allowed to write JSX in here. And actually, let's see what we get. Now there are some subtle differences, and ideally, if it's not necessary, we do want to keep .ts, right? So we do want to we don't want to have this become a JSX file just because of this little snippet here. So there's an alternative way of writing this, and that's actually what React does behind the scenes, right? We've seen that before. So what we can say is React, and then we can just say React dot create element, right? So instead of writing JSX, which is basically just a synonym for what we're doing here with create element. So what you can write here is React.create element. Now we need to import React itself here. So here import React from React. Okay, and this is the same as doing this, but here we also have two props, right? So if you want to pass props with create element, you just have an object here as the second argument, and that's going to be a message, right? Message is message that we do this, and here we will just do like this. A sender email is going to be the sender email. So this is equivalent. What we're doing here is equivalent to this, right? So this is the same as this, right? So when you write when you write JSX with section heading and you use these components, behind the scenes, React will convert that to all of these React.create elements, right? So let's remove this. And now let's see what issue we have. So we basically have the same issue as before, which is that TypeScript is not able to figure out that this message will always be a string and not something else. So we can assert here that this will be a string, right? And sender email as well as string, right? So this was a bit of boilerplate code, bit of typing if you code it along. So now let's actually see what we get if we send an email. So let's go back here and we'll say test@gmail. This is a test. So now I'm going to send this. I'm going to click here and let's see if that works. I'm going to refresh here in my email inbox. And indeed, we can see message from contact form, new message from your portfolio site. So that's actually what you see here. So this preview is what you will see here in the email client, new message from your portfolio site. And you can see now that it's structured a little bit differently. It doesn't look great yet because we haven't added our own Tailwind styles. So let's do that now, right? But you can see it's already styled a bit differently. Now we can actually use TypeScript styles. So that's the last thing we'll do here. So this body, let's actually give it like a background color. You can style this very similar as plain HTML or plain, or of course, just React, right? It's just React. We want the, let's see. So just change the background color a little bit, and then we'll give this section also some styling, class name. We can give that a styling of BG white, and then we want to have that border, right? So we can actually use our basically our utility that we created ourselves, border black. I will add some margin vertically and some padding horizontally and as well as vertically. We're going to add some border radius, okay? And then you can see this heading, there's quite a bit of line height here, right? So as the text gets bigger, typically you want to reduce the line height. So in Tailwind, it's called leading. So we'll call it leading tight. All right, so if we save this now, and now we have to send an email again. So I'm going to click here on submit again. Going to refresh my email inbox. And now I have another email here. Let's see if this is styled even better. I'm going to open it here. And now you can see it's styled a little bit differently. Now the text for some reason has become purple. So I do want to change that. And I think it's probably something that the email client adds because it can see that this is a duplicate of before. So it may style it with purple. Now I'm going to override that hopefully by doing this, text black. Okay, so one last time I'm going to submit. And actually maybe we should submit with different text. Another test, blah, blah. Okay, so now I'm going to check, submit, go to my email inbox and get my email here. Let's see what we get. All right, so it's still purple text, and I think it's just because I've been spamming myself, and this is what the email client is doing. We could continue playing around, but I think you get the point here. We can style these emails, and there's probably a way to override that, but it's going to be outside the scope of this project for now. Right, but I think this looks pretty cool, and this is much, much easier than styling emails before.
All right, now during recording, I accidentally continued with the footer and dark and light mode, but there are two things that we still want to add to this form. So for example, when we click here, we do want to see like a loading indicator so that we know that it's being submitted, right? So if we look here, once we click on the button, the form is going to be submitted, and we want to see some indicator of that. And this is also a new feature in Next.js, or rather React, but Next.js has implemented this. So what we can do is actually, when we use a server action like we're doing here, we also get access to another hook basically. And that's the following hook. That's the use form status hook. And let's see. So if we call this, we don't have to pass anything. It's just going to tell us what the status is. So if it's pending, it's being submitted, right? And if it's not pending, well, then it's not being submitted. Now we need to import this. So if you do Control spacebar there, you're gonna see it's still experimental, right? So now it imports it as experimental underscore use form status from React DOM. But what we can do is we can give it a different name. So we can say as simply use form status, right? So then we can just use this name. So we can do this. Right, so this can automatically detect that there's some form being submitted, and we can use that. Now there's one issue here, and you cannot do it on like a sibling level here. And so here the form here is basically an element here in the contact component, and that's where we're using this hook. If that won't work, this needs to be used one level deeper, essentially. So we're going to use that pending for the button mostly. So what we're going to do is we're going to refactor this button into a separate component. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new component here, and we can call that submit btn submit-btn tsx and rfc submit btn, and we're going to copy all of this, the button, and this is what we're going to replace this with. Right, so now we need to import this stuff here. So just import the things we need, and actually just one thing. Okay, and then we need to place that component here. So we'll say submit btn. Okay, so just paste it there. Okay, we can remove this import of that icon. And now what we can do is, instead of using this use form hook in here, we can use that, because that won't work. We can use it here in this submit button component, because this is now one level deeper. So here from the submit button, right, which we have added here, so this can now detect that basically there's a form higher up here in the hierarchy that's being submitted, right? So it's still experimental, so it may look a bit strange, but that's basically, this is going to be the future of forms, right? So we're going to have server actions, and then you have this use form status that can take care of the pending status, because usually you want to show like a loading indicator, right? So make sure you have also imported this, and now we can use that, the pending here, to customize things a little bit in the pending state. Right, so what we can do, instead of showing submit when it's pending, we can show something else. So we have some logic here, so we have to use the curly braces. So we can say if it's pending, we can say sending, but we can also use like a load, like a spinner. And Tailwind actually gives us an easy way to add a spinner. So let's just use Tailwind here. So let's just create an empty div. So if it's pending, we're going to show that spinner div, and then otherwise, parentheses, we'll just keep this. And now we get an issue here because this is not wrapped in an element here. So here we use a React fragment, but now we don't need to use React.fragment because we don't have like a key property that we wanted to add, just like this. Okay, so this spinner will have a height of 5, a width of 5, and then we can use animate spin, as this is a default animation that we get from Tailwind. Rounded full, border bottom 2, and the border color should be white. Now what we also want to do is this button should be disabled if it's in the pending state, right? So we don't want to use it to double click, right? Maybe on accident, maybe on purpose. We want to say disabled. Well, if pending is true, it should be disabled. And we can also provide some other styling. For example, we don't want to have this hover effect when it's disabled, right? So if it's disabled, we can say scale should be 100. And also disabled, we want to reduce the background opacity to 75%. Actually, let's make that 65. All right, let's see what we get if we save here. Okay, so now I'm going to try sending a message here. So I'll just use test@gmail.com, test. And now I'm going to click here and let's see what happens. Now you can see we have this loading indicator, right? And eventually it will be finished and then it will be not pending anymore. All right, so last thing we want to do with this form is properly deal with the errors, right? So we did a really good job here of extracting some error message. So here in this server, this is all server code. So here we're trying to send this email with resend, and maybe this resend service is going to throw an error for some reason. We don't know what the error is going to be, but we can still extract some message. And that's what we're returning to the client now, right? So now we're returning this object with error. So here in the contact form, here in the form, we can get access to that, right? So the send email is basically just returning an object, or could be returning an object. And what we can do actually here in our server action, we can also send back data, because this send actually gives us an ID of whatever request this is. And we may actually want to use that. So we can actually say let data, and we can assign that here. And so here, let data, we're going to attempt to send an email. And if there's an error, we're going to catch that and we return here. Now, if it's not an error, we will go here and we will just return an object with data. Right? So now what we're going to get is either data or an error object. Right? So here we know now we can extract data as well as error. Right, so this function will give us either data or error. Right, so pretty cool that we can do this here on the client side again, because what we can then do is we can check if there is an error, we can show something to the user. Right, we can show that message. So if error, we can just alert, and then the actual error, right? Not some templated, not some standard string, but actually the error that occurred. And then also return here, right? Just return out to stop the function. And otherwise, we also want to give like a successful indicator. So we can say alert, and here we will just say email sent successfully, right? We're not using data here, but for completeness sake, we will just include it here. Maybe later we want to use it. So now let's see. So now what will happen? Let's say we make a mistake here in the domain. So instead of recent.dev, which is what it should be, let's say I think it's recent.com. Could be any other error in practice, right? So the service could be down. We may have made some other mistake. There could be also a mistake on recent server part. There could be an error and something could be thrown here. And now we are actually properly dealing with that here. We actually want to output something to the user. So now if I try to submit here, we should get an error because I changed the domain. Yes, so here we see the recent.com domain is not verified. So we actually see this error that's coming from recent, right? Because here it sees, oh yeah, this is not correct. So it's gonna throw that error here. We are returning something, and then we pick it up here and display it to the user. And we haven't even created one API route or something or endpoint. This is all handled for us behind the scenes. All right, now very quickly, these alerts don't really look good. So basically the popular library to deal with this is this library React Hot Toast. And let's see if we can see an example. Yeah, so these are look pretty good and super easy to use. So often in any professional application, you're gonna want to show these messages to the user, and that's called a toast. And this is a very popular library. So let's quickly install this. So I'll say npm install React Hot Toast. Okay, I'm gonna close this and I'm gonna go to the layout. So first thing we have to do to make this work is we need to decide where it should be output. So here in the default it's top center, but we can also put it at the bottom and the right, for example. So first we need to basically tell React Hot Toast where it should be put. So we'll go to the layout here because this is also something that's that should be pretty high up in the tree. So we have the theme switch. The theme switch is you haven't seen that yet because I accidentally continued to build the video, but eventually you will see that we're gonna have a theme switch. Now let's say we want to have that toaster as it's called. So we need to provide the toaster from React Hot Toast, right? And you'll see that we will add this provider. So don't worry if you don't have that. That's just what we will add in a second. But we need to put the toaster here somewhere, and we can then specify the position. So we can say position should be, let's say, top right. And so then it's going to be put here. So we can just say top right. Right. So now we know where the toaster is going to be. So we can close this. And now here, if there is an error, we don't want to have this alert. We just want to do toast.error. Right. So here we can just output the error. Right. We don't have to use message. That's what we've already done. We need to import this. Let's see. And that's actually the default export here. So it's not a named export, it's a default export. So make sure you don't have curly braces. And then that's for the error. And then instead of having this alert, we actually want to have toast.success. Okay, so now I still have this issue, right? So I still have this mistype, should be .dev, but we have .com. So if I try this, let's see what happens now. And there is another issue, or I need to refresh. All right, so now let's try this out. So we have this domain, this .com, it should be .dev. So let me just quickly type out again, test. Now I'm going to submit this, and let's see if we get an error. And we get an error here, right? React Toast, it's showing us the message. Okay, so let's fix that. I'm gonna fix it to .dev. I'm gonna save here, and I'll wait until it has updated. So now I'm gonna try again, and now it should work. So let's see what happens. And now we get this success message. Right, very easy to add some aesthetically pleasing toasts or basically alert messages or just some quick notifications. All right, so now we will continue with the rest of the application. All right, so then we're almost finished. Let's see the last few things that we need to do. So we need to add a footer here. Right, so it's just going to be a copyright statement, and then I think it looks good to also quickly explain
what types of technologies we're using for this website. So that will just be a paragraph. Okay, so I'm going to close everything, right click, close all. I'm going to create a new component. We're going to call that footer.tsx, and we'll say RFC footer. And we actually have a footer tag in HTML, so let's use that here in the JSX as well. So we have a copyright statement. Now we actually have a small tag in HTML, which is the appropriate tag for this. And then to get the copyright symbol, we don't have to look it up somewhere. We can just use an HTML entity. So they always start with ampersand and then the name, and then it ends with a semicolon. That will give you that icon thingy. So I will just say 2030 Ricardo. Feel free to replace this with anything. All rights reserved. Okay, and then we just have a paragraph, which will just be quick explanation of the technologies that we used here. Now, a quick styling tip again. I like it when it's just a bit bold, this first part. So we'll wrap the first part in a span, and we'll say about this website, built with React and Next.js, and then specifically the new app router and server actions, comma, TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, Framer Motion, React email, and resend. And we're going to host it on Vercel. Right, we'll see how that works. All right, let's also add this to the page. And actually, this time we want to add it to the overall layout, right? Because if we have multiple pages, we wouldn't only want to have it on this home page. We want to have it on every page. So we're going to add that here to footer, to the layout root file. And we need to import this. So Control spacebar, and it will automatically import this for me. Okay. Save here. Let's see if we see something on the page. And there it is. Okay. So let's quickly style this. This footer needs to get some margin on the bottom, some horizontal padding. We'll center everything in here. And we want to de-emphasize the text. So we're going to make it a little bit less dark. All right, so this small tag has some default styling of its own. So we need to override some of that and also add some margin here. We will also make the, we will make the text a bit smaller. And then this paragraph here, text XS, right? So here we're duplicating the class. So you may think you can just put it on the footer here and the rest will inherit that. And typically that's true, but this small has some text size of its own. So that's why we need to override it here. And then we might as well just put it here as well. Okay, so class name, font, semi-bold. All right, let's see what we get. All right, so then we have this. That's also, we need to add some margin on the bottom so there's a bit more space. And that's not working right now. And that's because the small tag is inline. So let's make it a block level element. And let's see if that works. Yeah, now that works. All right, so we're pretty much finished here. And the last thing we want to do, because the footer is pretty much finished right now, right? Pretty easy. The last thing we want to do here is also add this dark mode. So if I click here, you can see the page becomes all dark mode. And when I click again, it becomes light mode again, right? So this is a very typical feature, and if you're gonna have somebody look at your portfolio website, especially a technical person, and they see you have light and dark mode, I mean, it's just an additional feature that showcases that you know about the modern standards on the web and that you're able to implement that. All right, now importantly, these days people are not only gonna click here, they also have light and dark mode configured on their own computer. So I'm in Windows here, and I can personalize the colors here and say something like choose your mode. So currently I have light mode. I'm not really a huge fan of dark mode. I know some people are really going crazy over it, but I like light mode. So what we also want is that if a person does actually have dark mode, so if the person has dark, that this also becomes dark. So this in the example, if I refresh now, it actually becomes dark, right? So the website not only needs to take care of this, manual toggling, you could say, but also needs to detect what the mode is on the user's computer, right? So then if I make it light, and I refresh, you can see it becomes light again, right? And I can still toggle this as well. Now here, when I toggle manually, let's say I put it on dark mode here manually. If I now, leave the page and come back later, let's say I refresh, it should still be dark mode, right? So it should also remember the setting that we have here. So we're going to use local storage for that, right? So you can see it remembers the dark mode.
Okay, if I set it to light mode and refresh, it's still night mode. Right, so you can see it remembers the setting as well. So we're going to use local storage. All right, so let's start off by adding that little widget to the switch to the page. So currently we don't have anything in the bottom right corner. So let's create a new component here. And let's call that, well, we could call it dark mode, but technically it's also for light mode. So let's have a more general name. Let's call it theme switch, RFC, and we will call it theme switch. All right, so which tag should we use? Well, it's a button, so we might as well just use the actual button tag. And in the button, we're gonna have an icon, right? It's gonna be a component. So here we'll start off with the sun icon, BS sun, and we will import that from React icons. Okay, now we want to place it in the bottom right corner, and it should scroll with us, right? So we can make this position fixed. So we'll say fixed. And it should sit a little bit from the bottom and a little bit from the right. Okay, let's see what we get actually, if we can even see this. No, of course not, because we haven't added it to our layout or page yet. Right, so if we go here, in the layout file now, we have header, children, footer, and now we want to add the theme switch here somewhere as well. It doesn't really matter where we put it. And we could even put it somewhere else, like here, theme switch. The theme switch does not need to get access to the active section, right? So we don't have to put it in the provider. We could still do that, but at least React is telling us that for optimization, it's better to only put the components in there that actually need access to that active section value. But it probably doesn't matter in a small application like this. So I'm just going to put it here, and let's see if we imported this. Yeah, it's imported. So let's see. Yeah, so now you can see we have a little icon here. All right, let's style this a little bit better. So it's going to have a certain height. Let's actually start with the background color, BG white. And it's going to have a width of 3 rem and also a height of 3 rem. Now, just like the header, we want it to be a little bit see-through with like a blurry effect. So we'll give it a BG opacity of 80 and then also a backdrop blur of 0.5 rem. We'll also give a very slight border. So we'll say border, which will just give us a 1 pixel black border by default, but the border color should be white. And then we're also going to reduce the opacity to about 40. All right, let's see what we get. Okay, so we need to separate this from the background a little bit better. So with the header, we're doing that with a subtle box shadow. So let's also do that here. We'll say shadow to XL, which is pretty big, but it's not going to be too much. Now you can see it's a bit, we can see it. It's very subtle though. If I zoom in, you can see it a little bit better. Right, now obviously it needs to be a circle. So we're going to say rounded full. Right, so now it's a circle. And now the icon in there needs to be centered. Right, so it's a layout issue. So we can use flex and we can say item center for vertical and then justify center for horizontal in this case. And that should center it, yeah. We also want to add some hover and focus effects. So we'll say in the hover state, we're going to scale this to 1.15. When we press down on it with our mouse, we're going to scale it to 105. That's not a custom value. That's just what Tailwind offers us. And it should be smooth, so we can add transition or transition all. There's a subtle difference here between them, I think. So if we hover transition all, it literally means for all properties. And if we do transition only, yeah, they have some specific properties named here. And the timing function and duration, is there a difference in there? Yeah, timing function and duration seem to be the same. Yeah, that's the same. So transition all, I think, makes more sense because I actually want it for any property that gets changed. So we'll use that from now on. All right, so now when we hover this, you can see it's pretty cool. Right, scrolls with us. And you can see it has a cool backdrop blur. And obviously I'm zoomed in here. So let me make that 100% again. Okay. All right, now obviously what we want is when we click on this, it becomes dark mode. So here we can add an on-click handler. So we can say on-click. And here what we want to do is essentially well, toggle the theme, right? So it should go from light to dark, or if it's already dark, it should go to light mode. So now we need to keep track of something, right? So when you need to keep track of something, you want to use state in React. So here we need to keep track of the theme, of the active theme or just theme. So here actually React helps us out. So I'm just gonna copy accept the suggestion here. You can write it like this. I like to just import use state. and then just use state like this. Okay. Now I'm going to remove the type for now. So here the default value is going to be light, right? That's fine with me. Okay. And if we hover theme now, we can see that TypeScript infers that this theme is going to be a string. But we can be a little bit more specific than that because it's not going to be any string. It's not going to be blah blah as a string, right? It's only going to be light or dark. So we can specify a type here. We can call that a theme. And that's going to be the following: a union type of light and dark strings, right? And then we can specify that here. So we can tell the TypeScript here that for this state variable, this is going to be of type theme. So now if you hover theme, it's not going to be any string. It's going to be of type theme, which is just light or dark. Okay. And then we'll also create a function that will toggle this theme. So that's what we will write here. So we will use, let's write it here, toggle theme. So that will be the following function. So now we have to write a little bit more. We're going to write a little bit more. So I'm going to extract this out into a separate handler here instead of writing it inline here. And we actually already get a bunch of suggestions here. Now, it's not exactly what we want to type right now, but it's very, very close. So if the theme is currently light and we click on that button, we want to set the theme to dark. Right, let me remove this for now. And else, if then the theme must be dark. So then we just want to set the theme to light, right? Okay, when I save here, we get an issue. So we're using useState as the client-side feature. So we need to make this a client component. Use client. All right, let's see if that works. Okay, so if we click now, it will set the theme to dark, right? But we won't see anything because we're not really doing anything based on the theme variable right now. So what we can start with actually is just change the icon, right? So here, when I click here in the example, the icon should become a different one, a moon. And if I click now again, it becomes the sun again. So let's start there. So here, now it's always this sun icon. So we can have some logic, some JavaScript logic. So in JSX, you have to use curly braces. So here we can check, is the theme currently light? Then we want to show this sun. Otherwise, we want to show BS moon. It's another icon, and I can import this like this. Okay, so now we should see something, right? So now if I click here, it should change, and it changes, right? So we are now properly keeping track of the. All right, now what we also want is now when I set, for example, now we're in dark mode, right? Because we can see the moon. If I now leave this page and come back later, so let's say I refresh, it should remember our preference, right? So right now it gets reset to the sun. So how can we persist data? Well, what you can actually hook into as a developer is the user's local storage. So we can see that here. If you go to application, here you can see local storage, session storage. There's an actual DB here as well. Most of the time you want to use local storage, and we can put some data in here. And the user will, when user comes back to our domain, we can read that data again. So here when I click, not only do we want to set the state here, we also want to persist this data in the local storage. So what we can do is we can use the window object, and we can say local storage dot set item, and we can set the theme to dark. We already got a suggestion here, right? And then for the other block, it's the opposite, right? So here we're going to set it to light, right? So now if I save this and let's see, so it's right here. So now if I click here, you can see we have some value here, right? Theme and dark, right? So now if I refresh here, it's going to be light mode again, as we can see from the icon, but the local storage is still here, right? So then when we load the page, we need to read the item or get the item, right? So how do we do that? Well, we can use an effect for this, right? So use effect, the use effect hook, you want to use that when you need to, well, synchronize with an external system. So local storage is an external system, right? It's not something that comes from React. It's outside of React. So this is a good use case of using use effect. Here we are interacting with local storage as well, but here it's because of a user click, right? So if it's in response to a user action, you can just use it in the handler function. But here on load, we have to use the use effect hook. So here we actually get a suggestion. So let's actually see. We can say local theme. We can get it from the local storage, so window.localstorage.get item. And which item do we want to get? Because we can have multiple. Well, the theme one. Okay. And let me close out of here. We only want to do this once on loading the component, so we can have an empty dependency array. Okay. So then if there is one, so if it's not in, because maybe there is none here, right? It could be null. Let's actually see what it could be, right? So we can just hover to see what type it could be. It could be a string or null, right? Because it could also be empty here. So it could be any string or null. And that's not actually true because we know it's not going to be any string, right? So we could be more specific. We've just defined this as a separate type. So we can tell TypeScript that this is going to be either this theme, right? So light or dark, or of course it could also be null, right? So now if we hover local theme, we know it's going to be of type theme or null. So here we have type theme, light, dark, or null. So if it's null, we don't really want to do anything. So we're just going to check if local theme, right? So if it's actually existing, so it's not null, so it's going to be either light or dark. We just want to set the state here. And so then we can just set the state to whatever that theme is. Okay, so now I'm going to save here. So now when I load, it's currently dark mode. So now I will put it on light mode. You can see it changes in my local storage. And now if I refresh, well, that's actually the default. So now let's actually change it back to dark mode. It's dark mode. And now when I refresh, it shouldn't be light mode, it should be dark mode, right? So now let's see if it works. And it works, right? So initially you may actually see light mode because this use effect runs after rendering. So this first gets rendered on the page, painted on the page. So we're gonna see first this sun, because that's the default. Default here is light. And then it's gonna run this use effect. So this comes basically right all the way at the end. It's gonna get the dark value here from local storage and then set it to dark. And since then we're changing the state, it's gonna render all of this again. And then it will actually be the moon. All right, so that's not a big deal though. So because it needs to fetch something from local storage, it can take some time, but that's not really an issue. All right, now what we also want is not only should it look into local storage, but it should also check what my default setting is on my computer, right? So I have my option here on my PC, and I could change it to dark, right? You can see here it now changes to dark, but if I refresh the page, it's not dark mode here. We can see it's light mode, right? So now what we want is that if we are now coming to this website and we haven't set any changes yet, right? So this will always be dominant. So once we actually click, that will take priority over what we specify here, right? But if we haven't set anything, it should take this into account. Right now we're not doing that. So here we can simply check if we already set something in local storage. That should just be the theme, right? Now if nothing is in local storage, we want to check if there is some setting on the user's computer. So here we can actually use a media query. So it's called window.matchMedia, and then it's called prefers color scheme. I already got the suggestion here. So prefers color scheme dot matches, right? And if prefers color scheme is dark, we need to set the theme to dark, right? So now if I save here, and let's clear my local storage. I'm gonna go here, application, local storage. I'm gonna clear this, right? So I'm coming fresh to the website, but my computer setting is set to dark. Now let's see if our application picks that up. So if I refresh here, we should see a moon, right? So you can see indeed it becomes a moon. It's not coming from local storage, it's coming from this match media. All right, so now we are setting the theme properly here, and we are properly keeping track of it. Now, obviously, we want to style the rest of the page. So how can we do that with Tailwind? So Tailwind actually has a separate article on that. It's actually pretty interesting. They also explain how it works with supporting both that system preference as well as manual selection. That's what we're doing here, manual selection. And now what we can do is we can go, for example, to the layout file. And here we set the background color for the page, right? Now we can say in dark mode, we want a different background color. So let's say in dark mode, so I can say dark, BG gray, let's make it 900, and dark text gray 50. So that's going to be whiter text. And we want to decrease the text opacity a little bit. So we'll say dark text opacity set to 90. Okay, so let's see what we get. If I save here and go back, nothing changes. But now if I make it dark mode, oh, actually we already see a change here. And that's not supposed to happen because I haven't clicked here yet. So why do we see dark mode here? If I click here, it doesn't change anything. Okay. Ah, of course, because I have my system setting on dark, right? Now, why don't we see the proper icon here? So let's see. Theme switch, Maybe I should just reload the page. And that doesn't work, so that's a bit strange. Why is this not the correct icon if we... So I'm going to clean local storage here, start from a clean slate. And I'm gonna clean everything here, delete. And I'm gonna reset this here to light mode in my system settings as well. And now I'm gonna refresh the page. Okay. And I think I already know what the issue is actually. So if I set the system here to dark now, yeah, so Tailwind can automatically pick up on this. Right, so it's gonna do this outside this system that we basically set up now. So we have to specify to Tailwind that we're gonna do it in a different way. So we can go to the Tailwind config because we wanted to do it in a manual way as well. Right? It's not only when the user system preference matches that, but also the user should be able to click on this. So that's why we need to set dark mode here to class. Right, so make sure you change the Tailwind configuration to class, the class method. And then what we need to do is we need to add the class dark, right? So it says dark mode is the class method. Now we actually need to add the dark class to the DOM as well. So here when we click on this now, let's see, we have here where we're setting it to dark and we set it in local storage. And now we also need to add this in the DOM. So we can say document element class list. We're going to add a class here, which is going to be dark. And then if we go from dark to light mode, we need to remove this class again. So let's copy that and paste that here. Instead of add, it's going to be remove. Right? And now what we want is whenever we make it dark, we should also add that to the DOM. So here in local theme, where we grab it from local storage, if that turns out to be dark mode in local storage, right? So let's say if local theme is dark, we need to add that to the DOM here, right? And then the same goes for here. So here we know it's going to be dark. So we're also going to set the class here, right? So we need to do this for Tailwind. Tailwind is going to check if the dark class is added to the DOM. If that is true, we can use those classes like dark colon, right? So now I'm going to reset everything. I'm going to set this to light, and I'm going to set this to light. I'm going to clean local storage. I'm going to remove local storage. And now I'm going to refresh. And now let's try switching between. Okay, that seems to work well. We'll style the rest, of course, just to check the background color to see if everything is working. Okay, now I'm going to remove my local storage value here. Clean local storage. And I'm going to set the setting to dark mode in my computer. And now I'm going to refresh. And the page is dark mode, right? So now everything is working. It's a bit complicated here to support both the system preference as well as manual toggling. I'm going to set it to light mode. That's what I prefer. And let's see if I refresh now, it's light mode. Yeah, but I can still change it now. Okay, so now we can just use these dark classes, so dark colon, to modify our page a little bit. So let's do that now. Let's quickly go through it. You can fine tune this as you see fit, of course. So these dots of colors, they should also be changed a little bit. So let's add that to the end of this list of classes. So we'll say dark. This color needs to become different. So we'll say dark BG should become 946263. All right, and this one in dark mode should become BG 676394. All right, so let's see what the color is going to be now. All right, so yeah, I think that looks much better. And let's actually also style this theme switch itself because it's difficult to see the icon now. Let's go to theme switch. And here I'll add this at the bottom in dark mode. The background color should simply be BG gray 950. So then we have this. All right, looks pretty cool. And everything seems to work so far. All right, so then let's quickly go through it. I think there's not that much, but let's check it out. Let's go to the header. All right, so header needs to be changed a little bit. So we'll say header, actually the motion div here, that's going to be that white color, the bar. Now that needs to become a darker color though. So we'll say BG gray 950, and we'll also say, okay, we'll leave the opacity is already set. We'll keep the opacity. We will change the border color though. So we will change the border to border black at 40% opacity. And we also need to change the, no, that's about it. So let's see how this header is going to change now. Okay. Now I do want to reduce its opacity of the background a little bit. So we can say dark BG opacity to 75. All right, that looks much better. You can see everything still works. But the colors of this active item also need to change a little bit. So if we go to link here, these colors in dark mode, let's see here for all the links, we'll say in dark mode, the default text here should be text gray 500. And then when we hover it in dark mode, right, so now we have to combine these pseudo classes, dark hover, the text gray should be text gray 300. And then here when it's the active link, so if I save here, okay, so this looks better. And let's also change this background thingy. And that's that span. Let's see here. It's going to be dark BG gray 800. All right, let's see. Okay, let's compare here with the example. All right, that looks about right. Now you can see the color of the active item here. It should be light. It should be a whiter color. So here in the example, it's a white color, and here it's still a bit grayed out, because here we are saying if the active section is this link, so the active section is getting this text gray 950, but in dark mode this should become text gray 200. So now this is lighter. All right, let's see if that works. Yeah, everything is working here. All right, very good. All right, so let's see what else we should do here. So obviously the next part is going to be these buttons. So let's go to the intro section. So let's go to, that's going to be the CV download button. Right, so let's see, that's here. So we just need to change its background color. It's just going to be white color. So I say BG white with 10% opacity. Right, so if we look now, this looks much better. I want to do the same for the other buttons. So let's see if we'll do the same here for this LinkedIn icon as well as the GitHub icon. Now here we also want to change the text color. So basically the icon color. So we'll say dark text white with an opacity of 60%. And the same goes for the other icon or anchor tag that's wrapping the icon. And now if we check, text color should be updated as well. Yeah. All right. All right. So that looks much better. Now we can see the section divider is a bit too bright, right? So here we're just going to go to section divider and we're just going to change its background opacity. So here we can just say dark BG opacity to 20%. Right, so I change this and now you can see it's, I think that looks better. All right, so then we have this text. I think this looks fine. So we'll just keep it like this. Then we have the projects. Obviously they need some adjustments. So let's see. So they look like this. And now they look like this. So let's quickly change this. Go to projects and also actually individual project. Actually, we only need the individual project, I think. So let's just start here. So here we need to change that background color. So we'll say for the section element here, we'll say dark BG10 and also that hover effect. So in dark mode, when we hover, make the background white with 20% opacity. All right, that looks better and hover effect still works. The text needs to get a different color as well. So let's see, I think we set the color actually on, no, we'll set it here. We'll just set the text color, whoops. We'll set text color to white, dark text white. And we actually need to go to the description to set it specifically there. Let's see, description here. Here we're gonna say dark text white, but with a lower opacity of 70%. And actually want to do the same for the tags here. So we can just copy that and paste that for the LIs. All right, so let's double check. All right, this looks much better. Compared with the example, this looks right. All right, then that looks much better. And the skills here, well, we just have to change the background. So let's go to the skills section. And here for the LIs, we'll say dark BG white with an opacity of 10. And then the text actually needs to become dark, so it needs to invert, right? So we'll just say dark text white. Actually, it should get a white text. So now it's dark, but now we need to flip it. We invert it. So I'm changing the text to text white 80%. So that should update in a second. Yeah. All right. So that's basically the skills section. All right. So then we have the experience section. So let's take a look. Have a look at the example. Let's see. All right. So basically, it should look like this. And what we have right now is this. All right. So let's go to experience. And here we cannot use Tailwind classes, right? Because this is a third-party component, and they basically expose the props, and we have to use. We're basically being forced into using their way of styling this component. So what we would like to do, for example, this background needs to change. So what we want to do here is, in light mode, it should be this color, right? But in dark mode, so we want to be able to do something like this. So if the theme is strictly equal to light, right, then we want to have that color. Otherwise, the color should be, we'll just use RGBA, 255, basically white, with 5% opacity. We can't use Tailwind here, so I'm using just normal CSS. And this is what we want to do, but where do we get the theme from? Because this is a different component. We don't have the theme ready here. And so how do we get how do we access the value of the theme in this component? Because now we're going to get an error, right? Theme doesn't exist here. So where does the theme exist? Well, we have put that now in the theme switch component. As we are keeping track of the theme in here, right? So if we look at the tree of components that we have, the layout is here, the theme switch is here, right? And our experience and other stuff is on the page. The page is what's going to be here, basically. So we have a problem right now, and we actually have the same problem as before when we try to keep track of the active section, which is that we need to pass around the value of the theme in a serious application that's going to be to many different many different components in your React tree. And we don't always want to use prop drilling, and we also can't really use that right now because that experience isn't a child element of theme switch, right? It's basically like a sibling, and then we need to dig down. So here we basically have the exact same problem as with keeping track of the active section. And that time we solved it by using the React Context API. And in a professional application for a theme, that's also something that usually you would put in a context. So let's quickly refactor this into using the Context API. Right, so currently we're keeping track of the state in here. And now we're going to go to our context folder. And we're going to create a new context here. And we'll call that theme context.ts. Actually tsx, because we're going to have a export a component from here. So we'll just say RFC. And in a context, what you're going to have is a so-called provider component, right? We've already discussed that. Theme context provider. And then this is the component that's going to keep track of the state, right? And this will provide the state to any elements that we wrap in here in the React tree, right? So now this stuff here, we need to copy this out of this theme switch component file, which will clean this up nicely. And we have to put that here. So this provider component now will be responsible for keeping track of the state. Now we need to import some stuff here. So I will say use state. It also wants to know our theme type, right? So we also specified that here. We can remove that from here now and paste that here. By the way, we can now also remove these imports in the theme switch component. And now we have an issue here because here in theme switch, we still want to be able to switch the theme, right? And here for the icon itself, we also need to get access to the theme, right? We'll see how that works. This will now come from this provider eventually, right? So now multiple components need access to the theme, right? So we'll see how to do that. Well, we've done it before, but you'll see. All right, let's see. We need to import use effect as well. All right, now it takes up quite a bit of space. So here I'm going to collapse this because we have already discussed this. We don't have to see this right now. This is just some plumbing here to make the context work. All right, so here we need to return not just a div, we need to actually return a provider component from React. So the way to do that, we first need to instantiate the context. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to say theme context is react.createContext, or just import it as a named export like this. And then you can write it without the React dot. So we're going to say create a context here, and we can provide a default value here. That default value is not the same as the default value in the state. So if I go to our layout here, The default value is what's going to happen when you try to access the context outside the provider component. Right? That's rarely useful. So typically, you know, if you don't really have it like a if that's not really a use case that you need to support, it's probably easier to and best to just provide null here. And typically this is actually capitalized. So I will say theme context. Right, now what can we do with this? Well, now we can actually return that provider component. So we can remove this, and here we can create theme context dot provider with uppercase, right? Now we're gonna put that in the layout file again, right? So we're gonna wrap other components in here, and we're gonna receive that through the children prop. We've discussed this before. Now here TypeScript wants to know what type that's gonna be, so let's stick to our convention here of using the component name and just adding props to there, and then we'll say type or interface. I like to use that to be consistent, but interface and type are almost the same, so it doesn't really matter. And we'll say children is React node. Okay, so then in here, here's where we're going to output those children. So basically this provider component is just going to wrap part of our React tree. All right, so if we hover this, we can see property value. Yeah, so obviously this provider should pass along the actual theme, right? So then we can consume it in other components. Here we're just providing it. This provider is just going to provide it. And what specifically is it going to provide? Well, we can say that here with value. It's going to be an object that will hold our theme, right? We can say theme is theme. In JavaScript, if it's the same name, you can just say theme. And also, we also want to toggle the theme, right? It's not a set theme function itself, but we're just gonna do it through this toggle theme function now. So not directly with set theme, but like we've done before. Now it's this a custom function that we created. All right, so let's see. Okay, so we're passing along this value for our context here, but we have not specified that here. So when you create a context, here TypeScript is going to infer this is going to be a context of type null, right? And here this is not null. This is going to be an object with values. So here we need to provide the type of this context, right? So let's do that here. Type theme context type. So we're going to have a theme, right? And that's actually going to be of type theme, right? Light or dark. And then we have that toggle theme function. So to type a function here, it's about the input. Well, it's not going to take anything and it's not returning anything. So just void. Okay. So that's going to be the type of this value, right? So we need to specify that for when we create the context. We can do it with these angled brackets. And then let's see, we're going to have another issue because now we have not specified that this can be null, right? But now we are saying we have a default value of null. So now sometimes this is going to be null. So what we could do is say or null. So it's going to be this or null. Okay. So now that you get rid of all the issues, you know, this is the real world. It's a bit annoying maybe to take care of the types, but we get a lot of benefits from that. All right, so now let's see what's the issue. Yeah, so now we just are back to this issue where theme is not defined. All right, so now we have basically created our provider, and now we're going to add this to our React tree. So let's go to layout here. We have already added this active section context provider, and now we need to wrap the components with the theme context provider. So then we can access the theme in those components that we wrap. So let's actually wrap everything here. We could also wrap these divs, but these don't need it, so it doesn't really matter. So we can say theme context provider. I'm going to import that. Make sure you import it. It automatically imported it for me. And then we need to put all the components that need that in there, right? So let's see, the theme switch needs it, but also some things here. So it's best to just wrap everything here like this. What we can also do is, since these provider components don't take up anything in the DOM, what we can also do is just add all of this here. This is a more typical format. So let's just do this. This looks a bit more familiar perhaps. So basically in a real world application, you could have a lot of these provider components. So you really get like a tree of provider components, at which point you can actually refactor that to one file and have like one component be all basically house all the providers. But that's a bit outside the scope here. Let's continue here. Yeah, so the issue that we have now in the theme context, this is a client component because this should be a client component because we're using useEffect, useState, context API. So this needs to become a client component. Now, when I make this a client component and we wrap basically our entire app in here, you may think, well, now everything is going to be a client component, right? Because now this is a client component and everything here is now also going to be a client component. Well, let's see what's the issue. No, right? And that's actually not how it works, right? So this layout file is a server component because everything in the app folder is by default a server component and we don't have use client. So this is a server component. Now we can import a client component. So this context provider is actually a client component, right? This is a client component. But since we are using this pattern of basically everything in here, this is going to be the children of this theme context provider. So we just pass this as the children and immediately output it here, right? If you do it that way, this will not automatically become client components, right? So these can still be server components, right? In our application, we actually have most of our components be client components, but these could technically all be server components, right? Even though in our React tree, they are nested in a client component, right? So if you want to have a server component in a client component, you have to use this pattern of using the children and then passing it along as children. Right, I'll have a course on React Next.js very soon. Highly recommend you check that out. It's really important that you have mastered these concepts as a professional, if you want to be a professional developer. Right, so it only becomes a client component if you actually specify at the top use client, or you import the component into a client component. So if I import another component here, import some component from somewhere else, this component now, because I'm importing it here in use client in a client component, this now also becomes a client component, even if this one does not have use client, right? But because I'm importing it here, basically this becomes a boundary in the React tree, right? So everything you import then will be a client component, and then everything you import in that component will also be a client component, right? So a bit confusing, but that's how it works, right? So then if you want to have child elements not automatically become client components, you have to use that pattern of using the children, right? So I can pass along server components here as children and output them here. All right, so now finally this should work. So let's see. We have theme context. Yeah, did I remove this? I think I removed this accidentally. So this should become use client. And now we have added the provider here to our React tree. So now we can consume that context, right? So whatever this provider is now passing along as a value, we can consume that anywhere in here, right? Anything that we've wrapped in here. So let's start here. We get this error, theme is not defined in experience. So let's go to experience, component, experience. So now we can consume that here. So if you remember, the way to consume this is we can use context, right? That's a hook that we get from React, and then we have to provide the context itself. And that's actually this variable. This is what we need to provide, because we could consume other context as well. Like we have another one, right, about the active section, but we want to have the theme context. Now we could export this, import that here, but that's a bit of a hassle, right? So previously what we've done, we've created a custom hook to consume the context, and that's easier to do. So let's actually also do that here. So we'll export another function here, export function. We can call that use theme. And here is where we will actually, and actually this is already a common pattern, so we actually see what it should be. So we can just say the context, we're just going to use context from React. It's going to be the theme context, right? Use context, you need to import that. It's going to be this theme context. And remember, this theme context could be null, right? So we could technically try to consume this outside that provider component, in which case we will actually get null. And just like we saw before, we don't want to deal with that at every point, right? So we would have to check for the null value at every point that we consume this context. So better to have a custom hook where we don't have to specify the theme context, right? The actual context variable every time, but also we can deal with the null value right here. So if it's actually null, we just want to throw an error because we don't want to use this outside that provider. So if we accidentally, or somebody else on our team accidentally does that, just throw an error so we can fix it. Right, so here I get some suggestion from Copilot. Use theme must be used within a theme context provider. Okay, So a bit of boilerplate stuff here, but yeah, React context is very important. So now we can import the hook here to consume it. So use theme. So let's try typing it, use theme. It suggests it for me. I can just execute that function. And what we get here is the actual value that the provider gives us, right? Which is this object here. And we can immediately destructure that to get the theme and the toggle theme values. So we can say theme, and actually we don't need toggle theme here in the experience component, so we'll just get the theme. Right, so theme is what we're using here then to check. So now you can see that error should be gone. If I save here, and here it says theme is not defined, but now it is actually defined. So let's see if that works. Okay, so now we get a different error, which is that in the theme switch, we were using toggle theme and actually also theme itself. So let's go to toggle theme or theme switch right here. Here, we also want to consume that context. So we can actually just copy this. Here we want to consume that. And we need to import this. And now we can also extract toggle theme from there. And now if I save it, this should now also work. So now we should be without any errors. Let's see if that is indeed the case. Dev server taking its time, but that's okay. And let's see. All right, so now if I click here, everything still seems to be working, right? But now we can continue styling like we were until we had to solve this issue. Let's just continue styling the experience section now. Right, so now we've abstracted everything away very professionally into a theme context file using React context and type safe with TypeScript. So very professional stuff here. But it all becomes very easy once you understand and really have mastered the fundamentals, JavaScript. And now you have a Tailwind, it's all about CSS. So, and of course React itself. So I'll have courses, I have courses on all of them. Definitely recommend you check out the links in the description. All right, so here we need to continue styling here. So here now we have these arrows here. They also need to be changed a little bit. So here this border, we can just check, is the theme light? Then indeed, we do want to use that. Otherwise, we want to use 0.4 rem, solid, and we're just going to use white with some lower opacity. So 255 all the way, and then 50% opacity. All right, so then we also have icon style. Let's see, we have icon style. And that's basically the background color here of the icon circle. We basically want to do the same. So, well, we'll just type it out. So if the theme is light, then we want to have white. Otherwise, it should become RGBA 255 to 55.15. And I am getting an issue here. I forgot the comma here, and it's going crazy because I just missed a simple comma. And it looks like maybe I missed something else. So what else? Let me just refresh. Sometimes you get these strange errors. Maybe I changed something else. And actually, no, that seems to work. So I'm not sure what that was. All right, so now you can see that that looks a little bit better. All right, so let's change the description here as well. So we say description that should become dark text white with 75% opacity. And that should be it. So if I save here, and let's wait until this has updated. Yeah, so this looks good now. Now this line is a bit too white, right? So we need to de-emphasize that line a little bit. So we actually had to use the globals file for that, right? Because there was an issue because it's a third-party library. So we had to set this line color variable ourselves to prevent some issue. So now what we can do is in dark mode, we want to change this. Now remember, when we make a dark mode, we added that dark class to the DOM. So we can say, and actually we set it to the HTML element. So I can prove that to you here. So here in the elements tab, you can see in dark mode now we have added this class to the HTML element actually. So we can say this HTML element, when it has the dark class, we can just set a new value to this line color. And again, I just wanted to be white. So we'll use 255 for everything, but with 0.2 opacity. All right, let's wait until that updates. All right, so I think that looks much better. All right, so then really last thing we need to do here is just change the contact form a little bit. So let's go to contact. So here, this text here, please contact me directly. This needs to become dark text white with 80% opacity. And we want to change the color of the form, of the text in the form. So we'll say dark text black. So let's see, now we have that. And the text here is white. So we need to change the text here. So in dark mode, we need to change the text to text black. So for some reason in dark mode, it automatically makes the text white. Yeah, so now it's dark again. All right, so we also, it's a bit too white here, the fields here. So very cool effect that you can do is just make this a little bit lower opacity. So we can say the background should be white, but with an opacity, BG opacity of 80%. And then when we actually focus it, so we'll say focus in dark mode, so dark focus, we want to increase that opacity to 100. That's going to be a transition. So we'll say transition all to make that smooth. And we want to do something similar for the text area. So we can just copy that. And now you can see the input now. If I click here, you can see it becomes a nice effect. Now we also get this outline that we don't want. So in dark mode, we do want to remove that outline. Now we'll just say outline none. All right, and let's copy all of this all the way until dark BG white. And let's copy that for the text area as well. All right, so now this looks pretty cool in dark mode, nice effect. All right, let's quickly style the button as well. So we'll say button. We'll just say dark BG white and dark BG opacity of 10%. Okay, let's check that out. All right, so that looks much better. Looks pretty cool, I think. And we are officially finished with converting our project into dark mode. Right, so everything still works on light mode, and now it also works in dark mode. Right, so really cool, well done for making it this far. All right, so we're pretty much finished with our project here, and usually at the end you do want to make sure that everything is responsive, so it looks good across multiple devices. And we have styled everything, you know, with these SM and other breakpoints. So for the most part, it should be responsive, but let's double check. So I'm going to open up the DevTools here. I'm going to use iPhone 12 Pro, and let's actually see the intro animation to see if it works on mobile. And let's see, that works really cool. Now I can already tell that there's something wrong because I can scroll to the right here. So something is overflowing horizontally basically. So let's see what we get. Yeah, so the projects here are not responsive, right? So it's the project section here that seems to be a problem. Everything else looks really good actually, right? Now we need to make the project section properly responsive. So right now, yeah, it's just a bit messy. So let's go to project, or actually the individual project. All right, so if we look at the example here, we can see that this looks much cleaner and responsive in mobile. So here we actually are removing the images. You know, if we try really hard, we could keep the images in, but it would be a lot of extra styling. So just to make it a little bit easier, we're just going to hide the images initially, and then only on smaller and up are they going to be visible. Right, so what we're going to do here is we have a bunch of classes here. What we can just do is say hidden, right? So then it's always going to be hidden. That's not what we want. So we can say from smaller and up, it should be display block. So not display hidden. So now we should still see the images, but on the smallest devices, they should be gone. Yeah, so now the images are gone. And now we can see there's too much space here for this one. So this padding on the left or whatever it is should not be visible on should not be there on the smallest devices. So let's see, where did that come from? I think we did something here. Yeah, so padding left 10, and we also have group even margin left a lot of rem here. It's being applied for all sizes, but we only want that on the bigger devices. So let's see if we can do something like this, SM, and then group even margin left. Yeah, that works. Okay. And then we also have this, all right, so let's see. Okay, so this is how it's supposed to look. All right, now this one still has a lot of padding on the left here, and that's because here we have another group even class here. So this also should only work on smaller and bigger, not on smaller than the SM breakpoint. Right, so then this lines up better. And now I think we just need to restrict the width of these cards. And actually, that was all that we need to do. We don't have to change anything else. Sometimes this DevTools is not correct. So it was showing me horizontal scrolling, but if you just close out of it and maybe refresh the page and open it up again, sometimes that horizontal scrolling is gone. So now you can see this is completely responsive as well. Right. So the smallest size that you typically want to support is about 320. We talk more about this in my CSS course as well. But yeah, definitely support all the way until 320 pixels. These days we have foldable phones as well. So if somebody is putting your website in one of the two screens, like Surface Duo, it may actually be even more narrow. But for now, this will do. Right, so we have a completely responsive, beautiful portfolio website with some really cool animations and some really advanced features. All right, so let's deploy this to the internet. We're going to use Vercel hosting for that, but first we need to put it on GitHub. So you need to log into your GitHub account. If you don't have one, create one. And we're going to create a new so-called repository or repo for short. And we can give this any name we want. So let's call this portfolio website project. I'm going to call it something like this, or let's just call it portfolio website. And it's going to be public, and don't change anything here. We're going to create a new repository now. Okay, so now it's been created, but it's going to be empty now, right? So if I open this up, there's nothing here. So GitHub displays some instructions here to push your code to this repo. So let's go to our terminal here. So here I'm going to close all the folders. I can do that by clicking this icon. I'm going to open up the terminal. I'm going to open a new terminal here. So first we need to initialize this as a project for Git, right? Git is separate from GitHub. Git is just a technology to keep track of basically the changes that we make and manage our code base. So what we're going to write here is git init. Okay, so now we have actually reinitialized it because apparently one was already existing. I think that's coming from Next.js. So as you create a Next.js project, it will already initialize a Git repo for you, but it doesn't matter. Now we need to add this link here. Let's just copy this. And what we're going to do is we're going to add that as a remote. All right, so what we're going to type here is git remote add, and then the name for this remote. It's called origin. So it's just wrapping here, but it's one word. And then I'm going to paste that URL. So that's this whole URL, including .git. I'm going to press enter, and now we can push to that remote called origin. So now we need to decide what to push. So we can actually check git status to get an overview of all the things that we've changed since the last commit. And you can see that's basically everything. So we can say we want to add everything now. Okay. We're gonna get some issues here with CRLF that has to do with things like spaces and how a space should be encoded and things like that. That's not really important, but now we have added that. So now we can actually commit it. So we can just write git commit, and then as a message -m, we'll just say first commit. Okay. So that has committed all of our changes now. And now we need to push it. So we can write git push, and where to? Well, to that remote repository, which we called origin. So git push origin. And then which branch? Well, we're still on the master branch. So the master branch, right? So here we can say git push origin master, and that's going to push everything here to GitHub. Right, so now if I refresh here, you can see we have all of our code now here on GitHub. That's basically the same as here, right? Now for me, this is publicly available, right? So unless you change it to private, this is going to be publicly available. So you can see here in our local files, we have .env.local with this API key, but here I don't have that file, right? Because it's ignored, git ignore, right? Which is what we want. All right, so now this is on GitHub. Now we can go to Vercel. So I have already created an account on Vercel. If you have, it's vercel.com. Very popular service these days. So if you don't have an account yet, go ahead and create an account and then log in. And when you log in, you'll see a dashboard. So I already created a project before just to test things out. But now we want to add a new project. So we're going to say add new project. And then here it wants to know which project, right? Now basically this is going to be this, right? So we need to tell Vercel that it needs to use this code here, this repo. So we're going to continue with GitHub here. I'm already logged into GitHub, so it can already immediately log in here as well. And then you can see we have connected our GitHub account to Vercel, and Vercel will already look at your repos that you have. So what we want here is this one that we just created 2 minutes ago. So I'm going to click on import here, and then we can give that a name, but you can also change that later. So let's just deploy this and see what happens. All right, so it's going to build our project as well, right? So you don't have to build your project yourself, but if you want to do that, in the package.json, there's actually a script for that, right? So there's a build, next build, that will create an optimized version ready for production, right? But now that Vercel is going to do that themselves on their servers, so we just have to wait a little bit, and I'll come back once this has finished. All right, so here it says, congratulations, you just deployed a new project to Vercel. So let's wait until this image has loaded. Yeah, so we can see this looks good. And if you actually click on the image, it should already work. So now we get a custom URL here, and I can see that our project now is live on the internet, right? So they give you this URL that you can go to. We can change this a little bit, but you can see now that our project is live. Everything is working here with the animations. And we can even check the contact form. Now I won't do that here because I already checked it and it does actually work. So you can see everything is working. It's live on the internet. Everybody can go to this URL and they'll see your beautiful portfolio website. All right, now let's quickly change this URL into something that's a little bit more readable. So I will just continue to dashboard here, and we can go to settings, project settings. All right, so here you can see they have domains here, and there are actually 2 domains. So if we go to deployments here and just click on this deployment that we have, you can see all the available domains here. So they actually create a couple of them. So we can change this. Let's see, we can go to portfolio website. This is showing the deployments. We can go to settings here. All right, so then we can go to domains. And here you can see we have that URL. So we're going to edit this. You can actually change this. Now you do need to keep the vercel.app, but maybe you want to just change it to your name. So just Ricardo in this case. It may not be available, so then you need to change something else. Let's see if this, yeah, so this is not available. It's already used by somebody else. So maybe maybe your full name, right? Ricardo, and then the full name, or Ricardo Portfolio. Let's try Ricardo Portfolio, also not possible. Okay, so then maybe actually you do need to use full name and then portfolio, or maybe portfolio site. Let's see if that works. Okay, so that's what the status. That one is actually available. So now when you go there, it's now looks a little bit better than this weird call alpha. So now I have Ricardo portfolio site.vercel.app. Right, so you can play around with that and see if it's available for whatever you want. But we have come to the end of this whole tutorial. So really well done for making it this far. We've learned a lot of new things, and you now have a beautiful, fresh, modern portfolio website, not just in terms of design, but also in terms of technologies used. We have some beautiful animations that are going to impress any visitor that comes to this website. We actually have a working form here. And yeah, we've used a lot of new technologies, especially, right? So we can see React and Next.js. So app router, it gets a little bit, time to get used to with layout and page. We have server actions now, and we even use that experimental use form status hook, which is going to be the future of dealing with forms. We've used TypeScript when we had some issues with TypeScript sometimes, and we've learned a lot about that. Now, Tailwind CSS, we looked at some more advanced features like group hover, group even, and how we can use the add apply rule, right? So we've learned a lot about Tailwind. We've used Framer Motion to really create some beautiful animations and transitions here. We've used React email and the resend service to make this form actually work. And we've deployed to Vercel. So now our project is hosted on Vercel. So again, well done. Of course, we also implemented dark and light mode. And it's completely 100% responsive. So this is basically the perfect portfolio project. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope that you learned a lot. Check out my courses in the description if you want to master the fundamentals. My React and Next.js course is almost released, so also make sure to get on the email list. And make sure to subscribe, of course, because I'll be releasing more projects like this. So make sure you subscribe and also hit the notification bell so that you are notified when a new video drops. So thank you for watching, and I hope to see you soon. Bye.